All right, folks, and we are live. Welcome, everyone, to our coverage of the 2024 Iowa Caucus. It is a big night, biggest stream of the year so far. So let's do this. We got a long night ahead of us, so stay tuned for exclusive coverage. I guess it's not exclusive, but coverage of the live results. We'll try our best to get all of the candidates' speeches and react to them live, because I really hope to see a crying, whiny Nikki Haley speech tonight, to tell you the truth. But yeah, all right, stay tuned. Let's do this. Long night ahead. And we are live, ladies and gentlemen, from a freezing state of Florida, although it's not nearly as cold as Iowa. Welcome, everyone, to the 2024 Iowa Caucus mega stream. I am your host, Vince Dow, and Ryan, if you would like to introduce yourself. He is obviously my co-host, but I'm sure some of you guys haven't seen those streams. It's a brand new year, so if you want to do that again.
Yeah, hey, what's up, guys? I'm Ryan Manning. I'm Vince's friend and co-host here, and I'm super pumped for the Iowa Caucus, first election of the year. It's going to tell us a lot about how this primary is going to go, and I think we're all expecting to see a big Trump victory tonight.
We are expecting, although we're going to have to wait and see what actually happens on that front, because... Oh, my thing is not even on here. Here's what's an interesting factor to throw in tonight, is if you've not heard, I mean, I'm sure everyone around the country is feeling it, but the weather currently in the state of Iowa is absolutely miserable. There's a crazy blizzard going on, and that's certainly going to affect turnout. Okay, I think you're going to see a very low turnout election in this case. I'm sure a lot of mainstream media is going to run with the line that, see, the enthusiasm for Republicans is not as high in 2024 as you think, even though it's like, okay, it's negative 10 degrees outside. I'm pretty sure it feels like negative 40. But the common thinking I've heard from most people is that the bad weather helps Trump because, you know, obviously there's an enthusiasm thing, and people say, oh, well, Trump has the most loyal supporters. My only thing on that, though, Ryan, is honestly, I don't know which way that will actually swing the turnout, because on one hand, yes, Trump has the very loyal people, but I would also argue that if you're sort of the average Republican who's not following this primary super closely, which I think is a lot of people, yes. You talk to a lot of conservatives, they don't even really realize the primary is going on. I think a lot of those people lean Trump because he's just kind of the ringleader of the GOP. And I don't know if those types of people will be as enthused to vote. Whereas I think if you're a Nikki Haley supporter or a DeSantis supporter or even a Vivek supporter, you're super passionate about that person. You have to be, because or else you wouldn't really be following the primary closely at all. So I don't know what you think of that. That's why, to me, it's a big question mark how that's actually going to affect the turnout. But
yeah, I mean, I really don't know how it's going to affect the turnout either. It could really go either way depending on how it affects. It really just depends on who's the weather going to keep inside and not coming out to vote.
Yeah,
I don't know who it is. Will the Trump supporters come out in large numbers? Will Trump's base just be so big that even if they do stay home in large numbers, Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis just doesn't have enough supporters to counter that and take advantage of this opportunity? I guess we're going to find out tonight. It's going to be interesting. I don't know. I think you're right that if you're a Nikki Haley supporter, a Ron DeSantis supporter, a Vivek Ramaswamy supporter, this definitely excites you because it's your first opportunity to show the country that there's support for your candidate.
Right.
But Also, it should excite you that if this could hurt Trump with weather and turnout, you have an opportunity to really take advantage in a state and rack up some delegates that maybe you didn't think you could about a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, so that's why, folks, I'm not making a projection either way. I'm just saying that could split either way. I really don't know. With that said, I think obviously Donald Trump is projected to win tonight. I think the margin, of course, is by how much, right? Because I think if it's close for Trump or somehow, some way, God forbid, seriously, God forbid, like Nikki Haley wins the Iowa caucus, doubt that'll seriously happen, but or something like that, or even DeSantis or someone, how does that really affect the primary long term? Because I think on one hand, the hardest states for Trump in this primary are going to be Iowa and New Hampshire, right? Because all the other candidates have already put their full sort of resources into those places. They're very big in terms of like trying to win those. Also, they're both kind of weird states in their own ways with sort of these types of independent voters. Trump is projected, if you look at the states after New Hampshire, to basically sweep everything. But it's also an issue of momentum, right? You want to send a statement. You want to say this race is over. Everyone needs to just drop out, stop playing games. So that'll be important to see. I think if you're Trump, you don't want to just win. You want to win big, at least by 15, if not 20 to 30. But
yeah, I mean, this is definitely it's a statement. Iowa Caucus always is. It's your first opportunity to show how strong your campaign is and all the work that these candidates have put in for the last year and a half or year. It's going to pay off. You're going to see some people drop out tonight, I'm sure, but really, it's the opportunity to set the tone going into New Hampshire, which is going to be, I believe, Trump's hardest state of the entire primary.
Right.
I think Nikki Haley's probably got the best chance. If she's going to win a state, I think that's her best chance in New Hampshire. Which
is weird to me. She's doing so well here. And really, I don't understand the New Hampshire electorate at all, because the perception I've always had of them is, they're kind of like the Bernie Sanders populist type of people, but Nikki Haley's the biggest corporate neocon warmongering Republican that there is, and somehow she appeals with the weird I don't know, it's a totally confusing state, but yeah, we'll just have to see. Anyways, folks, if you're wondering, the Iowa caucus starts officially at 8 p.m. It's not polls close at 8 p.m. It starts at 8 p.m. We'll explain to you how the confusing caucus process sort of works in a second, because truthfully, I've been doing politics since 2018. I had to Google today how it actually works because it's still kind of confusing. We'll explain it to you. But yeah, be sure to stay tuned. Again, 8 p.m. is when this thing officially gets underway. And while we're at it, folks, be sure to leave a like on the stream right now. We got 165 viewers to start the night. Pretty good. Be sure to get the stream to 100 likes. And as usual, if you would like to super chat the show with your thoughts, you want to send your support, feel free to do so. We'll read those periodically at the opportune times. And we got a member chat from Republican Thinker who says, vote Trump so he can stop the war. I don't want to be drafted to the Middle East. Canada is nothing but a follower. And I know, Republican Thinker, you are up in Canada, but this is, of course, very true. Very true. But anyways, folks, with that said, while we're sitting around 5 minutes till the Iowa caucus starts, would we like to explain to the people how a caucus actually works?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, shoot. I mean, I've looked at it so many times, and it's so confusing because I feel like I read into it differently every time I look at it.
Okay, I think here's the best explanation of it.
Yeah.
Is it's like a primary, but there's no early voting, there's no pre-voting. You have to physically show up the night of the primary, quote unquote, to cast your ballot. Yeah. Is that a fair assessment of it?
Absolutely.
And it's run by the state party too.
And it's also you go in, and instead of just going into a poll and casting your vote, you go in and voice why other people should vote how you're going to vote.
Yeah,
you get up in front of people,
and that's kind of dated, I think. But I think they still technically do that, right?
Yeah, you still have the opportunity to do it. It's a little dated. It goes back to like OG American elections where you kind of just get in a room and duke it out in a town hall with 50 people. But now it's like you just get up and it's like, I want to vote for Donald Trump, and this is why you should. And you get like 30 seconds, and then you can move on. Mm-hmm. And it's just person by person. It's very odd.
Well, okay, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, one more thing I want to point out here while we're sitting killing time waiting for the caucus to start, because I've seen a couple chats about it already. If you go here and notice on the New York Times website, it says Iowa Caucus. And by the way, New York Times not the only outlet to do this. Notice the candidates they list. It's Donald Trump, sure. Ron DeSantis, sure. Nikki Haley. Vivek is not actually on the sort of thumbnail list. You have to go down here and click on view all candidates to see. So they're basically snubbing him, saying like more or less, he's not a real candidate. That's basically the message being sent there. And I find that to be totally ridiculous, right? Because Asa Hutchinson, by the way, is still technically in this race. I don't know why, by the way, over, under. If you think he's going to get over, we'll say 500 votes or under 500 votes, let me know in the chat right now. I don't know why he's still in the race. But I get him not being on the front list here because he's polling at like 1% or less than 1%. Vivek is a major candidate in the race. Vivek has qualified for every official GOP debate that there was, and they're not even putting him there on the list. And again, New York Times that we're on right now, not the only outlet to do this. I believe it was either Fox or NBC did basically the same thing earlier today where they didn't even have Vivek on their graphic. And I don't know, to me, that kind of is a form of election interference in a way, right? It's sort of like voter suppression. It's similar, I would say, to a network calling a race before it even begins or while people are still in line, right? Trying to say like, this person is irrelevant. Don't even think about them. You know, I don't know. What do you think of that?
I mean, I definitely see where you're coming from, and I do agree to a certain extent, but I also look at that and to kind of maybe give them the benefit of the doubt, at least the New York Times here, or, you know, any other network, Fox or CNN or NBC, whoever you said did that. Yeah, Vivek is polling it, I think, I'm looking at 6.8% in the Iowa Caucus. He's not above 10%. I see why he's not on the front page. Should he be, in my opinion? Yes, he should be on the front page with those candidates. And since Asa Hutchinson's still technically in this race, he probably should be too. But Vivek is not polling anywhere near DeSantis or Nikki Haley, and definitely not Donald Trump right now in the Iowa Caucus.
So there's an interesting question, I guess, of, well, we'll kind of talk about each candidate, obviously, but I think it's going to be interesting to see how Vivek actually does tonight, because he is very popular in our sphere, right? The internet conservative sphere. And I'll read your super chat in a second, Kenny. But I think the question and what this is going to show is how real is the internet compared to real life, right? Because whereas Vivek is all over the internet, Nikki Haley has been all over mainstream news TV. And I think when you think about the electorate, obviously I think he's mobilized a lot of young Republicans who otherwise might not turn out to this thing. But at the same time, you think about the boomers, the Gen Xers. It's going to be a very kind of interesting experiment in how much he's actually landing, because in the polls, he's not doing too well, in at least the way we would want him at least to be, right? But at the same time, you know, polls are not always accurate. Maybe something will happen that we're not expecting. Who knows? I am hoping Vivek comes close to Haley or even somehow beats Haley. I mean, I don't know if that's going to happen, but I would like to see that, right? Because even if Donald Trump wins this big and people think that's the only story, I don't think that'll be the only story, because you also have the question of, it's kind of also going to be a referendum on where the party is, right? However Vivek does, that shows something about where the party is. We are hoping, because we agree with his message, that you see sort of a momentum shift in that direction of the messaging. And if Nikki Haley does well, sadly, I think that's bad news, because it shows a lot of Republican voters are still asleep. They're still on the mental plantation, right? They still don't just truly get it, still supporting these neocons, still supporting these warmongers. So I hope at least she comes in third. You know, I hope DeSantis kind of fends her off, but we'll have to see what happens, because there's a lot of indications. Some people are speculating Haley might actually beat DeSantis in Iowa. I, for the sake of really everyone, don't want that to happen, because I want to sort of send a message to a person like Haley: you have no place in this party. And even if she loses but overperforms, again, that's not really a good sign. But
yeah, I mean, this is like a pre-primary, because I think, I mean, at least I'm kind of not calling the primary yet, but Donald Trump's the clear front runner. He's going to be the nominee, in my opinion. This is kind of a primary for 2028 of Donald Trump's going to be, if he wins, president for 4 years. There is going to be a new face of the Republican Party come 2028. And who will that be? What will that candidate look, sound like? What will their issues be? This is a big, I mean, whoever comes in second here tonight, assuming Trump wins, has a huge part to do with the future of the Republican Party. If Haley does really well tonight, I think that's bad news. Yeah,
that's a great point. That's actually a really good point. Whoever is the runner-up to this primary is going to be seen as a strong future contender. It doesn't automatically guarantee it.
No.
But you don't want Nikki to be anywhere close to a future position of power, so I 100% agree. Anyways, folks, it is officially 8 p.m. Actually, we missed it by 1 minute. It is officially 8:01 p.m., so the Iowa Caucus begins now. We are following live results. Let's see what happens. Do you have any indication on how long this is going to take to actually report?
I have no idea. Really, I mean, gosh, if it's anything like the Democratic Iowa Caucus a couple years back, it's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone remembers that, okay? I really, it's funny because COVID wiped out our memory of that entire cycle, man. You had Michael Bloomberg, okay, that guy was a character. I still remember when he was, eating the donuts and then licking his fingers while he was saying Trump wasn't doing a good job of COVID, and the guy was eating like the most disgusting pig you've ever seen. And then, you had Bernie versus Biden, Kamala Harris calling Biden racist and then becoming the VP like 6 months later. There's a lot about that cycle that's just forgotten. But anyways, while we're sitting here waiting, let me read this super chat from Talks with Kenny, who sends $20 saying, as a Vivek supporter, I only want one thing, which is Nikki Haley finishing last. I think Vivek will get over 10%. Well, I'm certainly rooting for both of those things to happen. I think it'll be good for the party to show, look, Trump is sort of seen as this larger than life leader of the party. But when you break down on the issues, this is where we are, right? We don't want candidates like Haley. We want candidates like Ramaswamy. I think I agree. And that would be, very good to see. Appreciate the super chat again, folks. If you would like to super chat the show, feel free to do so. And be sure to vote in the poll going on in the chat right now. I said, who do you support tonight? Very interesting results. We got a lot of Vivek love in the chat. I says Trump is polling at 56%, which is expected. Every poll on this channel I ever do has Trump winning. But Vivek Ramaswamy at 40% of the vote in the live chat tonight. So that is... it's very interesting to say the least. I hope if any of you guys are in Iowa, you are voicing those ideas right now and not watching the stream, or at least put in headphones when you're going to the caucus, if that's even legal. I don't know. But yeah, very interesting results. I wasn't expect 40%.
What I find interesting about that is Donald Trump outperforms the Real Clear Politics average, which, if you guys don't know what that is, it's just a conglomerate of all the major polls and media. Donald Trump's outperforming in that poll what he would on the Real Clear Politics average, but so is Vivek by almost 35%.
Right.
And
look, my channel is biased.
It leans a certain way, right. But I mean, it is interesting to see. Donald Trump's about 52% in the Real Clear Politics average. Haley's about 18%, DeSantis 15%, and Vivek 6.8%. And everybody else says nothing.
Again, folks, be sure to leave a like on the stream. Let's get the stream to 100 likes. Romans 5:8 brings up a great point, which is there has only been one recent election in history where a contested Iowa caucus winner became the nominee. So even if not Trump, it means nothing. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that even if somehow you get a miraculous upset tonight, Trump is still very likely the nominee. The only thing is, like I said, you want to get this thing over early, right? It's like you're a heavyweight champion. You're up against an inferior opponent. Just knock him out in 2 rounds. Don't mess around. Don't play around, right? And I would say that same thing is true of here. You want to just get this thing over with. You don't want anyone raising questions about, hey, if you're Donald Trump, obviously, hey, maybe his support isn't as big as we thought it would, blah, blah, blah. Like, again, it's good. It's going to be good if he can just get the primary over for him and just move on to the general election, right? The longer this goes, the more he has to try on the primary, the less time he has to focus on Biden when we get closer to the summer. So, if you're Trump, it's a reconciliation if something crazy happens, but it's also not what you want to happen. Definitely, for sure. But all right, anyways, we are taking a look here. We are still at 0% reporting. Again, folks, the Iowa Caucus, for those who missed it, is starting right now at 8 p.m. Okay? So it's probably going to be, I would think, at least an hour, if not several hours, before we are able to see any results. But yeah, I mean, a lot of things to prove tonight. It will also show whether or not Nikki Haley's astroturfed. Okay? That's been my theory. It's been my speculation. At the same time, I don't entirely know. Because in some ways, I think us being in the hardcore political sphere, we do internet stuff, we engage with sometimes a younger audience en masse, not always, obviously, but mostly younger audience. I don't always know how some of these silent Republican voters feel about stuff. I mean, you go on Twitter, you tweet out, no more foreign aid to Ukraine, 100 likes, everyone agrees, blah, 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 minority people get mad. But it's like your average Fox News viewing baby boomer. You think about the two parties we almost have in terms of internet political people and people who follow the news on TV. you may have a totally different view of that conflict.
Absolutely.
So, and it's always hey, they're Russia, it's the Soviet Union. A lot of people still subscribe to those cliches. So again, I think the Nikki Haley question is going to show how much of our party has waken up and how much are still totally in the dark and still really just don't get it, quote unquote, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think what's really going to be interesting, and we'll see if the weather affects the turnout in some of these counties, but some of the more college counties where those internet support may come, just like how you saw on the Democrat side back in 2016, you had all these Bernie bros that were big and vocal on the internet, but they didn't come out to vote.
Right.
And they couldn't beat Clinton. Will they help push Vivek over the finish line? Will that kind of wing of the party help Vivek gain support? Will it help Trump? Will it help that wing of the party? You're going to see things in like Johnson County, where the University of Iowa is. Trump performed very badly in that county in 2016 in the Iowa Caucus. Will that be a county that Vivek carries? Same with Iowa City, and where the Iowa State University is, in some of the more urban areas like Des Moines.
Right.
Will those areas with young people, will Vivek perform very well there, and will they have turnout due to the weather?
Right. I mean, my logic says, as you have seen, Vivek is campaigning very hard in Iowa. He's done like hundreds of more events than I think basically all the other candidates combined. Yep. He's doing like basically an event every hour. I would think that should translate to overperforming the polls. You would think, yes. Because usually when you really work hard at the ground game, I know it's the 2020s, but that stuff still matters. You see an effect on that. But again, we don't know. I'm not psychic. I have no idea, right? But anyways, again, folks, if you would like to super chat, feel free to do so. Be sure to leave a like on the stream. I guess a candidate we haven't really talked about. We've talked about Haley. We've talked about Vivek. We talked about Trump. Ron DeSantis, what's your read there?
I mean, coming into this, if you would ask me a year ago, this is a state I'd feel really good for Ron DeSantis about.
Yeah.
As far as maybe he's not beating Trump, but maybe he's coming in a close second. Maybe he's being competitive. But right now he's polling third behind Nikki Haley, a few points behind her. If he comes in third, or gosh, if he even gets beat by Vivek tonight and he finishes fourth, I think you see a concession speech. I don't even think
probably so.
I don't think he goes to New Hampshire, because I think it's going to be so embarrassing. They work that campaign works so hard in this
Iowa,
state.
yeah,
in this state from day one. If they cannot pull this out and perform well in here, just crack 18-20%, make a run for second, he's done. He has no chance.
Yeah, in New Hampshire, he's not doing well at all.
He's not going to do well in New Hampshire, and he's not going to do well in South Carolina, because Trump's going to do well. That's Nikki Haley's home state. He's done. There's no path for anything for him if he does terrible tonight.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. And I think that's probably why you've seen even some of his donors, the Never Back Down pack and stuff have pulled out. Yeah, I don't know. I think realistically, if that happens, it's probably best for DeSantis to not be stubborn about it, just drop out soon. Yes. And I've said this before, try to reconcile with Trump. And I know that sounds kind of crackpot, because it's like they are very at odds with each other right now, and there's definitely some bad blood. But hey, the same could be said about Ted Cruz in 2016. Yes. Marco Rubio just endorsed Trump. I don't know if you guys saw that. He endorsed Trump, I believe, this week. Hey, I mean, you remember what was going on there, right? Little Marco. So I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility. And the reason I say that's important is because as much as we've sometimes poked fun at Ron for not really running that good of a campaign, I genuinely don't have anything against the guy. I mean, I think he was a very solid governor. I think beyond just issues of policy, I think he set a very important precedent in terms of sort of conservatives wielding state power, being more aggressive on the culture war, all very important stuff. And I think he still can offer a very effective role in a future White House or the conservative movement or whatever, right? I don't want to see his political career totally end and he's off doing consulting or, I don't know, working at a pizza shop like Trump said or something like that, right? I don't actually want to see that. I think there are uses for him. I just don't think that, as you've seen in this campaign trail, it's kind of been proven, especially if we don't see a good result tonight, that the role as the top executive, the top dog, that's just not for him. But it doesn't mean that he's useless, right? Everyone has to do their part. Everyone's good at certain things. I think he's good at getting stuff done. If you put him in a role where he can get stuff done a little bit away from trying to have to campaign or win over public support, I think that'd be very good for him in the future. And that's why I say, if this happens, I think the smart move for Ron is just get out of the race fast. Don't drag. The longer you drag on, the worse it'll be, right? And just try to make a reconciliation. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, even if it goes bad tonight, I think, like you said, the best move is to drop out and just find a future in the party. Because, campaigns are different, primaries are different. You saw it with Ted Cruz, like you said, you saw it with Rubio. They reconciled. They're chill now. They're not going after each other in the media like they used to.
Well, Rubio endorsed him.
Yeah, Rubio endorsed him. Ted Cruz will probably endorse him. And that's just the way it's going to go. I mean, primaries and elections are like sports. You duke it out on the field. They're going to go after each other in the media, but when it's all said and done, they're going to make up at the end if it's best for them. And I think DeSantis does that. And even if it doesn't mean there's not a future for him in this party, there definitely is. Mm-hmm. He's governor now for another couple of years here in Florida. And I mean, gosh, if, Trump wins and, the primary's open in 2028, it's going to be wide open. He's got a shot. Who else is out there right now?
Well,
I mean, not that I'm saying he's going to win it, but his name would be in the race.
Yeah, it was certainly.
His name would be in the race along with Ted Cruz and Vivek Ramaswamy and probably Nikki Haley again.
I don't think he could serve this is Mike Cernovich's idea, but I think he could serve, say, a Trump White House as a very good, like, attorney general or something. Kind of a position where you just have to be in there and get stuff done and kind of do effective policies, right?
Definitely, but would he want that job? He's governor. Would he give up after he's governor, maybe?
Well, he's got
he's got a couple years left. I mean, I don't think he'd resign as governor to go take an AG job.
It wouldn't be the first time it's happened.
It wouldn't be the first time it's happened.
Happens all the time.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Well,
we're ways out from that, but we'll see.
We'll just have to see. Okay, so that's worst case scenario for DeSantis. Best case, you think, is what?
Oh, best case
20,
scenario,
25?
he'd get 20, 25% tonight. I mean, that's being really optimistic. He's polling at 15, but maybe a good scenario would be 22% for Ron DeSantis. He goes to New Hampshire feeling good, going into South Carolina feeling good, and, see how long he can kind of hang around. Mm-hmm. Because I don't think he's going to win the thing. I don't think it's a path for him. I think he knows there's not a path.
Right. It's like, what state is he going to win or, do well?
I think his goal is make it to Super Tuesday.
Yeah.
His goal is going to be make it to Super Tuesday. That's a realistic goal for him if he does well tonight. Make it to Super Tuesday, hang around, seem relevant, don't damage your reputation. Kind of play it like, I guess, a Romney in 2008 when he was, he lost a lot of traction to McCain. I mean, gosh, what a different Republican Party that was. But, I mean, he hung around and he made himself relevant enough and didn't embarrass himself in the election to come around back in 2012 and win the thing.
Yeah.
Win the nomination. So could he kind of hang around and keep himself in a position to run again? That's kind of the way I view it. That's the best case scenario for him.
Okay. Yeah, because I think if you're him, you don't want to suffer the embarrassment of losing Florida, which realistically he probably will, right? Because Florida obviously is DeSantis' state, but it's also a very big Trump state. I mean, we're both here. We know the sort of vibe there, sort of the attitude of I guess Floridians, the Florida man attitude. It's a Trump attitude. It's not and I think he really does want to avoid that embarrassment realistically. But again, this is all speculation. We're still at 0%. Any indication on when the first reports are supposed to come in?
No idea.
Okay.
No idea.
Well, then we're continuing the roundtable discussions here. Okay, so that's DeSantis. Best case scenario, worst case scenario, is he going to have to drop out after this? What about Vivek? Because let's say hypothetically, again, I'm not rooting for it, but let's just say he basically exactly matches what he's polling at in the caucus, 6.8% or whatever, somewhere around there. Where do you go from there if you're Vivek? Because Donald Trump, you saw this weekend, is now starting to put pressure on him to drop out and say hey, don't wait. He's saying don't waste your vote. That's the Trump message about why you should vote him over Vivek. If he doesn't do well in Iowa, what does he do next? Because he has made the argument that, hey, you kind of need me in the race because they're going to try to take Trump out somehow with the prosecutions and all that. And, you need a backup quarterback. He's kind of tried to subtly make that argument. I do somewhat subscribe to it. I kind of get the logic there. But at the same time, is he going to be able to justify staying in the race and not just endorsing Trump if he gets 6% or so? What are your thoughts there?
I don't know if he'll be able to realistically justify it. I mean, if he doesn't crack 8%, if he just gets right where he is, 6.8%, 7%, 5%, give or take one, I don't see how you justify staying in the race when you got two candidates pulling over 10% higher than you.
Right.
I don't see how you do it. well, 2 candidates other than Trump polling 10% higher, then you got 3. I don't think there's no path to victory for Vivek if he does really poorly tonight. I just
at least matches his polling, right?
Yeah, even if he matches his polling 6%, I mean, gosh, you could get 6% the way and he'll finish 4th.
Right.
You know, I don't see a path for him if he keeps just matching what he's doing. I mean, he's polling around 4% right now.
He needs a massive surprise for sure.
He needs a huge surprise to, get this thing going. I mean, this is, he's great. He's a great candidate. He's been fun. I just don't see a path for him.
Mm-hmm.
Now in the future, absolutely.
Right. But I think one of the issues, if he stays in the race, I totally get the backup quarterback argument. Like I find it compelling.
He's going to start seeing people turn against him.
That's what I'm saying, is that I think if you drop out in the next month or so, everything will be fine. But if he's trying to be either the VP or someone in Trump's future White House, chief of staff, press secretary, whatever, I think if you get like 6% and you keep staying in the race, getting 6-5 nominal numbers, you could see that rubbing Trump the wrong way on like a deeper level, right? Because now he kind of told people not to vote for Vivek, but by Trump standards, it was a pretty softcore attack, right? He didn't give Vivek a nickname. He didn't really be super aggressive. He just said, look, don't waste your vote. If he stays in the race, that might damage the relationship there, right? So there's sort of there's a give and take. I get the argument of you want to stay in it in order to make sure, you have a backup in case Trump is taken out of the race. But at the same time, if you want a future relationship with Trump, is it gonna piss Trump off if you're just stubbornly staying in this race all the way to the convention, basically with less than 10%, right?
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to rub Trump the wrong way if he keeps sticking around, because it's taking votes away from him, most likely. I mean, I'd imagine the Vivek voters, if he dropped out, would go Trump if he didn't endorse anybody, but I'd imagine he'd endorse somebody. I mean, I think he's going for the VP spot, maybe.
Or something in the White House.
Or something in the White House, some kind of future. I think if he could stick, I mean, if he gets 6%, he could stick it around in New Hampshire, South Carolina, hell, Nevada. But, once you get to Super Tuesday, you got to get out of this race if you're polling at 6%.
Yeah.
Because you got to let other people have an opportunity to catch some of those votes, because you just don't have a path if you're not polling above 10% coming into Super Tuesday.
And look, don't take this as a shot at Vivek, right?
No,
I think in many ways what we're debating here is like the consequences of success.
Yes.
Because the guy shouldn't have even made it to Iowa, realistically. When you're a no-name guy, how long do those campaigns last? Like 3-4 months? They just run out of money. They never gain traction, but he has been successful enough at marketing himself, at sort of getting out there, that now you are dealing with some of those issues of success, which is as you start to become an alpha of your own, the other alpha is, there's a butting of heads there. So, that's not a shot at Vivek, but the more successful he gets, the more complicated this is going to get from him. And, consequences of success, it's a very real thing.
Yes.
All right, we got a super chat here from Christopher Laurie, whose name I think I'm still saying wrong after all these years. I used to prefer DeSantis in 2028, but others have been rising. I prefer like Vivek or even Josh Hawley. Yeah. I'm in the same camp there for you. I mean, I don't have a favorite for 2028 because it's so long out. You don't even know who's going to run. Tucker Carlson may run in 28. Who knows? I don't know. But so I'm not making an endorsement, but I think for a future GOP candidate, Vivek is as strong as it gets, and I think our party would be in a good place if that happens. So,
absolutely.
Let's take a look here. We are still at 0%. Any counties to watch tonight?
I'm really interested to see Sioux County, because Sioux County, Trump did by far the worst in the 2016 Iowa Caucus. He came in. Do
you know where it is on this map?
Yes, it's going to be right above Sioux City. Okay. Keep going up. There. Sioux County. So he won it. I mean,
why do they not? You have Sioux City, which I think is the right way to say it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And Sioux County is in a different place.
Yes,
thank you, Iowa. Yeah. Let's go.
Sioux County is it's oddly positioned, but it's one of the, if not maybe the most Republican county in the entire state. Yet he did really poorly back in 2016. He finished 4th behind Ben Carson, Marco Rubio, and Ted Cruz. He only got about 500 votes in the county back then, and he won a landslide in 2020 by, he got 82% of the vote there. Now, here's the thing. what kind of Republicans are in that county? How much has the party changed in 8 years? Can he? I mean, is that a county Nikki Haley wins? You see, or Ron DeSantis, or hell, even Vivek Ramaswamy, a county he finished fourth in.
Hold your thoughts. Yeah. We'll keep talking about it in a second, but we do have our first reported numbers. We're reporting a grand total of 68 votes, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we can stop it now. It's over. Call the race. No, but in all seriousness, less than 1% in. Okay, now it's 158 votes. This is out of
is that Des Moines County?
Yeah, Des Moines County.
Oh, okay, that's actually a big county because Donald Trump, that was a swing county back in 2020.
Okay.
Yeah, he won that by less than 10%. It's
right now we got 120 votes for Trump. That's 75.9%. 19 for DeSantis at 12. 11 for Haley at 7. 7 total votes for Vivek at 4.4.
Okay.
So.
And what county's that?
We got up here. This is Lyon County. Up here we got 65 votes for Trump, 72%.
Yeah, Lyon County's another county Trump lost in the 2016 caucus. He did not do well, got about 15% of the votes.
Okay,
so that's good. Those are good numbers for him coming in. I know it's not a lot, but
well, the thing is though, like I said, the Iowa Caucus, we're not talking about like, oh, the mail-ins come first or early votes, whatever. You're basically all talking about the same batch of votes, more or less. So I think that as this kind of goes on throughout the night, you'll be able to. I don't think you're going to see massive swings, if that makes sense. But yeah, so far, folks, with less than 1%, Donald Trump absolutely dominating this race. In fact, I think you're seeing it basically go the way of conventional wisdom, right? Of, hey, Trump's going to blow everyone out. If you told me this in, say, 2023, I would have said it makes perfect sense, right? Donald Trump blowing everyone out. Right now, he has 76.3% of the vote. DeSantis coming in second, which is good. I don't want Haley in second with 12%. Nikki Haley at 6.6%. Vivek, sadly, only has a total of 8 votes so far in the state of Iowa.
There's not a lot of votes in. There's not a lot. Less than 200.
That is about 4%. One fool voted for Chris Christie. Okay, so congratulations, Chris. You got 1 vote in the election. Congratulations. Ryan Binkley apparently got 1. Asa Hutchinson has 0. Okay, so obviously we're watching the screen. You can feel free to do so as well, because if minor vote dumps come in, I might not report every single one. But back to your point about Sioux County, you said it's the deepest red county in Iowa, or close to it. 2016, Trump lost it, you said?
It was the worst county of Trump. He got 10% of the vote. He finished fourth. He finished behind Ben Carson, who, if you remember correctly, Ted Cruz sent out text messages a couple days before the election, basically saying he dropped out.
Okay.
Even though he didn't.
So I think that what it shows is it's like we got a new vote dump in. Margin's basically the same.
Yeah.
Let's see. I believe it was out of Keuka County, right? Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
We're seeing the same trend here, though, in every county. Hancock County, you got like Trump with well over 70%. Ron DeSantis in second with like double digits usually. And Nikki Haley in third. Actually, in this county, Vivek is at third. But yeah, I mean, okay, new county in Des Moines. I believe that's the first. Was that?
No, that was the original vote dump, I believe.
No, Des Moines County. Okay, Iowa's all weird. Yep. Des Moines City, Polk County just reported.
Yeah, Des Moines County.
And
Polk
with
County.
every of these early vote dumps, you're seeing the same exact pattern. Trump clearing 70%. Which, I said that's probably the margin you want to get. Easily clearing that so far.
Yeah, and that's another county that Trump got about 24% of the vote in 2016. He did worse in Polk County, which is in Des Moines. He got about 21% of the vote, so he underperformed himself statewide there. So that's another good sign for him.
So I think some of these counties you're talking about are sort of... I call them like Republican machine counties, right? Where they just kind of go with the status quo. They're very loyal to the Republican Party. Trump in 2016 had a strong appeal with sort of the new age, populist class of Republicans. But I think what you're seeing right now, and maybe you saw in 2020, which is Trump has basically won over the loyalty and support of just the sort of mainstream Republicans. Mm-hmm. And from what you're seeing so far, you pointed out some of these counties Trump didn't do well in 2016. That trend seems to be holding. He's just the ringleader. They're going to go with him. And so even the Republican machine counties, they don't want to go back to the establishment they liked before. They're going hard on Trump, I guess, right? Because, look at Haley, 5.3%.
Yeah,
what a
and
sad performance.
Also, in that most Republican county, another vote dump here. Donald Trump's lead just decreased a little bit. DeSantis picked up some votes, but
It's basically about the same.
yeah, about the same. The most Republican county state, Sioux County. You see DeSantis. I don't know who. Can you see how they voted? You see what the margin is there in Sioux County?
Which one?
Sioux County. It's top left. Oh wait. They didn't report. I thought they were reporting earlier.
No, it's this one.
Oh, Lyon County. Yep. Yeah, that's another county that Donald Trump lost. He's doing well in, but DeSantis coming in second. So that's interesting too, because people that didn't vote for Trump in the first time around are voting for Trump, and who's coming in second is who I'm also interested to see in those counties that he didn't do well in. Are they Nikki Haley people or are they Ron DeSantis people? Right now, it's looking like they're DeSantis people because he's got a nice edge over Haley right now.
Well, hey, folks, take a look at this. Only 4 votes separate Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy, ladies and gentlemen. Nikki has 17 votes. Vivek has 4. Hey, you never know, okay? They could come close to each other. But yeah, you are seeing at the moment, Nikki Haley is getting utterly shellacked, which is a beautiful thing. That's actually, right now, folks, again, we're less than 1%, but right now, my theory about Nikki being incredibly astroturfed and not actually very popular, you're seeing that. Again, less than 1%, but you are seeing that. I know it's less than 1%, but at the same time, like I said, this is a caucus. It works differently. It's not like, hey, early votes or what. They're all doing it at the same time. So that is very interesting to see. But yeah, folks, as we get some of these results in, be sure to leave a like on the stream. Let me check if we got any super chats. But it is a pretty dominant performance by Trump thus far. It is obviously very, very early, but like I said, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if any patterns are okay. Well, we did see. Dump. You did see a vote dump that went way down for Trump there. Now he's at 67%.
Good one for DeSantis too. DeSantis sitting at 18% right now.
All right, let's take a look. I guess Nikki Haley is winning. Or no, Ron DeSantis, my bad, is winning in Johnson County.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one. Johnson County is where the University of Iowa is, and Donald Trump did very poorly there in 2016.
Okay, so it's a college town.
It's a college town. That's where I was talking about. Maybe amongst Republicans, somebody like Vivek get up what we were talking about earlier, the internet vote kind of thing. Interested to see how that comes out. But right now, was it DeSantis in the ahead there? Or was it Haley?
It's DeSantis.
Okay,
yeah.
Narrowly, 4 votes. Yeah, it's an early dump, 1% of the votes. But still, yeah, interesting first dump. Yeah, I mean, Trump lost it. He got 19% in Johnson County back in 2016.
I'm curious to see how some of these college towns actually do, because
who's their in not only who's their first, who's their second, who's their third, who comes in last.
Right, absolutely. Let me see. I'm gonna try to add to this thing. Let's see, is it? No, not that one. I'm trying to get rid of this black box on the bottom. So give me a second here, chat. You know what? Screw it. Doesn't matter. Just deal with it. There's a black box on the bottom. But yeah, still a dominant performance for Donald Trump so far. Let me check if we got any super chats here. But let's take a look. Okay, we did one. It's just Liam for $2 says, I'm expecting Vivek to shock some people tonight. Thank you for the $2. I mean, thus far, it's not happened, but it's very early. But also, this may sound like a cope, but it's honestly true. The fact that Haley is in such close striking distance of him, when this was the chick who was supposed to come and she's going to beat DeSantis in Iowa. Well, so far, that's not panning out. And if that doesn't pan out, I do think a lot of the credit there goes to Vivek, because he's been the biggest person trying to expose Haley. You saw his performance in the debates, all the things he was saying there. And so Vivek supporters, I know, no points for second place, but take it as something of a consolation if, these numbers hold and Haley massively disappoints. I think Ramaswamy deserves the majority of the credit for being the guy who made that happen, right? Because Trump didn't really get involved either way, with some of these lesser candidates to a heavy aggressive degree. DeSantis, I know that last debate, they kind of went back and forth, and that was certainly a bad performance for Haley, but really, big picture, the biggest person who's been instrumental in trying to expose Nikki Haley to the Republican public has been Vivek Ramaswamy. And so if she bombs. I mean, I guess partially, in fairness, a lot of it would just be due to the fact that she sucks and she's heavily astroturfed by the media. But at the same time, you know, he does deserve a lot of credit there. So let's see.
Yeah, Hancock County's got 10% of the vote in. Trump only got about 18% last time. He's got 69% right now. So that's good signs for him with actually a decent dump in.
Give me a second, folks. I know there's a red thing on the screen. All right, boom. That looks kind of ugly. Will have to suffice. Okay. While we're just sitting here, are the Democrats doing anything tonight? What exactly is going on? Because I know they got rid of the official Iowa Caucus, but there's still some type of thing that
Well, they got.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen,
Yep.
The New York Times is projecting that Donald already, folks. How long did this take? In 32 minutes, Donald Trump, folks, is the projected winner, according to the New York Times, of the Iowa Caucus. So that was fast.
No surprise. Less than 1% of the vote even in.
Yeah, not a big surprise. But
yeah, less than 1% of the vote in. Yeah, I mean, now it's I imagine it's a battle for second unless they, maybe was it Fox News that kind of pulled one of their calls?
That did happen. Yeah,
maybe it'll be one of these.
But I would think something as big as this, probably not.
No, I mean, it was expected long ago. I don't see the result changing, but I am interested to see what's the difference between second and third. Haley and DeSantis, that's the race right now.
I think a lot of people have the question. I kind of hinted at this before, but I think people probably have this question of how can they call the race with 1% or less than 1%? And like I said, I think to them, it probably has to do with the fact that, like I said, there's no differentiation of voting here. It's all one big vote batch, right? Iowa Caucus, everyone shows up at the same time. There's no mail-in, there's no nothing. So even though there's less than 1% in only a couple counties reporting, they're probably saying you can basically expect how it's all going to go based on the first couple of votes. So I would assume that's their logic here in calling this. It's honestly a little premature for me to even say that, but I also let's be real. Yeah. Trump has won the Iowa Caucus.
It's like coming here in about not a few months, a little more than that, but come November, we can call California with 0.5% in. I mean, we can call it. Like, we know how it's going to go. As long as there's nothing crazy coming out of they got major urban areas reporting right now, so I think it's definitely safe to call it. I mean, it's a little early, but you can call it.
I'm tweeting right now. Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee. It's decided. I mean, it was kind of decided before this, but...
Yeah, but as you were saying, the Democrats, they're not leading with Iowa anymore after the catastrophe that happened a couple years ago.
It's not... Let me be real, though. It's not really about the catastrophe in 2020. It's about the fact that Iowa used to be sort of a swing state, and now the Democrats have basically just completely abandoned that place, right? It's too white. It's not diverse enough. It's too rural, I don't know where the first state's going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if they move it to like New York or something to just double down on their people. But
it's gonna be either South Carolina, New Hampshire, or Nevada, because the best way for these parties to function, I believe, is the reason it's set up the way it is. We have 4 small states from every different part of the country is how will a candidate perform in the Midwest, the Southeast, the Northeast, and the West. Mm-hmm. And that's the way it's set up to go. They just want to lead differently because they probably don't believe that's the most important area right now for them anymore. Even though they're not winning Iowa anytime soon.
Right.
They aren't. And these all used to be swing states to go back 10 years, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Iowa. Now they're a little more solidified in their parties.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, so back to the topic, though. Mm-hmm. They've already called it for Donald Trump. What this also shows is that the sort of, I guess you could call it conspiracy theory sentiment, I don't know, that, every other campaign wanted to have, which is the support for Donald Trump's not as real as you think it is. We don't trust the polls. We don't trust nothing. I mean, this basically shows actually it was pretty on the money. In fact, maybe at least by these current margins, it's even more than you thought, right? So Trump's not going anywhere. There's no secret silent majority of Republicans who are against him. That's all there is to say, right? Now, I do, again, also find it interesting that DeSantis is doing pretty well for his expectations, right? There's no threat currently at the moment of Nikki Haley coming in second. Again, it's early. Who knows? Maybe some counties Nikki Haley focused on heavily.
We got 0.4%
I have no idea.
in, so we got a long way to go. But right now he's sitting at 15%.
But yeah, but at least we'll have a resolution, right? At least we're not going to go to 2 a.m. saying we don't know the winner. Okay,
Yep.
I think the winner is 99% obvious. Again, they've already called it. But let me monitor right now and see if any of these candidates are making a speech, because I don't want to miss those. Want to be able to clip those, put those out. But
Yeah.
I don't know if you're these other candidates. Do you even make a speech tonight?
Oh, if Ron DeSantis has a good night, he's got to take advantage of this moment. Because the moment every candidate coming into this, Nikki Haley, I'm sure deep down, she wasn't telling her supporters this, but she believed that it's a battle for second tonight between her and DeSantis. She wants to come out and get 20%. Ron DeSantis wants to come out and get 20%. Vivek Ramaswamy wants to come out and crack 10%. That's the battle tonight. How will these candidates, who's going to come in second? It's the battle for second tonight.
Right. Okay, John Willard is back. I think this is like his 7th account. He says, lol, you guys think Iowa is the entire primary. Okay, John, let's be real about this. New Hampshire, is that still kind of up for grabs? Yes. Although, you see here, if Trump is just basically dominating, then I think that might translate to New Hampshire. Even pretending, though, if it doesn't, okay, all of these candidates have put their full attention into Iowa. All the non-Trump candidates, they've been grinding really hard to get the state. If Donald Trump dominates Iowa, and you see how he's doing in the polls in basically every other state outside New Hampshire, you're looking at a 49 or 50 state victory easily. Okay, so let's be real about that, John Willard, Mr. You guys think Trump is, well, you think Iowa's the entire primary? No, it's not the entire primary, but again, it's a state that if Trump dominates here, it basically means he's going to dominate the whole thing, with the exception of maybe New Hampshire. But again, if he's doing this well in Iowa, I would think he should clear New Hampshire easily. It might get kind of close, but I don't think he's losing that state. But anyways, got a few new vote dumps in, basically the same margins, nothing much there to say, other than Vivek Ramaswamy has now cleared 5%. He's at 6.3%. Nikki Haley still at 7.8%. Again, folks, I don't know if something she's waiting on later, a certain county, but you're seeing what I've been saying. Look at that. And I'm glad to see it, because it's only been speculation on my part. She's astroturfed, at least at the moment. Because if she can't clear 10% in the state, everyone's saying, oh, she might do well. And I don't know how good that looks for New Hampshire. Anyways, let's get here to some of our super chats, ladies and gentlemen. Again, if you would like to support the show tonight, feel free to do so. But we got one here. Wumpy for $5 says, bro, are they using Trump's OG picture from like 2016? OG Twitter picture from 2016, lol. Actually, I think that's his presidential headshot. But in fairness, listen, as someone who works in the content game, sometimes you just have a listed thing of headshots and you want to just keep using them. Okay, so I don't entirely blame. It's honestly a good picture.
Yeah.
No complaints there. No complaints there. But yeah, apparently it does seem like they are still doing that. Okay, we got new stuff, I believe. Mm-hmm. So Ron DeSantis is still winning.
He's dropping a little bit
in Iowa County here. In Cedar County, you know anything about there? It's Donald Trump 71%. Vivek Ramaswamy is in second place in Cedar County at 14.
Yeah, Cedar County is a county that Trump did really well in 2016.
So that's not surprising then that Vivek's in second there, because that's more of a populist county, right? That's more of like a MAGA, disaffected, middle American sort of state.
I'm actually interested to see, sorry to cut you off, his best county, Fremont County, back in 2016. It's at the bottom left. They haven't reported yet. It's a very, very small rural county. Mm-hmm. He got 42% in a primary that at the state he only carried 24. Mm-hmm. He killed that county. Interested to see how that comes out and who comes in second. Is it Vivek? Is it DeSantis? I'd imagine it's going to be one of them.
Definitely. Vivek is still winning in Johnson County. DeSantis is still winning in Johnson County.
That's where the University of Iowa is. That's an interesting report.
College kids, what are you doing? Get it together. Okay,
Nikki Haley second.
Yeah. Oh, it is now flipped to Nikki Haley, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wow.
Johnson County. So again, this is the University of Iowa.
43%. And DeSantis now falling.
These freaking losers.
Yeah, I mean, with only 1% of the voting, we're going to see a lot of change. But this is interesting stuff coming in really early, though.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know how hard Vivek campaigned here, but I'd like to see him do better considering the
It's a college
Gen Z appeal. You know?
And same with Des Moines, a very more urban area for Iowa.
Because listen, the only college kids who support Haley, although I have met one at her school. Okay, I have met one at her school. Nice guy, but you could read him from a mile away, which is like typical effeminate poli-sci nerd. Okay, I'm actually, type of person there, the pseudo intellectual. So you got, like, all you frat boys need to go vote. I know none of you support Nikki. I know it's I work at the poli-sci department. Nerds, the graduate assistants, you can't let them win. Okay, where are the frat guys at? Okay, where's AGR at? Trump visited that. I think that was Iowa State though.
Another dump. Haley just gained some more ground at 14% now. Vivek sitting at right where he's polling, 6.7.
Oh boy. Well, now, according to the new dumps, folks, Nikki Haley may come in second place after all. It's very razor thin between them.
Yeah, with
Vivek still at 6.7.
0.9% of the vote in.
Very interesting. Where did that report from? Was this here before? Was it this county?
Maybe it was more out of Johnson.
I wasn't even watching. Maybe it is out of Johnson. Yeah,
I think it may be more out of Johnson. Yeah, 3%. I mean, really early in Johnson County, but very interesting numbers right off the bat.
We can't let this happen. I don't want Nikki Haley to win a single county. Okay? I don't really care if DeSantis wins a county. Nikki cannot win a single county. Okay? I want to see her cry. I want to go to
Polk County real quick.
Get it together, Hawkeyes. Okay, get it together. Which one's Polk County?
Okay. Yeah. So Haley in second. That's one Donald Trump did not do good in 2016. He's doing good there right now, but Haley is in second. Very early though. Another vote dump. Haley gaining some more ground. About to take the lead over DeSantis, it looks like. Sitting at 15.2%.
I got too cocky trashing Nikki Haley.
Have we cracked the percent reporting yet? That's what I want to know. Have we cracked it?
We have.
We're at a full percent? We're at a full percent?
We are at 1%.
All right, there we go. We're making progress now.
Folks. Nikki Haley.
The tide's turning.
What are you guys doing?
Oh, no.
Nikki cannot come in second.
Chris Christie has 2 votes.
Oh, chat. Chris Christie has 2. He's coming.
The croissants.
Okay? He dropped out. It was a strategic maneuver to take out Trump. Okay. He was playing 5D chess. And now he has 2 votes. Okay, 2 votes. He's only about 100,000 away from winning. So, congratulations to Chris Christie. Ryan Binkley has more votes than Chris Christie.
And he's outperforming him and Asa Hutchinson, which Asa Hutchinson still wasn't dropped out.
That's hilarious. I still don't know who Ryan Binkley is. I know he's had tables at like CPAC and Turning Point and all those events, but outside of that, no one knows this guy. And he's beating Asa Hutchinson, which is
4
hilarious.
votes now for Big Chris.
Wow. he's coming. Watch out, Donald Trump.
He's going to re-enter the race.
He's going to come back in. Has that ever happened? Has anyone ever dropped out of the race and come back in?
He's doing way better than he probably did. He's got 4 voters.
Wow. Hey, only 671 away from Trump right now. So, so you're saying...
it's not a lot when you think about it. I mean, it isn't.
So you're saying there's a chance. All right, folks, let's get on to these super chats, ladies and gentlemen. It's Just Liam says, what do you think about people flipping on Vivek? I think I know what you're talking about here, which is like, the moment Trump says something bad about him, everyone is turning on him. I don't know how common that really is, because I know people keep saying this person did that person did that. I don't know. I haven't actually seen anyone really do that. My opinion on both Vivek and DeSantis and Nikki Haley, actually, and Chris Christie, I can say has been the same since the start of this primary. I was very anti-Nikki Haley even back in the Trump days. I said she was a warmonger. I'm sure it's somewhere in my IG archives in 2019, but I've always been against her. DeSantis, I've always said, is a good governor, but this is not really his moment. I don't know if he's up to this race, and that played out exactly, and I still feel the same way. I still defend his record and stuff. I just say, okay, maybe this is not for you. And Vivek, same thing, right? I still like him a lot. I'm still a fan. But I still think this is kind of Donald Trump's primary. All right, hold on a second. Before we get to that next super chat, Ryan, it's so over. I got too cocky. I got way too... The Nikki Haley campaign's going to put together a 2016 style compilation of me saying, Nikki Haley's astroturfed, and then look, now it's official, folks. Nikki Haley is officially in second place.
Yep.
In the state of Iowa, beating Ron DeSantis by 1 vote.
Yep.
So very interesting.
I'm very interested to see who comes in second because Trump's going to carry the complete bottom southern border of Iowa. He should, at least. All those rural counties right there. Who's going to come in? Is Haley going to outperform DeSantis? And if she does, that's really embarrassing.
I think, though, we did get a dump out of Johnson County because it was at like 3%.
Another
before.
dump.
It's now 7%.
She lost her lead, but got, obviously added to her
So
votes.
outside of the University of Iowa, let's see. She's in second in Cedar County, very narrowly. DeSantis is second in this county. DeSantis second. Nikki Haley second in Polk County, which is interesting. So you're noticing the urban areas and obviously the college town. Nikki Haley's beating DeSantis in. But it seems to me that in a lot of the rural counties, which many of them haven't reported, DeSantis is beating Haley. So I guess that sort of makes sense, right? You're sort of like milquetoast, softcore, moderate type of demographic of voters. That's where Nikki's beating DeSantis, and also they're lighter red. So, Trump is underperforming a bit, but at the same time, come on, college kids, what are you doing? Anyways, we did get a super chat about that. Zachary says, what is it with those college betas? Yas queening for Nikki. She's going to kill you halfway across the globe to enrich Boeing. Obviously talking about the wars there. Like I said, Zachary, I know the type. I know the demographic, okay? The soy-faced nerds who, are pre-law and are super political nerds, and I think your average conservative guy in college is not on that side. But again, it's an issue of energy, who turns out to vote, the nerd who's like, it's my civic duty, or the frat guy who's like, I'd rather party, so I guess that's the question. All right, new vote dump, and once again Trump went up a little bit. Nikki Haley now surging even more. It's now 18.2% for Nikki, 16.7% for Ron. I will zoom in on this slightly here so you guys can see it a little better.
Yeah, she's leading in Story County right now. That's another big county. That was one Trump did not do well in again in
Story
2016.
County, this one right
Story
here.
County, yes.
Well, Donald Trump right now getting shellacked in that county. Wow.
I believe he came in fourth in Iowa in Story County, behind even Ben Carson in 2016.
What is that, like George Bush's secret place of birth? What's up with the story?
I don't know. Yeah, I think it was Ted. I think Rubio won it. I think Rubio won Story County in 2016.
What a bunch of weirdos.
Yeah, Rubio.
Story County. You're
it was
weird.
Rubio, Cruz, Carson, then Trump.
Interesting.
Yeah,
it looks like Exurban of Des Moines, sort of.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah, the more neoconish area, I guess, huh?
I guess. I don't know the story. Any Iowans? Well,
Yeah.
first of all, we shouldn't have any Iowans watching this because you should be out caucusing
Yes.
right now. But if you do, what's up with Story County? All right. It has a weird name. Clearly some weird people. I don't know. But yeah, Nikki Haley now at 19%.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh. That
DeSantis at
sucks.
16. Vivek's at 8.
Hey,
now.
Vivek's at 8. That's higher than what he was polling at. So... And Nikki Haley went up again. She's now at 20, ladies and gentlemen, with a brand new vote dump. I assume that's probably out of Story or somewhere here, but let's see.
No.
Yeah, Grundy County, it's close between Haley and DeSantis. I would say the good news for DeSantis is that you have a lot of these counties here with non-urban, like no big cities.
Yes.
It seems like so far the rural areas are going more for DeSantis than Haley in the second place vote, as you can kind of see here.
Yeah.
So... I think obviously Haley
at
does best
20.
in the milquetoast style places. So when these rural counties start reporting, I think you're really going to see how this is supposed to go and how this is going to go. But yeah, very interesting stuff here, folks.
Yeah, Trump lost Story County in 2020 by about 17% to Biden, so it's not a county he's probably even going to expect to carry, but it is a Democratic area. But still, you want to maybe try to make that county somewhat competitive in a year. I mean, yeah, 17% he lost it to Biden by. Lost by about 9,000 votes.
What's a semi-rural county in Iowa doing voting for Biden by 17? What a bunch of losers.
Let's see. All these college towns will go blue. Yeah, Johnson. I mean, Trump got shellacked in Johnson County in 2020. But where's... Is that Woodbury?
Where?
On Sioux City.
Yeah.
All right, outperforming 2020 right now.
Okay.
He outperformed by himself by 10%.
All right, interesting. I think we got a super chat. Hold on. Or, no, we didn't. Okay, I already read that one. All right, again, folks, if you would like to super chat, feel free to do so. Let me know your thoughts on all of this stuff. Also, we now have hit 400 viewers. You know what's funny is it's sort of going the way the race reports, right? Okay, 1% of viewers in, 2% of viewers in. Be sure to leave a like on the stream. Let's get the stream at 200 likes. And while you're at it, we still have the poll running in the chat. Feel free to let me know who you support in the caucus tonight, who you support in the primary. Current results are Trump at 53%, Vivek at 42%, DeSantis at 4%, and Haley at 1%. So someone voted for Nikki Haley. I don't know if they were joking. I don't know if it was a meme. Because I still haven't really seen Haley supporters in the comments, but if you are the one guy who voted for Haley, it's an anonymous poll, so I don't know who voted for who, but feel free to show yourself. Okay, show yourself. We're searching for you. We're looking on the internet to find Nikki Haley supporters. But what do you think explains Vivek at 7%? I think I kind of summed it up before that. Sometimes the internet is not real life, which kind of sucks in this case. Sometimes it's a good thing, but would you say that's kind of what accounts for it, or?
I'm sorry, I zoned out. I was looking at the numbers. Can you repeat the question?
What do you think accounts for Vivek at 7%?
Oh, okay.
I think a lot of our viewers are surprised by that. Yeah, I truthfully am not. I'm disappointed, but I'm not super surprised.
I'm not surprised. Yeah. He's actually outperforming what he is in the polls right now, and that's what the polls have shown. I think Vivek's a good candidate. I think he's got a really bright political future. But I think he's just kind of seen as, if you like Vivek, you like Trump a little bit more. Yeah. And most likely. Like, he's kind of second place to Trump to most people. Mm-hmm. People still like Trump more than him, to where Nikki Haley's doing better than Vivek, because if you don't like Trump, you probably like Nikki Haley. Mm-hmm. If you like Trump, you probably like Vivek. And if you like Trump, you're probably voting for Trump. Yeah. That's the way I view it. Now, DeSantis is doing pretty well because, he's kind of that same thing. If you don't like Trump, or maybe you do like Trump, if you're a DeSantis loyalist, you may go out and vote for him, and he's getting some of the anti-Trump vote, I'm sure. Yeah. And there's still a lot of neocons left in the party for sure. But yeah, absolutely. I also think the thing with Vivek is that he's very popular on the internet, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, every election year, the internet's more important. If you said in 2012 you're popular on the internet, okay, who cares? 2024, it doesn't account for nothing. Clearly, it accounts for at least 7% here. But I still think a big chunk, the majority of the Republican electorate, they don't watch the YouTube videos. They're not on Twitter. They're not heavily... the most they do is they sit down every night or maybe in the morning. They turn on Fox and Friends, before they go to work. And if you watch Fox and Friends, what's the sentiment you would get? Okay? Because you got Brian Kilmeade, total loser neocon, by the way, okay? Let me just say that. Bashing Vivek and calling him like pro-Putin and all this stuff, okay? And we reacted to that once on this channel. Fox News refuses to hold Nikki Haley up to the limelight, try to pressure her on anything. And the sad truth is, I do think time's on our side, because cable news is dying, the influence of it is dying. But for now, you still have a lot of people who are less involved, less plugged in, who don't know a lot about Vivek. If they listen to the way Fox and corporate media talks about him, you think he's just some like provocative clown. And I think, Ryan, you're right. A lot of the people who like him also like Trump. And so Trump is taking probably most of his likely vote. And that to me is to account for it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We got a new vote dump in, a minor vote dump. We're now at 2%. So folks, this is going so fast, isn't it? Donald Trump has cleared 1,200 votes in the state of Iowa. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis still basically tied, more or less, compared to where we are right now. But Nikki Haley is up in the moment, 19, Ron DeSantis 17. Not good news for the future of DeSantis' campaign, right? He needs to clear and beat Nikki Haley, because if he comes in third, there's no path. Yep. There's not even really a justification. You're kind of just honestly damaging your reputation by staying in it. The only way is if he gets, like, if he's a third by 0.5% or 0.25%, then he can justify it, because, he may do well in New Hampshire. I don't know. He's probably going to stick around if these numbers hold. I don't think New Hampshire is a favorable state to him. I don't think it is either, but he'll stick around for it. I don't think if everything holds, like the numbers just end where they are, which they're not, but if he sits at 17%, he outperformed himself by 1% in the polls. He's not feeling great about it, but he didn't get embarrassed
because he's polling terribly in New Hampshire. And part of the reason is, like I said, New Hampshire is one of those weird states. They like out there candidates, which is why I think they like someone like, I mean, it's also confusing because I would think New Hampshire would be an anti-war state, but I think it's because like Nikki Haley's like liberal on the social issues, a totally different image of a Republican. I think the problem with DeSantis and the problem he's going to have in New Hampshire is he is like as conventional as it gets in many ways. That's not me calling him a rhino neocon. It's just basically that he's such a by the book guy. He doesn't really throw anything interesting out there in terms of his image. And like I said, because New Hampshire is weird like that, I think the polls in New Hampshire at the moment for him make a lot of sense. All right, we got a super chat here. Gianna for $5 says, why did you use the same thumbnail pic 20 times in a row, lol? That's not true. There's one live stream where we used a different one. Also, Trump is the Iowa Caucus captain. Trump 2024. Well, because it's called branding. Okay, it's called, I thought about it. I was like, there's something to be said about putting the same headshot on all the thumbnails. It's like it's consistent, okay? I noticed a lot of channels did that. And it saves me a lot of time. I don't have to look for a new headshot. Hey, what face fits this? So that's the reason why. That's the reason why. And honestly, the views on the channel have been up this year. So I don't know if not using a different headshot every time has made the difference there. But thank you for the $5. Again, folks, if you would like to super chat the show tonight, feel free to do so. But we are still here waiting. Right now, I guess Donald Trump has already secured, they're saying 12 delegates. I don't know how the delegate selection process actually works specifically, but let's see. I think Clinton County, I believe that's a new report here, right?
I believe so.
So in Clinton County, which is on the eastern border of the state, we got Donald Trump at 105. He's got 69% of the vote. Nice. Ron DeSantis at 14%. And here is one county. Shout out to Clinton County. Vivek Ramaswamy beating Nikki Haley in third place.
Yep.
So that's certainly very interesting. Let me check the television. That sounds so boomer. Let me check the television stuff right now to see if any of these candidates are about to give a speech. Because honestly, if I were Trump, I might just give the speech right now. Just like, hey, declare victory, move on. Any of these other candidates, you want to wait and see what happens for sure. But let me take a look here. Ryan, if you want to carry the stream for a second, I'm going to see if there's any news out of Trump HQ.
Yeah, sure.
In terms of if he's going to be speaking.
One county that has not reported yet that I'm looking forward to them finally stumping some numbers in hopefully here soon is Scott County. Scott County is a county that he really did not do good in 2016. Lost in 2020 to Biden by 3%. This can be a very competitive county going into 2024. A county he should be able to win, you'd hope. It also went to Hillary back in 2016, so he lost it in the caucus in both generals. So hopefully he can perform well in Scott County, even though he did not really in the 2016 caucus. I believe it's another county he came in fourth. I believe so. So that's something that his campaign's gonna be looking at places like Scott County, like Sioux County, hoping to see improvement from 2016 and from 2020, because Iowa's going to translate, hopefully, a little bit to what the rest of the Midwest is going to look like. Is can he kind of flip some of those voters he either never got or lost?
All right, really quickly, I'm checking the Twitter timelines of the candidates just to see if they're saying anything about what's going on right now. Nothing out of Vivek, which I guess is understandable because it's like, okay, well, he has one post here, just some videos from the Iowa Caucus, not really saying much here. Nikki Haley, there is a little bit here. She's so annoying. Running through the red tape. Yeah, go, queen. Yeah, girl boss. Okay, yeah, okay. We're not taking any voter for granted. Okay. This is interesting here. Representative Scott Hilton, I guess, who is endorsing Nikki Haley, posted this picture of him about to caucus or whatever. That looks to me like the average man who would support Nikki Haley.
But does that say, why is it the caucus? It says Georgia at the end. Or is GA? Is that Georgia?
He's probably just someone who
I think on the campaign, maybe.
Yeah, on the campaign, yeah.
He's got the little.
But I mean, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Average Nikki Haley supporter, right there. Yeah, there you go.
Thomas Moosey. I'm pretty sure that is the storm.
So yeah, let's see. Anything out of DeSantis? Let's take a look. No, nothing out of DeSantis. All the candidates are basically pretty quiet right now. We are watching Trump
DeSantis
HQ to see
back.
DeSantis is back in second place now, so that's good. That's good.
Yep, some of those rural counties in the belt are kind of starting to report.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I called, which is the trend we were seeing early is urban areas, college town areas, right? More milquetoast Republicans, quote unquote. Haley's beating DeSantis, but DeSantis is beating Haley in the rural counties, which, as you can see on this map right here, there's still a ton to go. So that seems to be what is accounting for some of this. Upper News, was that reporting before? I'm not sure if it was.
No, that's a brand new report.
Brand new one,
that's
yeah.
a county Trump did very well in, general primaries, all before. That's his strongholds right there.
Yeah. And I think this is sort of in the line. You kind of look at this margin of how the most of Republican America feels, right? Trump is the ringleader. They like DeSantis. They're curious about Vivek. They're not really that interested in Haley, right? That's sort of, I think, the way the rural Republican, the base, quote unquote, really feels about it. And you see that there in the margins, for sure. Whereas some of these suburban areas, Haley is definitely doing better in. But yeah, I think it's safe to say DeSantis and Haley, whoever comes in second or third, they're probably going to be pretty close to each other, right? Would that be a fair prediction?
Yes, I think they're going to be pretty close. It's going to be who can nudge the other by about 2%.
Yeah.
2 to 3%, maybe less. Depends on how close this really gets.
But let's see. Oh, they took away Trump's delegates. Look at the steal. Stop the steal, ladies and gentlemen. Trump had 12 delegates. Now he has 0. Explain that. Patriots are not in control right now. Explain the theft. Okay, they're already stealing the election. That's a joke, YouTube. They're already stealing the election. They took away his delegates. It's rigged. This is so real. But anyways, this is the same vote dump, right?
Yeah, but DeSantis is now new vote dump, about the same. DeSantis is now at the best point of his vote share, I believe, since we started the stream, 19%. This is very early, 3% of the votes of the state end, but we got a long way to go. But if he can hover at that number, he's got to feel decent.
I think the final margin is still very much up for grabs.
Absolutely.
I think it's a question of, will Trump get under 50 or over 50? It's very close right now, right?
Yeah, he's polling at about 52, 53% right now.
And I think if you're Trump, if you want to end the primary right now, you need over 50 for sure. Or not you need, but you would like over 50, right? Yeah. DeSantis at 20, that's better than he was polling at before, though, right?
Yes, no, he was polling at, I believe, 16, so he's polling about 3% better, right? Or he's outperforming himself by 3% in the polls. Story County right now in second place, beating Trump in Story County. Haley leading. That's a county Trump did really bad in, came in, I believe, 4th. He's in 3rd right now. Vivek was 17% there. That's interesting. He could push Trump in that county.
This is what, Story County?
Yeah,
right
Story County right there. And they're not going to show Vivek for whatever reason.
Because the steal.
Vivek's at, for those of you who cannot see it, Vivek's at 18% in that county. Yet they're not showing him, even though Trump's at 21 and DeSantis at 27. So that's
the system.
The system is after Vivek Ramaswamy.
This is so real.
Lynn County, a county that Trump did not do well in back in 2016, I believe, he's performing pretty well there. But Nikki Haley second by about 20%.
Okay, and that makes sense because if he didn't do well in 2016, it's more of a
there was a lot more established candidates back in 2016 too.
Yeah. But yeah, I think you are seeing, like I said before, the establishment Republicans have sort of, I won't even call them establishment. I'll just call them like mainline, right? You voted Republican all your life. You've always lived in a Republican area. Nothing populist, nothing new political alignment about your place where you live, right? I think you're seeing, there was a question, obviously in 2020, the party all got behind Trump, and that was pretty unquestioned. 2024, I think, was going to be a referendum on, is the mainline GOP voter still with Trump? And I think you're seeing by the fact that, like you said, the sort of non-populist Republican areas that Trump didn't do well in 2016, but won in 2020, he still has them in 2024. So that seems to show his support in that regard isn't really going anywhere, right? With just your sort of average Republican,
Yeah, and if you want to go back to, I believe it was Lynn County. May have lost it on the map.
Was it over here. Yeah, Lynn County.
Yeah, no, he did. He came in third back in 2016, and that Cruz won it by a decent margin. Then it was Rubio and Trump about 9 points behind Cruz. He's performing very well in there, so that shows, well, 1%, not much, but still good signs for Trump.
I wonder what those DeSantis Twitter influencers are going to say. I really do, because, and again, I don't 100% hold those people against DeSantis. Now, it's probably a misjudgment to hire some of those clowns, but, it's one thing to say, oh, well, hey, he did better than we thought or whatever, but these people were saying the polls are all fake. DeSantis is going to win the nomination. I think Bill Mitchell said if DeSantis doesn't become the nominee, he's going to quit Twitter forever. Yeah, we'll see if that happens. Anyone want to scroll to their timeline right now and let me know? That's got to be a circus, okay? Because if you're saying some of the things these people... I'm not attacking DeSantis. It's like, okay, 19%, fine. But to the influencers who were going out there saying, he's going to beat Donald Trump, trust the plan... These people actually became more schizophrenic than QAnon by the end, and truly they were. I wonder what they're thinking right now. But yeah, DeSantis now is in second place once again, 19.3%. We did get some new vote dumps there. It's still a narrow margin between him and Haley. That's very much a toss-up. I think we can call, though, more or less, okay? The Vivek supporters will not be happy, but I'm being a realist, okay? I think it's safe to say he's going to come in fourth.
No,
unless there's, I don't see any like miracle. Oh my gosh! All of a sudden he starts surging. I mean, like I said,
to make the Vivek supporters maybe feel a little better, 3% of the votes. There's still 97% of the vote out.
Yeah, he could get to like 10.
If he got to 10, it's a win today.
It is.
He was.
But I don't think he's going to get in third. I think fourth place is.
I think tonight it showed what we already knew. It's going to show what we already know, and that he's not. He's a good candidate, and he's got a very bright future. But he's not the guy right now.
Yeah,
he's not the guy to finish second or third in this race.
Yeah, which kind of wish it wasn't like that, but
absolutely.
That's how it is.
Wish it was different, but that's the truth. And if you want to go up to Lyon County,
where's
the
that?
top left?
Top left.
It's one of the first counties to report. That was a county that Trump did pretty poorly back in the 2016 caucus. Came in fourth behind Carson, Rubio, and Cruz. Cruz won it. Cruz outperformed him by a lot. Cruz almost got 40% of the vote in that county. Trump's sitting at 48%. What I find interesting here, though, Ron DeSantis at 40% with almost 30% of the vote in.
That's probably the highest vote share he's gotten in any county.
Probably. And, I mean, that's a county that Donald Trump won by about 9% in 2016 and lost it big in the primary in 2016. I find that pretty interesting to see that DeSantis is still coming in second. Haley, even a county that Trump finished in fourth in 2016 primary, Haley's not even in the top three in that county.
Yeah, Vivek's in third.
So that shows the rest of the Republican Party that isn't named Donald Trump is Ron DeSantis and Vivek right now in a county like Lyon County that sided with Cruz, Rubio, and Ben Carson back in 2016 over Trump.
Mm-hmm. We go look here. Story County still at 6%. Yep. Johnson, it looks like Nikki Haley's going to win Johnson County. I mean, I don't
10%.
know. 10%, yeah. But I guess Trump is only within less than 50 votes.
Yeah, less than 50. We got a lot of votes out.
But I'm disappointed in this college town, okay? What are you guys doing? There should not be a blue dot anywhere on this map, which is actually, I guess it's technically turquoise. I do find it hilarious that New York Times picked a blue-ish color for Nikki Haley, because it's true. She's a Democrat in disguise. Everyone knows this. But yeah, that's very real. By the way, when I say she's a Democrat in disguise, that's not even that much of an exaggeration, because a lot of big-name Democrat donors or left-leaning donors have actually supported her campaign. Look into this. What's going on there? Because their alternative to Biden, when you really think about it, it's not even Newsom. It's not even Michelle Obama. Some people see it as Nikki Haley. Hey, if we can somehow get Nikki Haley in there, we'll be fine. Because she's not going to touch any social issues because she sucks. She's going to keep going with the same wars. She's going to keep selling out the country. She's the uniparty. And so thank you, New York Times, for the colors is the point I'm making here. Anyways, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley now very close to each other. A margin of only 26 votes separates the two right now.
And Asa Hutchinson, 2 votes ahead of Chris Christie in that tight race for last.
Whoa!
In that tight race for last. There's
Wait.
Write-ins have matched. Wait, he lost a vote.
How did he lose a vote?
He lost a vote.
How did he lose a vote, ladies and gentlemen? He ate the vote.
He ate the vote.
What is going on in Iowa? Somehow they're losing. No, maybe, I don't know. Can you change your vote in a caucus? Maybe you can.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Or maybe it was just a glitch, but we got write-ins now tied with Chris Christie.
They're stealing the election from Chris Christie.
Yep.
He's actually winning 100. He's eating 100% of the vote. Okay, look at this. We got Dominion voting systems messing with Chris Christie. That's a joke, YouTube. That's hilarious. Yeah, he somehow lost one. Ryan Binkley's got 23. Good for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I don't know who he is or what he stands for, but
I don't know how Asa Hutchinson's beating Chris Christie. Asa Hutchinson has not even been on the stage like ever. You know, like everyone knows Chris Christie. Who even knows Asa Hutchinson?
Asa Hutchinson, what, the first debate? That was it, right?
Yeah, and he didn't say much at all.
No, and the stuff that he did say wasn't very impactful.
No, not at all. Not at all. But I guess what was impactful is the fact that Doug Burgum endorsed Donald Trump yesterday. Is actually the eyebrows. Doug Burgum's eyebrows are the reason why Donald Trump won the Iowa Caucus tonight, okay? He used those eyebrows to propel cosmic energy and just vanquish all the other candidates' chances. Here we go. Ron DeSantis now gone up by a little bit. Let's see where it reported. I think Sioux County.
Sioux
right?
County,
Yeah,
that's a big one we talked about. That was the one Donald Trump did by far the worst in the 2016 caucus. Only got 10% of the vote.
Yeah.
Finished 4th there behind Ben Carson. So Ben Carson outperformed him there in a race that I think he dropped out after that. He's doing well there right now. 9% of the vote, decent chunk in. He's got 123 votes right now, a lot out there. And who was second? Was it Haley or was it DeSantis?
DeSantis at 40%. Yeah.
There you go. I mean, DeSantis is 21% right now. He's coming out strong. I will say he's outperforming my expectations.
Definitely in a place like this. But yeah, it is 21.5% for Ron DeSantis. Cool. Nikki Haley starting to fall behind with 17.6%.
97% of the votes still out to count, though. So long way to go.
I think that's still very much up for grabs.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. And Donald Trump sitting right where he's polling. Haley slightly underperforming. DeSantis slightly overperforming.
Yeah, so far the polls are basically right on the money.
They're within the margin of error.
Yeah, definitely within
the margin of error of the 1.5% on most of these polls.
Definitely. Let me see. I think did we get a super chat? We did. It's just Liam for $2 says Ben Shapiro has for real become a DeSantis influencer. I mean, I think he, in fairness to him, I think he did say he thinks Trump's going to be the nominee. Yeah. Okay, so at least he's not delusional like. Let me just say the other DeSantis influencers who are still you're going to see a surprise in Iowa. Okay, the polls don't know nothing. And then the polls are basically doing exactly what everyone expected at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a little I will say with only like I said, 3% of the vote. Mm-hmm. It's optimistic right now if you're a DeSantis fan for the future, not for this race because you have no chance in hell.
But the thing is, I think a lot of the people voting for Ron DeSantis genuinely want him to be the candidate, not Donald Trump. No, they do. Right? Because, when the two guys first announced, I think there was definitely thinking along the lines of, hey, both these guys have their strengths and weaknesses. I might consider both candidates. Mm-hmm. But when you saw how DeSantis's campaign kind of refused to gain a lot of traction, I think a lot of the DeSantis supporters now really are all in on DeSantis. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they're kind of disappointed by this.
Yeah. I think if you go back to, what was it, June or July when he announced, right? Mm-hmm. On X.
I think it was May.
Was it May?
No, actually early June.
Yeah, early June on that live chat room with Elon or whatever. We talked about, this a lot in some of my poli-sci classes, that was the fatal mistake and risk of his campaign, the reveal. One of the biggest parts of a campaign is the opening moment when you announce, I am running for president of the United States, and everybody goes crazy. Donald Trump had that moment in 2016 that will never be forgotten in the history of politics, like him coming down that escalator in New York City. Yeah. DeSantis had a chat room blunder moment. It was bad from the start.
The internet didn't even work.
Yeah, it was bad from the start, and no one even saw him when he did it. There was no face that he saw or anything. It was a risk that didn't pay off, and it just stunted the entire campaign. Okay, Winnebago County, Trump up, Haley second.
In fairness, I don't think he ever had it anyway. Like,
No, I don't either.
think he was ever going to.
It's just, if there was any momentum or traction there that was still left from post-2020 Trump loss.
Yeah, absolutely.
That, everybody was like, DeSantis may be the future. It was gone.
See, the thing is, as much as I like work on the internet and, that's why I cover Vivek and stuff like that. And that's kind of our circle. If I were advising DeSantis in that moment, I said it at the time too. So don't say, hey, you're switching. No, I said it the same thing at the time. That's a terrible idea because the real Republican electorate, the majority of it, right? There's the fringes, there's this, there's that. The majority of the Republican electorate is not heavily on Twitter. They're older people.
Yep.
Usually older white people. But that's a demographic. Watch a lot of Fox News, stuff like that. You want an event that is televised.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you ultimately want. They're old school people too. They're going to be very off-put by you talking on a screen or like getting asked questions by Elon Musk or something. It's an out there idea, but it doesn't really make sense when... Honestly, it would make sense for Vivek to do something like that because there's a demographic he's trying to appeal to. I still don't know if it would be the best idea, but that would make sense. But if DeSantis, if you were trying to win the majority of actual Republican votes and not just kind of be seen or heard, right? Yeah, that's a terrible idea. You want to do it the conventional way. Absolutely.
Well, absolutely, because Fox News, the typical Republican primary voter, a middle-aged white person watching or boomer white person watching Fox News, that's his bread and butter. And the fact that he didn't have that moment just a bad move. It was just a bad move.
Absolutely. But let's take a look here. Dirty Mike says, I can't believe people are actually voting for Haley. What is wrong with this country? I agree with you, Dirty Mike. I'm 100% on board, but there's still a huge portion of our electorate that just doesn't get it. Like I don't know what to say. They just don't get it. Well, okay. And definitely I would assume a lot of the stuff in terms of foreign policy that's sort of going on in the world. I mean, you still have the America Last crowd out there, and I think Haley's done a good job at monopolizing that vote. DeSantis has tried to sort of play both sides when it comes to foreign policy, because he understands, hey, I have like very Trump-friendly voters that just want Trumpism without Trump, and then I have more establishment voters. So he struggled to sort of gain ground, have a coherent foreign policy. Nikki Haley's coherent foreign policy has been very coherent. It's been, I'm George Bush, I'm a neocon. And when it comes to Ukraine, when it comes to the conflict in Israel, there is still a chunk of our party who's stuck in the Cold War or war on terror type of mindset, and that's just the truth of it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the George Bush influence, the George Bush idea, the early 2000s GOP politics is still, there's still a good portion of the party that still believes that. Yes, please.
But yeah, absolutely.
And DeSantis is still sitting at 21 point.
Okay, hold on. Don't break anything. All right. It's on. There's like a million cords set up. It's terrible. Okay. Anyways, we're not 3% reporting, ladies and gentlemen. Basically the same. Ron DeSantis is starting to separate from Haley a little bit, but with 3%, that margin can definitely change.
Neither have cracked 1,000 votes yet, though. So just back slightly outperforming the polls.
But he's still stuck at this 7 number-ish.
He hasn't cracked 10 at any point in the vote count.
Yeah.
Still early.
So let's hope he somehow does. But yeah, I think he's basically settled for 4th place.
I think the best thing, I mean, it's not going to happen, but I think the best thing would be Haley coming in last and DeSantis or Vivek coming in second. That'd be very nice to see.
Yeah, but let's hope at least Haley comes in 3rd. Is that
Haley
is still very close. That is still very close.
I'm really rooting for right now if we're talking realistic scenarios, I'm really rooting for a Trump 1, DeSantis 2. If it could end right where it is with even Haley, hopefully less than she has, I'd be very excited to see that.
This is very weird to me. So Polk County, which is where Des Moines is, one of the biggest urban areas in Iowa, 44% for Trump, Nikki Haley at 29, Ron DeSantis at 23. I mean, it's early, obviously, but okay, fine, fair enough.
A county that Trump got 21% of the vote share back in 2016, the primary. So a county didn't do well in.
Right. But I look at this, okay, urban area makes sense.
Yep.
You go south to Warren County, it's like Nikki Haley in Des Moines is getting 29%. In Warren County, it's Trump 52, DeSantis 34, Nikki Haley at 8. So she's like irrelevant just south of Des Moines. But then north of Des Moines, in this curious, odd place called Story County, Nikki Haley's in first. And Donald Trump's actually in third. So that's just very strange. I don't know. That's very weird to me. But
I want to check Johnson County again.
Which one is that?
The only other Haley County. Okay, still 10% reporting. So very early in Johnson County. Oh, another vote dump.
Oh,
Haley
Des Moines,
traction.
Polk County has now flipped to Nikki Haley at the moment. This is now 3% in. Haley at 35.4%, 213 votes. Donald Trump at 209. Ron DeSantis at 146. Folks, this is not good. Okay. Not because Trump's going to lose, but this is not good. We cannot have Nikki Haley winning one of Iowa's largest counties. That just cannot happen. What a disgrace.
Yeah, I believe Trump lost Polk to Biden by 17%.
Yeah. So it's an urban area. Yeah. I get it. I get the attitude there.
I'm sure his campaign is hoping for a good performance tonight and saying, hey, in Iowa, going into 2024 general, assuming we wrap up this primary, we're hoping instead of 17%, let's get within 10. Right. They're trying to make inroads and make Iowa just a disgusting blowout for us.
Because those trends may translate to the rest of the Midwest. If
absolutely.
True, right?
I mean,
obviously like Wisconsin, Michigan, yes. Pennsylvania, they're not the same states as Iowa, obviously, yep. But also Nebraska's the second district.
Yes.
But somewhat similar demographics. So you do want to...
similar mindset. I mean, that's why, they have a Midwestern, a Northeastern, a Southeastern, and a Western state in these first four primaries to get a feel for these areas. And, it's going to... The Des Moines area may translate to Milwaukee. It may translate to Detroit. It may translate to these other massive Midwestern cities.
Well, then we got to hope Trump wins Des Moines County. Okay, we got new stuff out here. Winnebago County. That is a fantastic name. I love that. Winnebago County has Trump 52%, Haley 22%, Ron DeSantis 17%. It's a rural county. Trump's carrying it. Makes sense. We got also Clinton County. Very ironically, Donald Trump is winning Clinton County. I love the optics of that. Up in Jackson County, near Cedar Rapids, Trump at 63%, DeSantis at 18%. Again, this is mostly following the trend we've been covering here, which is in rural counties, you're going to see Trump win big, DeSantis come in second, Haley or Vivek come in third, depending. But that's how the rural Republicans feel. It's really the urban areas where it's much more variable, right? In terms of like what's going to happen, where is the attitude really? Nikki Haley's doing much better in those types of counties, which of course says a lot about who she is as a candidate. I mean, I'm totally for trying to... I'm not one of those people who says, oh, abandon all the urban areas. But when you say that she's a liberal Republican and she does the best in all the liberal areas, that does say something about her that we've been trying to make the point of. And it kind of indicates it in many ways. But all right, let me take a look here. Did we get any super chats? I believe we did. Christopher for $5 says, people don't get it. I believe if Nikki ever becomes president, she will invade Iran. The Iran war will make the Iraq war look like child's play. Absolutely agree. Iran, people think, Iraq was enough of a disaster, but Iran's a much bigger country. Their military is more advanced. They probably already have nuclear weapons. People always talk about that. I've heard a lot of different sources on this issue say they think Iran already has nuclear weapons. They just don't have ICBMs. They don't have a delivery device, right? But if they have tactical nuclear weapons, they could use an invasion. That could end very badly. They could also do an EMP attack, or terrorism will definitely come to the United States. It's not something you want to see happen. And Haley is definitely someone who, I believe on the record, has refused to decline the idea of directly airstriking Iran. And it's like, how do you think that's going to end? You don't think there's going to be retaliation? You think that's necessary? Absolutely not. It's the same CIA propaganda they did with Iraq. But yeah, war with Iran is absolutely something that should not be encouraged or taken lightly. Okay. Even Tehran will not fall as quickly as Iraq. Okay. Because I would argue our military is probably not in a better place than we were in 2003. I mean, think about the things going on, the decline of your average servicemen. We'll say we know what's going on, diversity, all that stuff. But forget that even for a second. Again, Iran's a huge country. Like Afghanistan, it has big mountains, okay? You're going to have a guerrilla war forever in the best case scenario. In the worst case scenario, you actually find out Iran's military is much better than Iraq's ever was. And again, the nuclear weapons front, they may already have them. They may not have missiles that can reach the United States, but if our invading army gets blown up by nuclear weapons, what happens then? I don't know. Probably a World War III in a chain reaction. You want to avoid that situation. People need to stop pushing the CIA propaganda line about Iran, and it's very true. But anyways, let's see. New vote dump slightly, I think. Donald Trump has now cleared 2,000 votes. DeSantis remains in a close second with 904. He's about to hit the 1,000 votes margin. Nikki Haley at 800. Vivek really hasn't moved. He's still at 296. Yep. And Ryan Binkley, the underdog candidate, 24. Chris Christie still at 3 votes.
Tied with the write-ins.
That is hilarious. He's tied with other, okay? But I think if you add those two together, Chris Christie wins the Iowa Caucus with 6 votes. That's
yes,
how the math works.
You know, we should probably take write-ins out of the election then, because it's write-ins are probably stealing the election now, and Chris Christie would have won. Chris Christie would have won this whole thing.
Absolutely.
He did lose a vote too. They took it away from him.
They took it away from him. What's going on?
Chris
Chat,
Christie
what's
is
going
getting
on?
robbed. Where's Mike Lindell?
Very interesting. Okay, so of estimated vote share remaining, this is an interesting map from the New York Times. I mean, it's basically everywhere because we're at 4%, but huge chunk to still come out of Polk County. New York Times is saying of estimated votes left, they think most of them are going to swing for Trump. I don't know what logic they're using there or the source, but that's what they're saying. Near Sioux City as well. Let me see. Woodbury County, they're expecting a huge thing for Trump. Cedar Rapids, huge for Trump. So they seem to be projecting. They're saying in Story County, there's going to be a slight thing for Nikki Haley there. Iowa County, slight swing for Nikki Haley.
Want to go back to Scott County on the right? Outpouring right, middle. Yep,
this one? Okay.
Yeah, that's one that Trump lost to Biden by 3%, came in, I believe, 3rd in 2016.
So swing county.
Very big swing county.
Iowa.
A county the Trump campaign's definitely looking to flip because they came within 3%.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting... They expect Haley to come in second. That's what I'm interested to see there.
Well, if it was close, it's got to be like a suburban county. You know,
I'm sure. I don't know much about the county itself other than the numbers, but...
Well, judging by the fact that Haley's doing decently, I'd probably expect the same thing, right?
Like the Sioux County. How about Sioux County? Top... Yep, there you go. All right, DeSantis at 31. Projected.
This is projected, yeah.
Yeah, projected.
But yeah, they're projecting that the Trump margin's basically going to stay the same, if not go up.
Yep.
Because I'm looking here, Johnson County, go up for Nikki. Story County will go up for Nikki. So some of this math does seem to favor that Nikki might come close to that second place. It's going to come down to the wire, really. But they are projecting, like, there's no late surge that's going to hurt Trump that's left at this point. You know, it's Donald Trump's election, at least. Again, this is all estimates, this is projections, but of estimated votes remaining, that seems to be what the New York Times is expecting, which I guess probably makes sense. Of votes reported, yeah, basically nowhere for the most part. But let's go back up now, folks, to the official map. Basically about the same. I don't know if anything changed. Polk County, Nikki Haley still winning. Story County, Nikki still winning. Trump is in 3rd in Story County. What a place. Folks, let's never visit Story. Please remind me to never visit Story County, Iowa, okay?
Yeah, that's a county didn't do well in 2016 and looks like it's going to repeat. It's repeating itself right now, but we'll see. But it's kind of the county Marco Rubio won. There's
got to be a bunch of weird, like, cornfield hippies there. I have no idea. Johnson County, Nikki Haley still winning, which let me go down and see. They are basically expecting that Nikki Haley's going to win these 2 counties, Story County and Iowa County. Judging by the current math, it's probably where Nikki wins 2 counties and Trump basically wins the rest, which is interesting. It's not looking at the moment like DeSantis is going to win a single county, which is interesting. Maybe the reason for that, right, is because Haley really differentiated herself from the MAGA sort of base more than DeSantis, I guess, right? So of the super anti-Trump counties, they're more sympathetic to her. Maybe they see DeSantis as too conservative. You know, Nikki Haley seen as the liberal, moderate Republican. That could be the reason for it. I don't know why yet, but yeah, it seems like Nikki's going to carry 2 counties. Trump wins the rest. DeSantis, although he's probably close to coming in second, it's going to be close.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't seem like he's going to outright win a single county.
You don't, and to keep in mind, DeSantis doesn't have to win a county to come in second. You can come in second in all these rural counties and rack up votes in the rural area.
Right.
And yeah, he may lose by 10% in Story County, in 8% in Johnson County, but all those rural counties are going to add up, and he could finish above Haley.
Yeah. Which, again, I hope he does.
I do, too.
But it is close. Hey, Nikki Haley getting 20% of the vote. That's just shameful, ladies and gentlemen. 19%, 20, whatever. Rounding up, okay? Hey, it's MLK Day. Hilarious, right? I have a dream that one day we will have a Republican Party where loser, establishment, neocon, warmongering, corrupt pieces of crap like this never crack 10%. Okay? I have a dream, ladies and gentlemen, but I do. Truly. I do. Okay? So there's your MLK Day moment. Okay? I dream of a Republican Party where this is not possible. Where Nikki Haley at 20% cannot happen. Okay? I have a dream, my brothers. For real. Okay. Let me see. Anything going on in the live chat? Let's take a look here. They should poll Haley voters and ask if it's Biden versus Haley in November. Who will you vote for? Yeah. They should ask that question. Or no. You know, the better question than that is if it's Biden-Trump in November, who will you vote for? That's really the question they should be asking of voters of Nikki Haley. I hope they're doing that as an exit poll because I would really like to see that. And by the way, one thing I forgot to mention of New Hampshire and why it might be close is Iowa Caucus, this is a closed off thing, which I'd argue maybe is the way it should be, right? You have to be a registered Republican to participate. Okay. New Hampshire is an open primary, which means Democrats, independents, they can go vote in the Republican primary. It probably shouldn't work like that. That's sort of screwed up in my opinion, but that's how it goes. So I think the question will be how many Democrats cross over to vote for Nikki Haley.
Yeah, now this poll out of NBC News says nearly half of Nikki Haley's Iowa backers say they'd vote for Biden over Trump.
Case closed, okay? That's who you're dealing with, ladies and gentlemen, all right?
That's Nikki Haley, 43% of them said they'd vote for Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden over Donald Trump if that were the general election.
That literally confirms what we've been saying.
23.
She's a establishment plant at best, arguably a straight up Democrat plant at worst. Okay.
It's among GOP caucus vote. I mean, wow. Yeah, 23% say they vote for Trump. That's unbelievable.
That's why I've never found a single Nikki Haley supporter on this channel. Is because those are the types of people who support her.
8% Kennedy. I'm surprised to even see that.
Lincoln Project Republicans.
Yep.
You know, it's basically what it is. Quote unquote Republicans. But, you know, I guess they like the fact that Nikki Haley supports war. She's just as corrupt as Biden. She's just as milquetoast on every issue that's actually conservative. She's not, you know why that is? Because in many ways to them, she's not super differentiable than a Democrat. And that should tell you guys everything you need to know, okay? Because, you know, some people, I think by now most people get it, but for a while, you know, Nikki Haley, there are people who say I'm too aggressive, I'm too mean to her. No. You know, this woman is no better than a Democrat. If you don't believe me, ask her voters. Ask her voters, folks. Because that number is real. Nearly half of Nikki Haley's Iowa voters, per this poll, say they would vote for Biden over Trump in a general election. These people are liberals. These people are Democrats who are supporting Nikki Haley. Anyone who calls himself a conservative or believes in any of that stuff, this woman belongs 20,000 miles away from power.
Yeah, and it's not like that poll was even close. Like 43% said they vote for Biden, 40 said they vote for Trump. It was 43 said they vote for Biden, 23 for Trump. I mean, it wasn't even close.
Her supporters are Biden voters, ladies and gentlemen. It's proven.
They're going to vote for Biden when Trump wins this primary. They're going to vote for Biden.
Yeah, get out of this.
That's what they're saying.
You idiots have no place here, okay? All you're doing is disrupting. It's true. Unbelievable. But
Cheney,
it makes sense.
Shields.
It makes a lot of sense. What someone
Cheney
say?
and 6-inch heels. That sums it up pretty easily.
Basically does. That she actually is going to use her heels against Iran. Okay.
Oh, she's gonna launch them over there.
She's going to be funding anti-Iranian militias using her high heels, and she's going to send them to Ukraine. Actually. Okay, little vote dump here. Nothing serious.
Yeah.
Plus 0.1% for Trump. Minor for DeSantis. He is still, folks, in second place. So that's good news, at least. Chris Christie still has 3 votes.
Yep.
Just wait. There's a major Christie dump coming.
The croissants is coming.
They're not ready for it, folks. Okay? Let me try to look and see if Trump is scheduled to speak or any of these candidates are scheduled to speak anytime soon. I would guess we're probably going to have to wait till maybe 11 at least for that, but who knows? Let's take a look. Let's scroll on Twitter, hear what some of the pundits out there are saying. So yeah, obviously we reported when the AP called it for Donald Trump, but Fox News has called Donald Trump wins the state of Iowa. NBC called it for Donald Trump. CBS, CNN. So every mainstream outlet's already said this caucus has gone to Donald Trump. And you look at the math right now, that obviously makes a lot of sense. But yeah, that was fast. Again, I think the exact time, we've been live for about an hour and a half, but it was 32 minutes. At 8:32 p.m., AP already had the race called. So that is exactly the type of victory Donald Trump wanted. No questions. Leave no doubt. If I would say internally, if I'm working at the Trump campaign and I'm sort of trying to inspire people, I'd say our motto in this primary is not just win. It's not just, hey, seize the day. It's leave no doubt, right? And that's what this caucus did in many ways. It leaves no doubt. Like, it's obvious now. Trump's going to be the nominee. All the other candidates and their supporters are going to have to deal with it. That's the message you want to send if you're Trump, and that's what they did. Again, half an hour, caucus is over. Think about the Democrats in 2020. How long did that take? Did they even call it the night of, or did it take till the next day? It was
very, very close for a long time. And I think Buttigieg came out and declared before anyone really called it. That's when you had Cenk Uyghur freaking out. Because he's like, he didn't even win. He didn't even call it yet. He's out there declaring a victory speech.
Right. But I think, a contested caucus, even if Trump won it, would be a moral defeat for him.
Oh my gosh, yeah. If this was close tonight.
Right, which he avoided very easily.
Yeah,
half an hour.
I know there's still like 90% plus of the vote out. It's not going to be close for first. It will be close for second. Yeah, and I think all these candidates knew that. Trump's probably looking at, I'm polling at 52. Can I do better than that?
Yeah,
because that's going to declare the rest of the country how accurate's the polling. Are they over or underestimating them? And then Trump, they're hoping, or Trump's going to hope they're underestimating them. And then when it comes out to Haley and DeSantis, that's really a race for second to who's going to set the tone to try to challenge Trump.
Opie says, I forgot the NFL playoffs are on. I find this more interesting. Do we want to give a studio update on the NFL playoffs?
I'm actually interested in the score.
Who's playing?
The Eagles and the Bucks. Shout out Kevin Lee.
Yeah, shout out Kevin Lee. I have not watched an NFL game besides.
Oh my goodness. Okay, the Bucks are up, going in. It looks like about to go into halftime.
Studio report: 16-9, Tampa Bay beating Philadelphia with 1:33 left. Okay, all right. I haven't watched any NFL this year. Mm-hmm. I've vaguely seen what's going on. How does Tampa Bay have the home field with 9-8?
Because they won the division.
11-6.
They won the division.
And Philly did. Who won Philly's division?
Cowboys.
Oh,
because Philly had to win the last week, and the Giants beat Philly.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. Well, there's your studio report. Yep. Okay. We're monitoring everything tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're
Swiss Army knife.
This is the Swiss Army knife. You're getting 24-hour news coverage, okay, of everything that's going on. But yeah, let's keep going to some of these candidates' Twitter timelines and see if they're saying anything about situation right now. Vivek, no word out of him. I mean, if I were him, I'd probably wait to say something too. See if Nikki's saying anything. We're getting to see democracy in action tonight, thanks to everyone participating. We got a country to save. Didn't she already say that? Oh, no, she didn't already say that. Okay, so she seems to be suggesting that she's winning from this, which I guess you could claim if you're Nikki, because she's very close to second place. So, she's kind of on the offense saying, like, taking this as a victory for herself. Let's see if DeSantis is saying anything. Nope, hasn't said anything for 3 hours. DeSantis is in hiding at the moment. But anyways, let's go back to see the vote share here. Still the same. Donald Trump with 51.2%. It is possible that the share slips to like under 50. But New York Times, according to the estimated vote share, says probably not. But yeah, now back up to 54%. So this was a big dump for him. It must have been these rural counties because I don't remember any of these being here. Like we said, Trump is going to run it up in these rural counties.
Nikki Haley coming in second and some of those rural counties getting dumped because she gained a lot of traction.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look at how small some of these are, right? Like Nikki Haley, 24,
absolutely.
Ron DeSantis, 22 raw votes. I mean,
small numbers.
Just like,
another dump. Good dump for DeSantis.
Good dump for DeSantis. He's now up 20.1% to 18.9.
And the last big poll that came out was yesterday, Trafalgar, which is one of the most reliable pollsters, especially when it comes to Republican politics, and they're one of the best. And they had Trump at 52, Haley at 19, and DeSantis at 19. So DeSantis-Haley race is tight. Trump's right now, it's pretty much saying exactly how they thought it was going to go. They have Vivek at 7, so pretty accurate so far, but I'm really interested to see who's going to take the race for second here.
That's interesting. So at least in Iowa so far, the polls have been basically on the money.
Another dump.
Within the margin of error. I wonder how that's going to translate to 2024, right? Because Trump is doing well in a lot of these general election polls, especially compared to the last two cycles. And if they've been optimistic to me, I've also been skeptical because their polls, if they vastly underestimated him in 16, they could overestimate him in 24, I mean. But, at least this is a good sign that the polls did not totally fail, right?
Yeah,
because
they're usually within the 2016 was kind of bad because if it's predicting the winner, they're bad. Like they said, Hillary's going to win Michigan or whatever. Now you put in the margin of error and you go, well, it's within 1%, okay, decent. They did an okay job, just they didn't show who was going to win. 2020, they're relatively accurate as far as margin when you include the margin of error. This one, it's coming out good. The polls are looking good right now. Trafalgar is always really accurate.
Interesting.
They're a Republican pollster, Frank Luntz. So big name in Republican politics.
They have it at Trump plus 33.
They got it at Trump plus 33, polling 52%, they believe, which is 52%.
Yeah.
Haley at 19, DeSantis at 19, Vivek at 7. Could it get any more accurate right now?
So we're seeing finally substantial vote shares come in, but like I said,
37% of the vote.
The margin as compared to the first half hour is basically the same, right? Donald Trump 52% at 22,000 raw votes. DeSantis in second place at 85.49. That's a funny way to say the number, but anyways, Nikki Haley only around 400 votes behind Ron DeSantis. That is going to be a very close race for second. Again, we're now 37% reporting, so we can look at results and say they're relatively sort of substantial at this point. That is still a total toss-up, but for second place. Like I said, though, Vivek has basically held this margin. He went up slightly, 7.7%. Yep. He settled for fourth. That's guaranteed, basically.
Yeah, no, it's...
But the 2 and 3 is the only thing, basically, that's being contested right now. And that's going to be really interesting, and we're going to have to keep covering that because, it's going to be curious to see how that ends up kind of falling into place.
Yeah, and also I'm interested to see, because Chris Christie, looking forward, Chris Christie was actually polling a decent amount in New Hampshire. When I say decent, about where Vivek is, I believe 9% in the last poll in New Hampshire. Now that he's dropped out, where will his supporters vote? Will they just write in him? Will they not vote? Will they go
I think
Haley?
I think it's
Will
Haley.
They go
But that
DeSantis?
hot mic moment
That hot
didn't
mic
help.
is not a good look. Will they go Trump? Will they go DeSantis? Will they go Haley? Will they go Ramaswamy? Will they write in? I don't know.
Well, no Chris Christie voters voting for
probably not
anyone but Haley, maybe.
Yeah, but 9%'s a pretty good share out there too. Especially with Haley in the last poll polling 10 points behind Trump in New Hampshire, her best state, her best shot at landing a reasonable punch on anyone. A lot of Chris Christie votes up for grabs, and DeSantis, polling even with Vivek there at 6%. So
again, the big wild card in New Hampshire is, like I said, independents and Democrats can vote in the primary.
Yep.
The thing that might stave off, and they're going to go for Haley for sure. We actually gave you the data on that just now, but the thing that might fend that off is the weather, right? Because the weather in New Hampshire is going to be really bad too. And how many Democrats to troll Donald Trump are going to go out to vote for Nikki Haley, right? But also keep in mind it's a primary. It's not a caucus. So it's not like a one night you have to show up. You know, I'm sure there's early voting, mail-in, all that stuff. So that's another thing. Anyways, one thing to report here. Last time we looked at this stuff, Des Moines, or the county that has Des Moines City in it, Polk County, Nikki Haley was winning this county last time we reported to you. Now that 16% of the votes are in, Donald Trump has now not only flipped the margin there, he's up by 11 points. He's up by 11 points. And let's see, let's scroll down and compare that to the estimated vote share. New York Times is projecting that of the estimated votes left, they're going to break for Donald Trump pretty decently. So it does seem like that was a blue dot on this map. It's now a red dot. We also see, what was it, Iowa County. This is where the University of Iowa was. We were complaining about the college students and what are you guys doing because Nikki Haley was winning. Folks, now with 78% of the vote, again, this is Iowa County, where the University of Iowa is the college town. Or, I know, Johnson County?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a little closer, but same story there. Donald Trump is now winning Johnson County. So, good to see that Nikki Haley now is only winning one county in the state of Iowa, which is this weird county of Story. I would project she's going to win that in the end because, I don't know, we've had a tumultuous relationship with Story County the entire night, and I have no faith in them. But Des Moines, the city, again, folks, to report, Donald Trump has flipped that away from Nikki Haley, and the same is true of Johnson County, the college town of the University of Iowa. Although, interestingly, in that college town, you know, you think about Vivek and the Gen Z thing, he's not even in the third place. Yeah, DeSantis is in third. So I
want to check Story County, which I actually believe is where Iowa State is.
Okay.
Yep.
So that makes sense then.
Trump polling third, Vivek not polling in the top three.
So far, compared to Iowa University and Iowa State, we're Hawkeye supremacists here, okay? Because clearly you guys are doing better.
I always like the Hawkeyes a little more too, anyway. So
yeah, they have cooler uniforms.
Yeah,
they have a better program history.
They got a great defense.
Although they have no offense.
They have no offense, but they have a great defense.
Okay. Well, hey, Donald Trump played defense because
he did.
He fended off Nikki Haley. That's so cheesy, but it's true. It's true. Still reporting here at 37%, ladies and gentlemen. We go to some of these other counties I don't think we got much out of. Rural counties, Donald Trump up big. DeSantis is in sort of a distant second in most of the southern part of the state here, which you said was going to break heavily for Trump, right?
Yes.
It's all pretty dark red. DeSantis in second.
Especially the belt right there is where you're on, going straight across. That's going to break heavy for Trump. I'm interested to see, can DeSantis put second there? That you'd think he would.
Well, he's in second in most of these places.
And Vivek's third in a couple of those.
Not
much,
for him.
Not many votes, I mean, in those counties, but...
Well, hey, no, look at this county. Appanoose County, 95% of the votes are in. So we're basically close to the final margin. You know, Trump won big, 72. DeSantis got 12. Vivek got 8. So good for him in this very tiny county, but good for him. You know, he did come in third, and he came pretty close to DeSantis. So shout out to Appanoose County. You guys did good tonight, okay? You made sure Nikki Haley didn't come in third. You actually gave Vivek a decent margin compared to DeSantis, and you overwhelmingly voted for Trump. Nice people, very fine people in Appanoose County. Story County, get your act together. Appanoose County, cool name, and we endorse that. We love Appanoose County, folks. All right, going back to the total margins here, just 1 percentage point. Oh, wait, Nikki Haley went down. Never mind. Just a little more than a percentage point. 1.3% separates Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. Although Ron has widened the raw vote share margin there a little bit, he's now up by about 600 votes, which is basically nothing, but before it was 400. So
Asa Hutchinson having a nice lead on Christie for the race for last, too. 65
That's hilarious.
votes.
Hey, Christie has 17 votes. Look, he's got the less than 1%, okay?
Yep.
Asa got 0.1. Chris Christie has less than 0.1%.
How embarrassing for Asa Hutchinson if Chris Christie did beat him, though.
Well, how embarrassing for Chris Christie if Asa Hutchinson beat him? Because I know Chris Christie dropped out.
He dropped out, yeah.
But at the same time, Asa Hutchinson is like nobody, okay? Like, you think he still has the rogue sympathetic supporters who still write him in or whatever, right?
Yeah. I mean,
so
Chris
it
Christie's
goes
an
both
established
ways.
name in politics, a two-term governor in New Jersey.
Exactly.
I mean, gosh, you really want to go way back far in political history, at least in our time.
Was at a time seen as
the face of the Republican Party, and what people wanted him to run in 2012, and he didn't want to. He didn't believe it was his time. And then he hugged Obama, and that was the end of his Republican political career for electoral politics. But Trump offered him the Secretary of State job, or Secretary of State, or
he did something. It's
the AG or AD job, I think, Attorney General or AG. I think he offered him the Attorney General job, and he turned it down.
So yeah, again, folks, if you'd like to super chat the show tonight, feel free to do so. And be sure to leave a like. Let's see how many likes do we have on the stream. We have 231 likes with 376 live viewers. Let's be sure to get the stream here to 300 likes. And we are currently monitoring each campaign HQ to see if anything is happening. Nothing out of Trump. RSBN is still just interviewing people in the crowd. I don't know if you guys want to tune in and listen to some of that, but I'm really curious to hear the Trump speech. We're going to try to catch every speech tonight. So if someone starts speaking and I'm missing it, let me know in the live chat. I want to react to all of that. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay, we want to see all of it. We want to see the food fight. It's going to be funny. It's going to be entertaining. We don't want to miss that. So be sure to let us know if we're missing any candidate speeches. But I'm watching on Rumble to see if Trump turns up. Let me tune into Fox News really quickly to see if any campaign HQ is making their speech. I don't think they are. It's still pretty early in the night. We still got several hours to go before this thing sort of wraps up its conclusion. And I'm already losing my voice, which is nice. That's fantastic. But yeah, still an empty Trump podium at Trump HQ. In fact, if we want to tune into the live feed there, we could, but I'll keep this up for now. But yeah, okay, 39% now in, basically the same. Let's cut to a live feed of Trump HQ if we can here. See if anything's going
Forward to the November election.
Gosh, that's loud.
What do you think about the candidates who are still in the race? Do you expect any dropouts after tonight?
I think everybody's going to, put their own show and, go for what they believe in, and that's what they're entitled to do. So I'm not going to speak ill of any one of the candidates. I think everyone has their right shot.
Apparently that's a Trump caucus captain you are watching right now. So nothing here from Trump, but we're going to stay tuned. I would project he's probably going to give the first speech because, he's already won, so you want to just declare victory, let all the losers kind of cope and seethe about it and just move on to New Hampshire. So again, I would expect he's going to give the first speech. I think if you're Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis, you probably, first of all, you got to figure out what to say because it's like neither of you currently look like viable candidates. Even if, hey, moral victory this, moral victory that, neither of you guys look like you're going to win. So what do you say then? I don't think you're going to see anyone drop out tonight, but I'd assume like that announcement's definitely coming from at least one candidate. I don't know which one it is, but who knows?
Yeah, out of the real candidates, no one's going to drop out. Asa should drop out.
Dude, the fact that he's in it still now, I think he's just going to go all the way to the convention.
He
loves the attention. Yeah. He has nothing to do. Okay, he's
helps
bored.
His brand.
He's bored. Because he's not governor right now. He's nothing to do. He's just like, let me just sit around and guess I'll run for president. Yeah, who's even funding his campaign? Like, I don't even think he has the money to do events. I don't think he's even done events. He just wants to stay on the ballot.
Just sitting on the ballot. There. I think, I thought, like I said...
It's kind of funny, though.
Yeah. As far as dropouts go, early in the stream, in the beginning, I talked about, if DeSantis had a really bad night, like he got around 10%, you could have saw him drop out probably, because he's not going to do well in New Hampshire. He's going to take it. He's going to hope he does well in South Carolina and Nevada. And, he's doing good tonight. He's outperforming what people thought he was going to do. He's doing a decent job tonight, so he's not dropping out. Haley's not going to drop out. Vivek,
it's a 50-50. I really don't know what's in his head.
Vivek supporters may not like me for this, but he should drop out. He's at 7%. It's doing exactly what the polls said for him. New Hampshire, he's going to get 6. It's even less of a projection. At that point, you're going to get creamed in the first 2 states. You're done. So give the votes to Trump. Let's make this thing over as quick as possible.
The thing about DeSantis, though, is that while, hey, you come in second, good for you. To some degree, it's also a recalibration of expectation because when he entered this race, he wasn't entering it to, hey, go see how far you'll go, right? Vivek, yes. Vivek, you kind of enter the race, you're like, hey, let's see how this does. Let's see if we get traction. Ron DeSantis, even Nikki Haley, I'd say that about. Ron DeSantis entered this race to win. That was the goal of his initial campaign. And so if you've been pitching that to donors for so long, like, where does your campaign go from here? Like, you got to vastly shift your own goalpost. You know what I mean? And is his campaign going to have the money to sustain after this? Because I think a lot of donors got behind DeSantis not because, hey, let's get his name out there. His name's already out there, right? They said, please beat Donald Trump, and that's clearly not going to happen. So I don't know, honestly. He could try to stay in it, but I honestly think for him, it's probably a good idea to maybe take it to New Hampshire. But after that, you got to drop out, because unless you're going to vastly sort of shift the narrative of why you're running, which I guess he could do. But for now, the narrative of why he initially ran, that's totally busted. That's done. DeSantis influencers can pretend, no, wait till New Hampshire. No, it's not going to happen, right? So I don't know. But you look at the delegate count right now, 16 delegates to Trump, 4 to DeSantis, 4 to Haley. That's the split at the moment. So, even though DeSantis is narrowly winning, the delegate split's basically the same. Very interesting. Vivek still yet to get a delegate. Poor guy. Give Vivek a delegate. Give Vivek a delegate.
He's gonna get one. He's gonna get one. He's gonna get one here soon. He's approaching that number.
Okay, Fox News is saying we are awaiting Trump remarks after Iowa victory, so this thing may be coming sooner than later. Let me see. Let's go cut back to the feed here of the RSBN.
Oh gosh, there's anything like the 2016 victory speech. We'll be waiting all night for it.
I don't think we're gonna wait all night.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Because listen, Trump is getting older. I'm sure his bedtime is sooner. Okay, just give him the speech and move on, right?
Give him a couple Diet Cokes, he'll be good.
Oh yeah, that's true though. That is true. We're now reporting at 40. So Fox News is at 43% reporting. They're actually ahead of New York Times, which is actually unusual. People may be saying, why, Vince, why do you use New York Times? Because even though they're obviously against us, in terms of election reporting, they're usually the best, the most reliable source.
As far as the map and how they break it down, whether you like their politics or not, they do have
they're good.
They got a great map.
Yeah. I want to give you guys accurate numbers, And
you want a good presentation. I mean, the estimated votes remaining is great to have and votes reported.
Yeah, they do a good job at all this stuff. But yeah, Story County, still Nikki Haley. Let's see here. They're estimating that the remaining vote share is basically going to split more or less even between Trump and Haley in Story County, which is, again, where Iowa State is. And if that's the case, Nikki Haley wins Story County. So she is going to win one county. But again, still with Johnson County, Trump has flipped that. Polk County, Trump is actually up pretty decently, and he's flipped that. So I think you're going to see a sea of red with one little blue dot on the entire state of Iowa that belongs to Nikki Haley. And that's probably the projection at this point. I don't think DeSantis is going to win any county. I don't think Haley's going to win any other county. I mean, look at what they're projecting here. Yeah. The rest is all going to go to Trump, right?
Yep. And the big thing is for DeSantis, he's got to finish second here tonight, because New Hampshire doesn't look good for him. South Carolina doesn't look good for him. Nevada doesn't look great for him. Haley, it looks better. Trump's going to win all those states. It's how close can Haley get to justify staying in the race. Haley.
Well, keep in mind, Iowa's not supposed to be Haley's state.
No, it's not.
It's supposed to be New Hampshire is supposed to be her state, and South Carolina. So
in New Hampshire, she's within 10%. South Carolina, she's not very close, but she is at 25%, which is going to be a decent delegate share.
Yeah.
And you could, this is going to be way down the line, but you could argue, I don't want you to get monetized or anything, but get to the Republican convention, and if they're within a certain amount, delegates don't have to go the way they're told.
Is that how it works in the GOP too? Because I know the Democrats have super delegates.
Yeah, no, not the Republicans super delegates. So a delegate technically doesn't have to vote anyway, but they're just pledging to go. But if it's within where no one can get an outright share, I forget how many delegates you have. I think it's around like 1,600 or 2,500 you have to clinch the nomination. If nobody gets to that, then nobody's the nominee, and you just go to a revote amongst the delegates that are there.
The thing is, I really don't see that because I don't think
I don't either.
In most states outside of New Hampshire, Haley is not going to crack 20%.
No, I mean, Haley's going to crack 20% in South Carolina.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe,
She's pulling at 25.
Okay.
And in Nevada, she may do decent.
What I've seen is like Trump is at like 70% in Nevada.
Yeah, no.
You know, like
it's just she'll come in second enough to gain delegates.
Yeah.
And I think a whole new primary starts once the first 4 are out.
Right.
You know, it's a whole new primary.
But I think that's a primary that heavily favors Trump.
Oh, no doubt. I think Trump should walk away with this thing. But what Haley's probably trying to do here is, hey, let's take this as far as we can. Just like anybody in this race, take it as far as you can. Give us a chance. But I'm sure she's hoping for. She's not going to beat Trump outright. She's hoping that he can't clinch, so you can take it to a straight vote of what the delegates think and not what the people think.
But the thing is, let me tell you, I don't see Nikki Haley even in that event trying to contest the convention because she's not Chris Christie. She's actually way more opportunistic than Chris Christie is, right? Chris Christie, I heavily disagree with his principles, but in some ways, his principle of derangedly hating Donald Trump is very consistent, right? Haley is sort of squishy about Trump, right? Sometimes she criticizes, sometimes she praises. Obviously, their ideologies are very opposed in many ways. But I think she also sees the best angle for her forward in holding power, which I think is what she wants. I think she also is smart enough, even though she has like 2 brain cells, she is smart, politically savvy enough, because she's very sneaky, right, to know that trying to contest the convention against Trump will ruin her career forever, right? I think she more so would be the person to, you know, dip out of the race, but very sneakily be like, hey, you know, I did come in second. You want to hire me for the White House? You want to give me this? You want to give me that? That's really the angle I more so see Haley taking, because she's too conniving and opportunistic to outright give a challenge like that. But,
yeah, and she's already had a job in the Trump administration once.
Yeah, exactly. So she might just try to get it back or try to get something bigger. I hope that doesn't happen, but, you know.
I mean, there was,
never say never.
All those rumors about, God, wouldn't it suck her as vice president?
Right, which it seems like now is not happening.
I don't think so. Let's hope not.
But I don't even want her to get a cabinet position.
No, I don't want. I want her as far away from the White House as possible. Honestly, she kind of scares me.
Yeah,
as far as the thoughts of war.
Yeah, and that. Hey, props to Vivek. That was a very good point he made, which is like, under my White House, you would never have to worry about Nikki Haley having any cabinet position, right? With Donald Trump, sometimes it's a little more. Who knows? You know, it's a little more unpredictable. You know,
he may have just liked a guy, and he just, you know what I mean? So, Dr. Oz.
Right. I think the good news is, for the most part, Trump has alienated or been alienated by most of the bad people already, but there are still people who are going to hang around. So that's definitely a concern of, you know, the next Trump White House. But we'll talk about that when the time comes, ladies and gentlemen. We're not even at the RNC yet, so that'll be an interesting week of streams. Ryan wants to go to it, but I want to stream it. Folks, what do you think? How do we feel about this?
Where is it?
Milwaukee. Look, I already went to Milwaukee once. I went to the first GOP debate. I have no idea how I got invited to the first GOP debate. I don't know if I'll be invited back. Because you know the things I have said about Ron McDaniel and half of this party, but somehow I got invited. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. And at Fox News, by the way. That was a miracle. I really famoosed the goose on that one. But it is in Milwaukee, yes. But I've already been there. I've seen the building.
It'd be fun.
But imagine the views when we're live reacting to the RNC. You know, it's like, do I choose business or do I choose fun?
But you can stream within.
Not necessarily, because they're going to be like, you don't have a press pass. I know how these things go. They're going to be like, you don't have a press pass. Get out, you know.
Or we just vlog.
You know, and knowing my cellular reception, I'm probably not even going to get reception in there. It was going to be like, lag. I do think it would be funny to go into the Democratic National Convention.
I would like to do that.
You know, let's find the TYT booth and start impersonating Cenk in front of him. Be like, hello, Cenk Uyghur. It's nice to meet you. But
Armenian genocide.
You know, if they even screen the names in the DNC, I virtually guarantee I'd be banned. Okay,
that's not a place I don't mind getting banned from.
No, I me too, but I don't know if I'd even get in that place. You know, Ryan could get away with it. I may be too notable by this point to get away with something like that, like undercover. If they're doing any degree of background checks, it would fail.
God, some vlogs in there would be just amazing. We wouldn't last long, but man.
Conservative IP2 inside of the Democratic National Convention.
Behind Emily lines.
We gotta go to the Cenk Uyghur's booth and start
We go to like a Biden rally.
We could do that.
That'd be interesting because there's nobody there.
There will not be Biden rallies in Florida, I don't think, but there may be in Georgia.
You don't think there would be any in Florida? Like
no, because Democrats have given up on Florida.
Well, they're going to give up, but they're still going to. They're still going to go. Like
Trump, think about it.
Trump held rallies in New Jersey. Like they're still going to go.
Yes, but Biden, it's like they have to give him allegedly copious amounts of amphetamines and stimulants to even get the guy up. He's a very limited resource. Are you really going to waste the limited time that you have with Biden to go to Florida? I don't think so. Maybe Kamala comes to Florida and gives a speech or something, but
Obama's probably comes to Florida.
I think when they look at how Florida went in 2022, I don't even think they're trying for the state. In fact, I've heard reports that Democrats are even leaning towards giving up on Georgia, which I think is interesting. I don't know how true it is, but I really doubt Democrats are going to try for the state at all.
Oh, I think they're trying for Georgia because, I mean, shoot, I hope they give up on Georgia, and I hope it's far enough behind the scenes that they give up on Georgia. But if I'm a Democrat insider that's, a strategist, I mean, gosh, you kind of have to have Georgia.
Well, no,
you need to try for it. You need to try for it. Like, if you're a Democrat, you need to try for Georgia, just like we would need to try for Georgia. You can lose it, but you're going to have to really do well in the Midwest.
Right.
To make up for losing that state.
I think that's what they're banking on. I know it's just what Red Eagle
they're banking on the blue wall.
They kind of are pulling some of their funding out of Georgia, allegedly.
Banking on the blue wall again.
Yeah, because if the blue wall holds, it doesn't matter if you.
It doesn't matter because then Republicans could still win Arizona and it wouldn't matter.
Right. No new votes. They've stopped. Are the voting machines down? What's going on here, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. They just stopped the count. It was going up, and now for several minutes now we've not even heard anything. So I don't know why they've just stopped reporting all of a sudden. This is odd, very odd. Let me check Fox News, see if anything's changing there. Basically not, huh? Well, that's strange. But anyways, we did get a super chat here. Zachary for $5 says, well, I think it would be a good idea. I'm attending the Roanoke Convention in Washington on the 27th, my birthday. Thank you for the $5, Zachary. Yeah, summer of 2024 is going to be a movie, okay? It's going to be a political movie. This is true. A lot of content to be made. My first real blow-up in this industry before Vice and all that stuff was the summer of 2020. Everyone was blowing up, so I hope it's the same. I hope it's just full of content. We're going to have in-person conventions back, which we did not have in 2020. So who knows? Maybe we get another Cenk Uyghur, Alex Jones moment. That would be hilarious. Who knows? I'm rooting for it to happen. We need these things. We need the spirit of 2016 back.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of internet content is showing that stuff is back. The RNC is going to be in person.
2016 Trump, I'd love to have back.
Wow.
The energy of 2016 Trump.
I think time has
gotten the
best of that, but
he's gotten a little slower when he moved to Florida.
That's true. He needs to move back to New York.
Start drinking that water again.
Yeah,
there's something about it. Trump had this edge to him when he was living in New York.
Yeah. Well, I think part of it is just being president wears you out too.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, we do. And New York Trump will always be the best Trump. This is true. $1 for a member chat for 11th month says, what's up, Vince? I started my first semester at Liberty University. Appreciate it. I'm doing well. Good to see you. Hope the flying's going well. $1 for $1, I've been thinking I kind of want to get a pilot's license one day too, because first of all, I don't trust the airlines, okay? In the future, that's going to be a disaster, okay? You saw this report from the FAA today. They want to add more mentally ill people to the air traffic control. They said mentally ill people are underrepresented. Disabled people, okay, are underrepresented, and so they're trying to do that in a diversity push. So I don't really trust. I think in 20 years, flying airlines is gonna be very dangerous. Rather not go there, and it's always I've always liked the idea of learning to fly anyway. So I might have to join you on that front. We might have to join. Anyways, the vote estimated share from New York Times has gone down. We got a minor dump. It was at 39. They're now at 38%. So they cannot get their math together. They're doing some interesting math tonight, but the margin is still the same. Donald Trump currently, folks, for those of you just tuning into the stream, at 53.3%. Ron DeSantis holding an even 20. Nikki Haley at 18.2. And we are awaiting. I don't know why there's a lull. There's a little break in these vote shares. Not a lot's been reported. But this is what's going on. Oh, wait, there is something to report. Polk County, where Des Moines is, has flipped back to Nikki Haley. It is razor thin. Literally 4 votes. 4 votes separate the two. But with
97% of the votes still out.
It's still at 3%. What are you guys doing?
The big counties are counting slow, I guess. Good Lord. But
this primary is being run by the Republican Party. The caucus, I mean, is being run by the Republican Party. So
shocking.
Yeah.
Adair County, Trump well outperforming himself. It's a very small county in Iowa, but Adair County, Trump doing way better than he did. He lost it to Ted Cruz. It was razor. I mean, they tied. Actually, they didn't lose it. They tied at 104 votes apiece back in 2016. He's at 48% right now. DeSantis at 31. So DeSantis even outperforming Ted Cruz in that county. And Ramaswamy third. He's actually beating Nikki Haley in that county right now.
Let's go. Yes.
Very small rural county, but that's optimistic. That's good.
Yes. So let's see. New York Times is still projecting that Donald Trump will win Polk County, where Des Moines is, this blue dot here. Story is almost guaranteed to go to Haley, even though it's so small. And there's only 6% reporting. Well, then maybe not. Maybe not. I swear, is it just me, or were there more percentage of votes in these counties before? Did those numbers go, like, was Polk County always at 3%? Am I losing my mind here?
We've been looking at a lot of counties.
We have
a lot of counties,
but we were watching the whole time and it's only at 3%. I don't know if that's right.
I don't know.
I think.
Let me see. I'm on a different site. Let me see what mine says.
I think we got funny numbers going on here, folks. But let's take a look. Any super chats? I don't think so. I think we read on them all. Zachary for 5. Yeah, I did read that one. Feel free to super chat the show, folks, because we are just sitting here. We're waiting for the candidates to give their speeches. We're waiting for more votes to come in. Everyone is screwing with the stream at the moment, okay? They're not being very convenient, all right? I want to hear Trump's speech already. He's making us wait. It's complicated business. Complicated. This is very true. Kyle says he's tuning in from Polk County. Well, good to see you. Our first Iowan in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, if you are from the state of Iowa watching us tonight, let's see.
Drop what county you are.
Put the, I guess drop the county and put... What's an Iowan emoji? You could do corn, or you could do a bird for the Hawkeye. Just do corn.
Or a cyclone for the for Iowa State.
That's a weird... Are there even cyclones in Iowa?
A hurricane emoji.
I don't know why.
I don't know why they're the cyclones.
I get why Miami is the hurricanes. Why is Iowa State the cyclones? Okay. Let me know your county. Put either a bird emoji for the Hawkeye or a corn emoji for the corn. Although I guess Nebraska is more the Cornhusker. What? Let me know. Let me know. Okay. John Willard says, Vince, why do you fear strong conservative women? It's really good to see you, John Willard. You know, this guy's on like his 8th account. Okay. He gets banned in the chat like every time and then he comes back. I admire the guy's persistence, truly. I admire he keeps making new accounts called John Willard just to troll the chat. And notice every single time the J is a different color. The profile is a different color. So, you know,
yeah, I mean,
the guy's dedication is, you know, I respect, you know, 2024, trying to be more compassionate, trying to be nicer to people. John Willard, I respect your hustle. Okay, I really do. But anyways, Pixel Jeff says he's watching us from Polk County, sends the corn emoji. Drew Steiner from Sioux County. Okay, so
that's
those
where
are
Trump
both things
shellacked in 2016. That's interesting.
Yeah, both things we've been watching heavily tonight. So let's take a look. Anything new out of the vote dumps? No, nothing. We've reached a stalemate, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tune in. Anything going on at Trump HQ?
I saw it somewhere.
Matt Gaetz.
Oh,
live
geez, I didn't recognize him.
Okay, let's take a look
Election
here.
strategy.
At what point do you think that these other candidates need to back up and say, you know what, there's no close call here. Let's get behind the man that the people want and put him in November and then fight what really matters, the left.
A few hours? Look,
The clock strikes midnight.
stages of grief. Everyone goes through them. I've gone through them. I'm sure every human being has.
You're listening to
the
Matt
first
Gaetz
stage
for
is
people who just
denial,
tuned
and
in.
you kind of get past that to ultimately acceptance. And I would encourage the other Republicans who ran to get to acceptance pretty quick that Donald Trump's our nominee, and we have a historic opportunity to restore power to we the people by putting him back at that resolute desk in the White House.
All right, and so let's talk about New Hampshire. That's next up. They're
I basically agree with Matt Gaetz
on
that,
deck.
actually.
What do you have to say for the people of New?
Yeah, it is time for the people who are in denial about Trump not being the nominee to come to grips with reality. That is honestly a lot of truth said in that. But let's see what else he has to say.
All right, so
Well, I mean,
nothing
Nikki
news
Haley
reporting,
has to
so-
ask herself what she's still doing running for president, having come in third with all of the media and donor energy trying to get her into that pole position. It didn't happen
That's
for
true.
Nikki Haley. The voters weren't there for her. I can tell you when Nikki Haley's name was mentioned at the caucus site I was at, there were like sneers and jeers among the Republicans. Some of the most voluminous feedback I got from Iowans is, you go tell President Trump not to pick Nikki Haley for vice president under any
I've
circumstances.
heard that a lot. Yes.
So I don't think.
Okay, hold on a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we just got a super chat. Thank you very much, John A. He says, Trump will be speaking at 10:20 Eastern, which is in 3 minutes, on behalf of Arnav Goyal. I don't know who that is, but thank you for the $5. And all right, so in 3 minutes, folks, we are supposed to hear the Donald Trump victory speech, and it truly is a victory speech. Thank you for letting me know, John A. I appreciate that very much. And so stay tuned, folks, because we have a speech to watch here very soon. But in the meantime, we're still monitoring the vote share. Everything's stuck. I don't know what's going on. There's apparently a water pipe burst in every county in the state of Iowa, and they've all just stopped counting. I don't know what's going on. But anyways, and Zachary for $5. Zach Niemeyer for $5 says, I was really hoping Vivek would break into double digits. I guess all the online hype didn't translate to real votes. And, sadly, this is very true. I feel bad for the guy. I did, however, kind of raise that concern before. I was like, I wonder how that's going to translate. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to dispute. You did kind of see that here tonight. Now, the good news, I guess, for Vivek is that Donald Trump is winning by such a big margin. So that might be more of a referendum. The silver linings, it may be more of a referendum on Trump loyalty than it is Vivek's own popularity. Right.
And also, hopefully, it ends it. I mean, I like Vivek, but this gives him an opportunity to get out of the race early, shift all his votes and support to Trump, and then allow this race to, continue to go.
So there's no beef,
Yeah, no beef.
Future, yeah.
Vivek has a bright future in this party as long as he handles this correctly.
Yeah.
He's been hovering at 7.5% the entire night.
Right. And again, like I have said, I do get Vivek's case that you need me to stay in the race in case Trump is taken out. At the same time, it's still a difficult position because if you stay in the race only getting 7% and you're trying to win the favorability of Trump, clearly, if you want to be the VP, you want a cabinet position, it's hard. I think if he just stays in toward Super Tuesday, still getting less than 10%, that might rub Trump the wrong way. It might be like, hey, what's with you, dude?
Yeah, and college towns where I kind of thought if he had any chance, he'd do well in those counties, like Story County and Johnson County. He's in fourth in both. He's not pulling away.
Yeah,
or he's not gaining traction. He's not even on the board on the New York Times.
Yeah, so I think the pessimistic conclusion, if you're Vivek, is like, you just never landed with anyone. The optimistic conclusion is, well, look how well Donald Trump is doing. There's probably a lot of Donald Trump loyalty is probably still pretty big in the party. It may just be an issue of we were trying to go for the same vote share, and Trump is still the leader kind of in the movement. And, so maybe, so that's interesting is, I would like to see an exit poll on that. I don't know if they're asking, but it's like, if you voted for Donald Trump, what's your opinion on Vivek Ramaswamy? Is it positive, negative, neutral? That may be an interesting question to ask and kind of find out. And that honestly is probably a pretty big indicator of Vivek's future. Is more so that than how he's doing right now. Because again, there's two ways to look at it. You could say Vivek just didn't land with anyone, or there's just a lot of Trump voters who like him and he may have a future. So who knows on that? We'll have to see. But anyways, folks, it is 10:21. Apparently, according to at least one of our super chatters, we are expecting the Donald Trump victory speech at any moment now. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We are tuned into the live feed of Trump HQ. I plan to also clip this and post this, so I will start recording whenever Trump is on. But yeah, here we go. We're still waiting. Complicated business. Let's tune into the audio and see if anything's happening.
Are there tonight, but not even a close second place, seeing around 18, 19, 20%. President Trump's intro music has been playing, so we're expecting him to come out to the stage any minute as this crowd awaits to hear his...
Don't want to get copyrighted, so we're going to have to mute the music. But when he begins speaking, you better believe we will start reacting. So we are here live. Let's go back here to the... What the heck is going on, chat? The estimate... Okay, the vote share is basically the same still. But the estimated amount of votes in went from 38% to 20%. Okay, so apparently, if I were to guess, if I were to not guess anything weird's going on there, is the turnout in Iowa tonight's been way bigger than people thought it would be. They're probably underestimating turnout because they said, hey, the snow, the weather, who's going to care? But I do think that if these many people are turning out and they're all going for Trump, that does show... Because remember I said that if it's a low turnout caucus, you might say the media say, look, there's no energy around the Republicans even though the weather sucks. If this means that turnout is way bigger even with the snow, that may be a good sign that energy in 2024 is heavily on our side. Because if people are going out in the snow to vote for Donald Trump in an election, in a primary election that everyone assumes he's going to win anyway, and there's other candidates on the table, it's not like 2020 where it's like whatever. That does say something. Because I do think that's good news.
Weather in a swing state back in 2022 was a big problem with Adam Laxalt, the Senate race.
Yeah.
Bad weather in Nevada, and he just lost that race.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean that is good news to see. And look, if we're outperforming our turnout expectations and Trump wins the caucus by the expected margin, I mean, if you're a Trump supporter, I don't see how you could spin anything bad from that. I mean, that's just 100%.
Yeah, because, I mean, New York Times says it at what, 20% they believe the vote is?
It's now down to 20. Before 20%. It was at 39%.
They believe 20%. Yeah. Axios believes 56% of the votes have been reported. So obviously they have an estimation
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they have a way different idea how many voters are out there. They don't really know how many
people are voting. But breaking news, Polk County, which Nikki Haley flipped back from Donald Trump a couple minutes ago, now back in Donald Trump's hands with 40% of the votes in, and by a pretty decent, I'm not going to say sizable, but decent margin. It is Donald Trump 37, Ron DeSantis 27, Nikki Haley 27. So Trump has flipped back Polk County, which is where the urban center of Des Moines is, and that is actually what was
Johnson County too
expected. Johnson County as well. Yeah, that Donald Trump's been holding on.
Yeah, he's been holding on. Nikki Haley's very close there.
Let me show it on the screen. But yeah, Nikki
DeSantis
is still close
slightly
there.
behind. DeSantis is kind of losing his ground there in Johnson.
Yeah. But let's take a look. Yeah, and still no news. We're watching... I'm trying to monitor live feeds of basically every campaign right now because...
Lynn County, too, and more urban area, Cedar Rapids.
Right here.
Doing well.
Yeah, Trump's
and
blowing
DeSantis,
it out there.
DeSantis and Haley very close there, and Ramaswamy out where he is statewide.
Yeah, Cedar Rapids, Trump, for urban margins, blowing out.
Yep.
Des Moines... still kind of close, but it looks like, according to the projection, Trump is going to run away with a victory there. So you're just going to see likely, I mean, Johnson County, again, University of Iowa, that's something to look at. But it seems like outside of Story County, where Iowa State is, Trump, it's going to be an all red map besides one county that's going to neocon Nimrata Nikki.
Another vote dump. DeSantis now at 21%, Haley at 19%. They got 68% of the vote. Axios does. New York Times 33%. They're all over the place.
What is going on? Yeah, I think again,
they may not have accounted for the unexpected turnout in New York Times as. I'll be honest. I trust New York Times' election stuff as far as their coverage with another vote dump.
Right, they are considered the gold standard of the business.
Yeah, compared to Axios, yeah.
Yeah, so let's see what does Fox News have?
Carl.
Well, Fox News is saying 71% is in.
Yeah.
So it's all over the. I don't know what the heck's happening right now. It's all over the place. But honestly, when you just look at the trend, I mean, look where it's going. Either way, Donald Trump won.
Yes.
Is he going to get over under 50%? Still close.
74% now.
Okay, now 74%. Okay, it's probably just a glitch on New York Times part.
Yep.
Okay, so 74% of the vote is in the state of Iowa. Again, if you're just joining us, which where have you been? But if you're just joining us, Donald Trump within 30 minutes won the Iowa caucus very easily. He's currently up by the next candidate by about 30 points. The only question at this point is will Donald Trump hold on to getting over 50% of the vote? I think it's a good look if he does. And B, who will come in second place? Because Vivek is a solid fourth. That's solidified. Still too close to call between Ron and Haley. Although Ron, for the past hour or so, maybe hour and a half, has held on to a very narrow lead over Nikki Haley. So it is close, but he has been narrowly kind of just keeping it going there.
DeSantis by 6 points right now, outperforming the polls. Haley outperforming by about 1%. Trump underperforming by about 1%.
Which is within the margin of error.
Yeah,
so,
all within the margin of error. Except
DeSantis.
DeSantis is actually the one that's outside the margin of error as far as he's outperforming what people thought he was going to do in Iowa.
Well, good for him.
Good for him. Better than that than Haley. I'll tell you that.
Taking a look now, let's see. Trump HQ, still nothing. We're waiting this speech. Okay, we're being stuck in suspense. But let me see. Nothing, folks, out of any of these HQs. Let me see. I'm trying to pull up, see if any of these other ones have a live feed. Let's see. Ron DeSantis speech. Let's see. Yeah, nothing at the moment, folks. Nothing at the moment. But yeah, let's see. Any other news? 77% now in, basically the same. Almost every county in Iowa has reported here, except a few hooligans. Okay, a few rural hooligans who these whippersnappers have still not counted their votes. But let's see. You talked earlier about that southern Iowa thing.
Yes, the belt.
Everywhere below Des Moines, I mean, there's a few exceptions, but Ron does seem to be in second place in most of them. And again, like you projected, Trump dominating well over 50% in most of these places. And for the most part, Ron is winning most of them. I think Nikki Haley's share is coming from urban areas. But here's what's interesting, right? Normally in some of these elections, we look at general elections. It's like, oh, what's Atlanta going to do? Whatever. But it seems tonight that some of the slowest counties to report have been the rural counties. As you can see, the only ones not reporting are the rural counties. So you look at Des Moines, where Nikki Haley's doing well, 91% of the votes are in. Other urban areas, right? Story County, still only 6%, but that's a small county. Let's see, Johnson County, where she's doing well, 85% in. So the urban areas, again, where Nikki Haley does best, seem for the most part to be mostly in, whereas some of these rural counties, I mean, I guess it's pretty close. A lot of them are in, but there's still some rural counties here where we have like nothing reporting. And when I take a look at the ones who still have votes remaining, I mean, I don't know, just following the rural trend, it would suggest Ron should be able to pull off the second place, but again, we're really close. But I'm just using the argument that because it's mostly rural votes that are left for the most part now. Yeah, Des Moines almost all the way in.
Cedar Rapids, though.
Cedar Rapids, yeah. Let's see what's going on over there. It's basically tied between Nikki and DeSantis. So Nikki doesn't have a serious advantage there. It seems to me, I would guess, it's just only an educated guess. I think Ron's going to hold on for a narrow second.
I think so, too.
Based on just the votes we have left.
Still pretty close, but
it's
I think
well within the margin of error.
Yeah.
So don't take that as,
I think he's going to hold on. I think this is going to, as far as for DeSantis, future and everything, you can look at, because he doesn't have much of a place right now as the front runner in the party. But, this night went so far a lot better than probably he even expected.
It went better than the worst case scenario, is what I'd say.
I mean, I'd say this is about, what did I say at the beginning of the stream? Best case scenario tonight was him for 22%, 23%. So he's right there by the best case scenario.
But like I said,
at 15.
I still think, though, bigger picture.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, again, you got to recalibrate the expectations of the campaign, because you got in this to beat Donald Trump, not to come in a respectable second. If Vivek came in respectable second, if Haley came in respectable second, you could easily say that's a moral victory. For DeSantis, it's like he put everything on the line for this campaign. $150 million. It was not by any means hey, let's just try it out type of thing. Oh, someone's coming to the stage here with the Donald Trump camp. Let's take a look.
About how...
Never mind. He just put the speech up there. Okay. So that means Trump should be coming soon. Trump should be coming soon, ladies and gentlemen. So be sure to stay tuned for the live reaction to the Donald Trump victory speech. And it is indeed a victory speech. No funny business tonight. No real surprises, to tell you the truth. Well, exactly the way we expected. And we can say it now. Donald Trump has officially, in my opinion, secured the Republican primary. There is no path to victory for any other candidate. There's path to maybe a respectable second. But after New Hampshire, which is his weakest state, it's a wide open primary that Trump's going to dominate. So he will be the nominee. It's not close. Frankly, the best thing overall for the party would probably be everyone drop out. We got to get behind Trump and just do this. But, I'm sure that's not what's going to happen. But realistically, if I were Donald Trump, I'd stop primary campaigning at all. I'd stop attacking Vivek. I'd stop attacking Haley. I'd stop attacking DeSantis. There's no point. Focus all your energy on Joe Biden and beating Joe Biden. The other clowns can do their circus if they want. They can do their town halls, they keep campaigning, whatever. There is no point, honestly, now in even wasting energy campaigning against the other Republicans. Every bit of energy, if I were Trump going forward, try to win the primaries, but don't win the primaries by, even focusing on the other candidates. Just say, we're winning this. Let's go beat Biden. Everyone be sure to go vote. Solidify it. That's it. That's all you need to do. So let's take a look here. Anything out of Trump HQ, ladies and gentlemen? Nothing at the moment. Let's go back to the election results. We now got 80% in, and it's basically the same. Trump lost 0.1%. DeSantis lost 0.1%. Haley gained 0.1%. It's basically the same. That's with a minor vote dump. Although, hold on, folks. Early reporting in some of these rural counties, that's a little surprising. All less than 10%. But Nikki Haley is currently winning some of these rural counties. Plymouth County, Nikki Haley. Okay. I guess this must be a caucus process thing. Okay, there we go. Never mind. Yeah. Haley had 100% of the vote there for a second. It's probably just the way the caucus there fills out their paperwork. Okay, now it's back to what we were basically expecting there. 95% of the votes in. Plymouth County is basically done. Donald Trump carries it. 64% of the vote. Ron DeSantis, 18%. Nikki Haley, 11%. That's a rural county. We basically projected the way that would flip. Let's take a look at these other Haley counties. Worth County. Yeah, that's just waiting to report the rest. I don't know if it's an alphabetical thing I don't know. I have no idea, but that doesn't actually make sense. Okay, whatever. Haley has 8 votes, 100% at the moment. I expect it's going to do the same thing as Plymouth County, where it just totally flips all of a sudden. So these numbers are misleading. I don't know if Haley's caucus goers went first or they counted her first, but as you can see, these 3 counties left, it's not real results, basically. It's like they just counted all the Haley votes and all the other votes are yet to be submitted. So I don't know why they do it like that, but that's how it goes. And I wouldn't read too much into that. So I project in a second, all 3 of these counties are going to flip way back red. I mean, take a look at what just happened in Plymouth County. So yeah, still monitoring Trump HQ. Nothing there, ladies and gentlemen. Trump's going to keep us in suspense all night. Watch him deliver his victory speech at 5 a.m. That would be hilarious. But yeah. Also worth noting, I think one of the things they said in 2016 is Trump's ground game in Iowa was not great. It shows now it's been very effective. I mean, I heard rumblings of that. I wasn't sure. Clearly, right, the ground game was effective because all these other candidates were making a hard blitz. They were knocking doors. They were working very hard. None of them stood a chance. And what that might show, I mean, obviously it's the primary, but it is a good sign that clearly the ground game for the Trump campaign is organized, right? Because that's going to matter in the general election in all these different states. And so if they have a tight run, competent operation, which Trump did manage to win in 2016 basically without it, but it helps to have one, that's good news. That's good news. The ground game was effective. No surprises, no funny business. the margins won't translate to the general election, but the strategizing, the door knocking, the organization, that will. I've heard that Trump's in Iowa was much better than 2016, and clearly that's true, and hopefully it's true of the swing states in November.
Yeah, and you got to think that 2016, that was Trump's first ever primary state. First in any. Like, he'd never run an election before. So that was the first one. He's got a way different staff than he did back then, and he's
Different
way more
staff,
experienced.
different organization, way more money.
Yes.
You know? Yeah, it's a hey, I know 2020, obviously, we know things happen there, but, you know, running in a campaign 3 times in terms of ground game, organizational level of a campaign, I mean, you do know what you're doing. You know?
Yeah.
You do know what you're doing.
You should, at least, at that point.
At least you should. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But anyways, look at these counties again, folks. I project in a second, all 3 of these are going to flip. I don't know what's up with them counting Nikki Haley first, as you can see, right? 28-0, 24-0, 14-0. I don't know. Early bird gets the worm. That's some cheesy thing Nikki Haley would say, but I guess the other candidates, they're still filling out their paperwork. I don't know. But those are about to flip. Calling it right now. Don't be surprised. Nothing's going to happen there. And we're still waiting on Donald Trump. Okay, who said he's coming at 10:20? You've lied to me. You have lied to me, ladies and gentlemen.
Scott County, that Trump narrowly lost to Ted Cruz in 2016, you know, he's got 48% there right now. He lost it by 3% to Biden. It's going to be a swing county coming up in this November. Yeah. And he is just dominating Nikki Haley in a far away second at 24%, just a little bit ahead of DeSantis, and Vivek at 7%.
Yeah, here we go, folks. Again, be sure to super chat the show if you got thoughts on any of the stuff. Let's check in. 5 hours later, we have 1,393 votes, which is actually bigger than some of these counties in Iowa currently. So that's, you know, worth noting. Of the poll of who do you support tonight, it is 51% Donald Trump, 45% Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis 4%, Nikki Haley 1%. So there's definitely a disconnect there. It doesn't shock me, but it's true that, you know, sometimes internet fan bases are not indicative of the general public, especially, I would argue even more with the Republican Party. It's true of both parties, but the Republican Party especially, they're the conservatives. Their electorate tends to be older, more traditional in the forms of media they consume. I mean, it's a little disappointing, but it's not surprising. It's not surprising. But anyways, wait a minute. Someone in chat is saying Trump flipped Story County, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. And the person in the chat who let me know that says, Trump won Story. Will you come to Story County now, Vince? All right, you know what? Fine. Okay.
Change your view on it.
Now, Johnson County, University of Iowa, the Hawkeyes, you guys gave us way less of a scare, but fine. Okay. I will stop trashing Story County for you guys. And like I projected, the counties up here, I forgot which one that was Nikki Haley. It immediately has flipped. We got another case of this in Webster County. I don't know what's going on. Nikki Haley stuffing the box early. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, 61 votes in for Haley, none for the other candidates. In a second, that's going to flip red. And as we projected, it just did. If you're looking there on the screen, Webster County now solidly in the favor of Donald Trump.
Very small county that Trump narrowly won against Cruz by 3 votes.
Well, here he is dominating 68% of the votes, 61% reporting. Yep. And now it is official, ladies and gentlemen. It is flipped. That's the big story of just now. Story County, which has been blue for Nikki Haley all night. That is the college town where the University of, Iowa State University is. Haley was winning it all night. We actually kind of had a feeling it was going to go for Haley. With 95% of the vote reporting, Donald Trump has a narrow lead, and it seems like, not too close to call, but it seems like Donald Trump may be running away with Story County. And if that happens, we have to see what happens in Franklin. Although I go here, it's an estimated county, I would assume, for Trump. Yeah. Estimated to go to Trump. That means Donald Trump, very likely at this point, looking like he's going to win every county in the state of Iowa. So that's actually a changed projection of what looked like it was going to happen before. It's very interesting. You love to see it. You love to see it. Nikki Haley looks like she's going to walk away with 0 counties. Okay. It looked like she was going to get 1, maybe even 2 at some points in the night. Doesn't look like it's going to happen.
It's actually when you think about this, Nikki Haley, this is right about where she was polling.
Yeah.
This I know her best state, supposedly, New Hampshire's coming up, but DeSantis knowing that there was all those votes out there to be had, that DeSantis is doing a lot better than expected, about 6% better than the poll said. Knowing that all those votes were out there, her campaign's got to be sitting there wondering what went wrong that those 6% went to DeSantis instead of us.
Yeah.
Because, if she's her, or if you're her, you look at it and go, well, I mean, I could probably pull 3% of those at least, and you could be at 22, 23%.
Yeah.
That's a very good sign there that maybe DeSantis is going to do a lot better in New Hampshire and South Carolina and get Nikki Haley out of this race, because DeSantis staying in this race may help Donald Trump, actually, I think, a little bit.
No, that's true, because you're going to split the anti-Trump vote among two candidates. Yeah, that's true.
That would destroy her by South Carolina, and she's done to where just, DeSantis is, he's beating her right now.
Yeah.
And that was not expected at all.
Yeah. Let's go back to look here at the margins. Marjorie Taylor Greene was speaking. She is speaking. Okay. 86% in, basically the same. Again, folks, every county is red. That is the story. Okay. And Donald Trump's ran away with Polk County, which is Des Moines. That was blue for Nikki Haley for a couple minutes tonight. Donald Trump, we can basically call that. I don't think either candidate's going to make up 11%. Nikki and Ron basically tied in the end, which I think is interesting, though. Because that's a urban county, right? That's one of Iowa's major cities, if you want to say Iowa even has major cities. But that's one of Iowa's major cities.
Yep.
Haley was probably hoping if you're Haley you want to destroy Ron in the urban areas, because Ron beat you in most of the rural areas. If that's not happened and they're basically tied, in fact, Ron is narrowly beating her there, it seems like he's going to hold on to second place.
Oh, definitely. And
more than likely, yeah.
What's that mean for her here soon, coming up in New Hampshire? Is Ron DeSantis going to outperform himself by 6% there? Mm-hmm. That would end Nikki Haley's campaign.
Yeah.
Because Nikki Haley can't afford for 6% of the outstanding vote, the swing vote, to go to Ron DeSantis and not her.
Like I said, I just think the big wild card in New Hampshire is the fact that it's an open primary, and we read that poll. If you guys weren't here when we were reading it out, 43% of Nikki Haley voters said they would vote for Biden over Trump in a general election. Okay, so the truth is, a lot of outright liberals are supporting Nikki Haley, or people who claim they're not, I'm the real conservative, but you are, and only 29% of Nikki Haley voters polled in the state of Iowa said they're going to vote for Trump in the general. So what that goes to show, and the concern we have for New Hampshire is, again, it's an open primary.
And it's a really weird state.
And it's a weird state. So you could see Democrats cross over.
They like Republican governors, but wishy-washy Republican governors. They got Chris Sununu right there, who's very popular. Probably should have ran for the Senate seat, but lost that because of him. And then, you had Bush win it in 2004, and a Republican hasn't won it since.
Yeah.
It's a very weird state.
Let's take a look here. DeSantis can't drop out. Even if he can't win, he has to prevent Janet M. Haley from competing with Trump solo to help Trump. Yeah.
I don't disagree, especially
at least until New Hampshire. After New Hampshire, there's no threat from Nikki Haley anyway.
Well, I'd say stick around for South Carolina and then drop out.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's probably fair.
Because South Carolina, you can still hold on hope she can get 25-30% of the vote.
Yeah.
Ender and DeSantis stays in. If he keeps, DeSantis is going to look at this and go, I got 21% of the vote right now, outperform the poll by 6%. If I can do that in New Hampshire and South Carolina, take that away from Nikki Haley.
Which, by the way, I think in New Hampshire, when you compare, do you know what they're polling at?
DeSantis is not polling very good.
Really?
No.
Because I get that Haley's a former governor, but I also feel like the mold of the South Carolina Republicans might be kind of favorable to DeSantis.
Yeah. Let's see it. Yeah, I know New Hampshire, DeSantis was not polling good. Haley was polling pretty well, but also you got to think Chris Christie's got 9-10% of the polling vote in New Hampshire. Where's that vote going to go?
Haley,
you'd imagine. Or no votes, write-ins, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe DeSantis.
A few for DeSantis. For Haley. None for Trump, obviously.
You wouldn't think many for Trump.
And then, so I'm looking at the current RCP average. Let's just say so Christie had what, 11%, you said?
11% of New Hampshire on average.
So if that all goes to Nikki, or let's just say 10% of it goes to Nikki, The
She's
margin
tied.
in New Hampshire on RCP would be Trump 43, Nikki 39.
Near tied.
Near tied. And if Democrats cross over, Haley could win New Hampshire. That's at least according to these current polls.
Yep.
Now, hopefully tonight, Trump winning by such a big margin is sort of a statement, and that fends off the threat from Haley and Democrat sabotage,
And
which is what it is in New Hampshire.
Still splitting the anti-Trump vote amongst DeSantis, because DeSantis has had a good night.
Yeah.
His voters are actually going to kind of go, oh, man, we had a decent night. Probably better than many expected.
Yeah, so you know what, Ron? Okay, stay in the race to New Hampshire. All right, that would actually
I'm
help
saying
for the
stay until
most part.
South Carolina, and then you can get out, because you have no chance in Nevada, man.
Yeah.
Nevada's not looking good.
All right, we got a minor vote dump, I think. Either that or the screen moved. It's basically the same. It's probably looking like Trump is going to end up 16 delegates. I don't know if there's still delegates remaining, are there? Oh, no, there's still 16 delegates remaining, but this seems to be like it's going to be the split, which is like 16, 4-4, so that's
20 to get the majority.
4, 1-1. Poor Vivek. Did he get a single delegate?
Not yet. He will.
Oh, give him
I
a
imagine he
delegate.
will.
Give him a delegate.
South Carolina presidential primary, the one poll out by Emerson a couple weeks ago. Trump at 54, Haley at 25, DeSantis at 7, Christie at 5, Vivek at 3, Asa at 0. Even worth mentioning him anymore.
What state is that? South Carolina?
Yeah, South Carolina. That's one of the more recent polls out. You look at DeSantis. He outperformed 6% here in Iowa, or 6-7% here in Iowa, depending on how it ends. You do that.
It really surprises me that DeSantis is not doing better in South Carolina, because I would think sort of the Southern Republicans would kind of like him. But you know what I think it is? I'll tell you what it is. Is you ask, like, why does South Carolina keep electing? They have a pretty good governor, actually. What's it, McMaster, right?
Yes.
Henry McMaster. He's pretty solid. But they also have Lindsey Graham and Tim Scott, and they keep voting for them. I think South Carolina is a state that likes tradition. They're very loyal to their GOP there. It's kind of like in the same way, people in the Northeast, like, they still vote Democrat because the unions back in the day, like, they still doing it to this day. It's kind of how South Carolina are with Republicans. So I think the reason Haley's at 25 is just because a lot of people in South Carolina are like, oh, well, she's ours. They like tradition, and that's why they can't get rid of some of their neocon candidates or even try to do it, because whatever it is, and maybe that's admirable to a degree. It's a conservative thing. Hey, maintain tradition,
big
but it's
military
also
presence in South Carolina with the Citadel there and everything.
Yeah,
very large neocon kind of thing there. But
I don't even know if it's neocon, because their governor is not a neocon. The last one,
I don't know much about
this
their
one's
governor.
not. McMaster actually, you look at his record on policy, rivals DeSantis in Florida. He's a very good governor, from what I've heard. But the Senate delegation sucks. There's some pretty good congressmen, and then there's some pretty terrible ones too. So, like I said, I think they just vote for whoever they know. I don't think it really comes down to policy. It's just they like their tradition over in South Carolina. It's probably what it is. It's a machine. They have a Republican machine. If there's R on the name, they vote. But that's probably why they like Haley, is because it's like, hey, we just stick with what we know.
Yeah, and also, one of the reasons Tim Scott got so popular is because he was appointed as senator.
Yeah. And they just said, okay, we appointed Tim Scott. Keep him. Yep, there you go. So, yeah, that's South Carolina.
Yeah, Nevada, Trump at 73, DeSantis at 8, Ramaswamy at 6, Christie at 4, Haley not even on the front board.
Nevada's going to officially end the race.
Nevada's going to end the race.
For the 3 people who are still coping, it's going to end the race.
Yep. I think if DeSantis if DeSantis sticks until South Carolina and draws enough away from Haley, it ends the race. And I think he will. I honestly think he will.
Being conservative is not just doing what we used to. I didn't say that. I just said it's a conservative tendency to do what you used to. I didn't say that that's what it means to be conservative. I just said it's a conservative tendency. There's something conservative about it. It's a characteristic. It's a trait. I agree. It's not all that it means to be conservative. But anyways, we are still waiting here on Donald Trump, who, according to the guy who said he's coming at 10:20, is officially 30 minutes late. But really, I think we just had false information in the chat, to tell you the truth. But we are awaiting Donald Trump. Watching the Fox News feed. Let's see. Any news, if you want to look on when DeSantis, Haley, and Vivek are supposed to give their... they're going to be concession speeches at this point. Let me see. Ron DeSantis on Twitter. No news. Let me see. Ron DeSantis speech. Let's see if we can find any information on these. Okay, well, we do have this video.
Chip Roy. Oh.
We do have this video, folks. This is very interesting. Apparently, huge crowds are gathering for the Ron DeSantis caucus speech. Why is this thing so loud? Hold on. I gotta freaking add a new filter. Sorry for the ear destruction you had to deal with. But again, this is not my content, okay? I'm not endorsing this video, but this is apparently what someone
Dr. Clown
posted.
PhD. I mean, he's got to be.
All right, that's destroying my ears. I don't know if it's destroying everyone else's, so we're gonna turn that off. But yeah, that according to Dr. Clown PhD, he is outside the Ron DeSantis speech. I don't know. I just found that on Twitter. Very interesting. In all seriousness, let's see if there's any news on when he's supposed to speak. I don't know. If any of you guys have information on that.
In all seriousness, alpha male Nick Adams has called for Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley to drop out of the primary.
That changes everything. Okay?
I mean, that changes.
Now that
leader of
Nick
the
Adams
Republicans
is saying
thinks-
it, now that Nick Adams is saying it, I think tomorrow, within 24 hours, you will see them both cower away from Nick Adams. This is
Yeah, I
very
mean,
real.
Nick Adams, I mean, that's the alpha male. When he says something, you do it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's take a look here. The clowns are in town for the Iowa Caucus. This is real. All right, let's go back to results because we haven't checked on these in a while. Okay, 90% now in. Yeah. It seems to me, like I said before, it seems like DeSantis is going to narrowly win. About a little more than 2,000 votes currently separate DeSantis and Haley. But we still got Jefferson County, a rural county, left to go. I'm looking at some of these vote shares here. It seems for the most part, from what I'm seeing, most of the projected remaining vote is projected to mostly go to DeSantis. For almost all of it. And considering DeSantis already has a 2-point lead, it seems like DeSantis is going to hold on to second place. Yeah,
he's going to get second, and he may.
Oh, wait, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The Donald Trump victory speech. I will hit record when he starts, but here we go. I'm going to turn off the music until he starts talking because copyright. Okay, folks. But yeah, Donald Trump live on the stage. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The victory speech that we have been waiting for is finally here. So here we go. Again, audio coming on in 1 second when the music stops, but let's see. Oh, there's Doug Burgum! Chat! Doug Burgum is here! Yes! The man that single-handedly won the primary for Donald Trump, Doug Burgum. The power of the eyebrows are here, okay? This is the greatest day of the primary. Doug Burgum on stage with Donald Trump. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Big Bird, Big Doug.
Let's announce his VP tonight, Doug Burgum.
Listen, the eyebrow. My only concern with Doug Burgum being VP is his eyebrows may commit a coup against Donald Trump. Okay, the eyebrows are so powerful. They may become.
It takes away from them.
They may become self-aware and develop a mind of their own. That's my only concern. But let's see. Is the music still going? It is. Okay. Well, when the music stops, we will tune in officially to the Donald Trump speech, folks. But here we go. He's standing there ominously, okay, and he's reinforced on his right flank over here by Doug Burgum's eyebrows. Who's this Asian guy? The guy looks like Buddha. But anyways,
At Gandhi.
and then we got Agent 47, we got Buddha, and we got Doug Burgum from Sesame Street on the endorsement list. So that's a pretty strong endorsement list, to tell you the truth. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, folks, here it is. Donald Trump victory speech following a dominant performance in the Iowa caucus. Let's take a listen.
Well, I want to thank everybody. This has been some period of time, and most importantly, we want to thank the great people of Iowa. Thank you. We love you all. What a turnout, what a crowd. And I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together.
100%.
Whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative, it would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world and straighten out the problems and straighten out all of the death and destruction that we're witnessing. That's practically never been like this. It's just so important, and I want to make that a very big part of our message. We're going to come together. It's going to happen soon, too. It's going to happen soon. I want to thank some of the great people. We have so many senators. If I go through every name, we'll be here all night, and everybody's going to get angry at me. But the senators, the congressmen from Washington, they came down from all different states. I want to thank you very much. I want to congratulate Ron and Nikki for having a good time together. We're all having a good time together. And I think they both actually did very well. I really do. I think they both did very well. We don't even know what the outcome of second place is. And I see Carrie Lake. Congratulations, Carrie. Very good. I spotted her, I have to announce, because she's terrific. She's going to be a senator, a great senator, I predict, right? You're going to be a great senator. And I also want to congratulate Vivek, because he did a hell of a job. He came from 0, and he's got a big percent, probably 8%, almost 8%, and that's an amazing job. They all did. They're all very smart people, very capable people. I think most importantly, I want to thank my incredible wife, First Lady, I'll say former and maybe future. But more important than Melania, I want to thank her incredible, beautiful mother who passed away a few days ago. And she's up there, way up there. She's looking down, and she's so proud of us. And I just want to say to Amalia, you are special, one of the most special people I've ever known. And that was a tough period of time for the family. But she's amazing. She was amazing. So I just want to thank what she's done for our family, and her husband, who's home right now and very lonely. He's a lonely man, but he's going to be okay. Victor, they're great people, great parents to all of us, really, great parents, but also to Barron. Boy, did she take care of Barron. That's how he got so tall. He only ate her food. And I want to thank my family generally. They've worked so hard, and they've taken so much abuse for being good people. I mean, good people. But Eric and Don, they really did. These two have been working so hard, and they have another job also, so they have to do it all. But they've been working so hard, and I know that Ivanka is home and Tiffany's home. They're watching, and I know that Barron's watching. Good old Barron. I said, "You're going to be a basketball player." I said, "Well, I like soccer, Dad, actually." I said, "At your height, I like basketball better, but you can't, sometimes you can't talk them into everything." But he's a special boy. But the whole family is just incredible. And my sister, Elizabeth, who's just the biggest fan. She's just an incredible person and always supportive. We love Elizabeth so much. Also, we have a woman who took a big chance. You know, in most states we have support of everybody, the Congress, the senators. We had Marco Rubio. We had Rick Scott the other day. We have, probably 55% of the senators. And now they're all calling and saying, "We want to endorse you, sir." I said, "Oh, great." Same thing with the Congress, men and women. We have tremendous, much more than anybody probably has ever had in this position. And we love them all. They're great. They're really trying to do a good job for our country. But one woman in Iowa who really stepped up was your Attorney General, Brenna Byrd. She really, really stepped up. Where is Brenna? Come in. She stepped up. She's going to be your governor someday, I predict. So we'll see. We'll be watching, but she really did. She broke away from the pack. And she had tremendous courage, and wasn't easy. In some states it's easy. In other states it's a little bit more difficult. But we have really the support of the people of Iowa, which has been just incredible. Another man who was actually the first person to endorse me in the entire country. He's a state senator. His name is Brad Zahn. He looks like he's the most handsome guy, I think. Oh, you made it. He had to drive from his caucus location. You made it. I call him the Marlboro Man. Hey, Brad. You want to say something? Come on. Go up. say something.
Look at that guy. What a trash.
Well, I'll tell you, I had to actually do a TV interview bragging about you. The reason why I was late was because of that. But is he awesome or what? I am honored to be the first person in the United States to endorse this guy. The next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And when he says endorse, we're really talking about 2015. He endorsed me before, actually, long before I knew I was going to run. I said, who's this man in Iowa? He's a senator, a state senator. He's a good-looking guy, too. Doesn't he look? You could pay him and give him a lot of money. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for being here. You are so great. Comes all the way from Missouri, which isn't that far. You can't drive an electric car that far, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. The group of people that we have on the stage is just emblematic of the tremendous group that we've had. We've had such a great team. We did well. We were looking really good in 2016. And just to go back to the senator, he was saying, I said, who is that guy, Brad, his name? Who is he? He keeps endorsing me. He keeps saying Trump, and I didn't even know I was running. He endorsed me 4 months before I knew I was running, about 4 months before the Escalade ride down with our great First Lady. And that was Brad. I said, who is he? So he was the first one. But we have people that are so incredible. Your Republican Party Chairman, Bobby Kaufman, and his son, who is a brilliant guy, and he worked with us. And I will tell you, that is a family of real professionals. Matt Whitaker, who is the very talented and very good Attorney General. Where is Matt? He's around here someplace, and he's been with us all the way. We have a man that was very impressive. And I say, there's nothing wrong with it. He's so solid and so good that he didn't catch on. Sometimes being a little controversial is good. He's so perfect. Although he did break his leg during the campaign. That wasn't so good. But it sort of stood out a little bit, Doug. But Doug Burgum from North Dakota, the governor, and his beautiful wife, Catherine.
Doug.
And he got out of the race. What people don't know is that he actually supported me on the other side twice already, right? Then he decided to do it. And he was outstanding. But the traction is never easy, right? You need controversy for traction sometimes, and this guy is the most solid guy. There's no controversy whatsoever, and he's one of the best governors in our country, and I hope that I'm going to be able to call on him to be a piece of the administration, a very important piece of the administration. And also, just to conclude with this, the entire Trump team, and that includes my two boys who are really here all the time, whenever we needed them. Whenever we needed them. They are great. Eric and Don. And look at all these people. Oh, Susie, I have to say. And Chris. And they want no accolades. They just want a victory, and they want to make America great again. That's all they want, actually. They don't want to be speaking. They don't want to have pictures. They just want to do their job, right? I want to thank you very much, Jason, everybody. You're really fantastic. What a job you've done. Thank you. So we're going to come together. We're going to drill, baby, drill right away. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to seal up the border. Because right now we have an invasion. We have an invasion of millions and millions of people that are coming into our country. I can't imagine why they think that's a good thing. It's a very bad thing. I think it's a group of people that are probably larger in number than New York State. And we can't have that. We can't have that. It's not sustainable as a country. It's horrible. And they're coming from prisons and jails. They're coming from all over. They're coming from countries that most people have never heard of. And they're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're being emptied out into our country. And they're terrorists. Many terrorists are coming in. In 2019, I saw just recently on a poll, they had none in 2019, no terrorists. Now, I even say there's got to be some, but they have none. And then as soon as this group took over, they have hundreds and hundreds of terrorists coming in, known terrorists, some of them really bad. And many of them are in, and they came in, and nobody knows where they are. This is not a good thing. And we're going to have to deport. We're going to have a deportation level that we haven't seen in this country for a long time, since Dwight Eisenhower, actually. So I don't want to be overly rough on the president, but I have to say that he is the worst president that we've had in the history of our country. He's destroying our country. And, you know, my wife attended the funeral 2 months ago of Rosalind Carter, and it was beautiful. And Jimmy Carter was there, and I thought to myself, Jimmy Carter is happy now, because he will go down as being a brilliant president by comparison to Joe Biden. He'll be a brilliant president. He's going to be known as brilliant by comparison. So we have to stop the invasion. We have to bring down our energy. We have to, you know, I say all the time, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation anywhere in the world. And we have to stop the crime, and we have to help rebuild our cities, and we have to rebuild the Capitol, Washington, D.C. I was there on one of the Biden indictment trials. You know, this is the only person this never happened before, but I go to a lot of courthouses because of Biden, because they're using that for election interference. And it's on things like election, and I don't know if you know, but they did polls tonight on the election of 2020. Do you believe it was honest or not? 82% said it was not. And we can't have that, Chairman. We can't have that. You can't have a situation like that. So we're going to straighten out our elections. We're going to do a lot of great things. We're going to try and go to paper ballots as soon as possible. Voter ID. One day. Elections. You know, we have these elections that last for 62 days, and if you need some more time, take as much time as you want, and so many bad things happen. We have to get rid of mail-in ballots, because once you have mail-in ballots, you have crooked elections. Actually, Jimmy Carter's commission said that a long time ago. We're going to rescue our economy. We're going to save our economy. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. There was never a greater economy, and now we don't. And when you look at what's happened with inflation, inflation is destroying. You know, they call it a country killer. Going back hundreds of years, Germany, countries that had big inflation are dead. They become dead countries. We have to stop that immediately. And we want peace through strength. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine, would have never done it. Putin and I get along fine. We get along very well. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. The fake news, which if the fake news would become real and honest news, 90% of our problems in this country would be solved. They would be solved. So Russia would have never attacked. Israel would have never been attacked. The Ukraine situation is so horrible. The Israeli situation is so horrible. What's happened? And we're going to get them solved. We're going to get them solved very fast. I actually said Ukraine. I know President Putin very well. I know Zelensky very well. I'm going to get them in. We're going to get it solved very quickly. Should have never happened. Would have never happened. Now you have all that death, far greater than people understand. The numbers are far, far greater than anybody would even think possible. You're going to find that out in the years to come. When they knock down these massive buildings in Ukraine, and then you see they announced 2 people were slightly wounded. No, many people were killed. Many people were killed. We're going to get it stopped. But it's so sad because it should have never started. People killed and a culture destroyed. You can never replace 1,000-year-old buildings with the most beautiful golden domes and churches and everything, just all rubble now. And it's so sad. Would have never, ever happened. And likewise, Israel would have never been attacked. It all comes from Iran, and we would have had to deal with Iran very quickly had the election where we, by the way, got, and I say we because it's all we got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. But they say we lost by a whisker, okay? But regardless of that, we're going to do incredible things, and we're not going to let China do what they'd like to do. I get along great with him also. President Xi is a very strong leader, and we're going to get things solved. We're going to get the Ukraine war solved. We're going to get the Israeli situation solved. But if you think back to that, Iran was broke. I said to every country, anybody does business with Iran, buys oil from Iran, they were broke. We're not going to let you do business in the United States. And that's the way it is. They did very little business, almost sold no oil. Nobody wanted to do that. That's a big penalty. And what happened is they had no money to give to Hamas and to give to Hezbollah. And in fact, there were a lot of stories at the time. They had no money for terror. And for 4 years, we had no terror. We had the terror ban. We had the terror ban. They call it the Trump travel ban, but it was really the Trump terror ban. We don't want people in our country that are going to blow up our shopping centers. Thank you very much. And we want a country of law and order. So we're going to rebuild the capital of our country, Washington, D.C. We're going to scrub those beautiful marble columns and get the swastikas off them, and we're going to scrub them and get the graffiti off them, and we're going to clean the streets, and we're going to rebuild the streets, and we're not going to have rusted medians through the middle that are falling down into the roads where foreign dignitaries from all over the world come and they look, and we're not going to be riding on top of garbage like I did just a month ago, riding on top of garbage. We're going to rebuild our beautiful Washington, D.C., and we're going to take control of it, and we're going to make unbelievably harsh penalties for people that go around shooting. Last week they shot 3 people, and every night something happens. It's so sad. And likewise, we're going to rebuild our cities, and we'll work with the Democrats to do it. I'd be glad to work with the people in New York. We're going to work with the people in Chicago and L.A. We're going to rebuild our cities, and we're going to make them safe, and we're going to give our police officers immunity. So every time they do something, they don't get sued and stopped. We're going to end crime in our cities. In Iowa, you don't know what that means, but I'll tell you, this is a different place. You don't know about crime. You don't know about getting mugged and getting whacked and getting thrown into subways, and we're going to stop it. And we're going to come down very hard on criminals, and we're going to stop crime in America.
Sorry to pause really quickly, guys. We got to give you a live update. The Fox News decision desk is now projecting that Ron DeSantis will secure second place in Iowa. So we were talking about that for a second. We were saying the last hour or so, it seems like that's what's going to happen. Yes, Ron DeSantis officially, per the Fox News decision desk, will secure second place in Iowa. All right, back to the speech.
So I want to just finish by saying that this has been an incredible experience. The people have been, this is the 3rd time we've won, but this is the biggest one. They said, well, if you win by 12%, that's a big win. That's going to be very hard to do. Well, I think we've more than doubled that, I guess, tripled it maybe. They said, you'll never get over 50, and I just left and we're at 54. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with it, but they said, you can't do that, sir. I said, what's about the highest? Well, you could get into the 40s, maybe 40, 41. And then I look up, and, you know, it's very interesting. I didn't know they called it early. I thought that they called it at about 10 o'clock. My impression, see this gentleman? He's dressed like a wall. I love this guy. He's been at 150 rallies probably, right? He has the most beautiful outfit I've ever seen. It's all beautiful brick. Will you come up here? Just come up here. Come on. It's so nice.
Brick suit guy?
Yeah, I think so.
Our guy.
That's the man right there.
I still don't know his name.
Come on up here. He's emblematic of what we did. We built over 500 miles of wall. We were going to add another 200 miles. It's much more than we promised. And we had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. Look at this, man. Congratulations.
Yes.
Really nice. Nice to see you, man. You take care of yourself, okay?
Absolutely will.
Thank you. I love that outfit. I love him. That's great.
And him to the southern border.
We love it. That's a hot selling jacket, by the way. So. but that represents what we did. No, we built a tremendous, that's the reason. And we got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers free. And we had remain in Mexico, and we had catch and release in Mexico. And we did a job. We had the safest border in our history. We had the greatest economy in our history. We were a great nation 3 years ago, and now we're a nation in decline. We are going to turn it around so fast. It's going to happen so fast. We're going to drill. We're going to we have great wealth. We're going to drill. We're going to use that money to lower your taxes even further. We gave you the biggest tax cut in history, and we're going to lower them further, and we're also going to pay off national debt. It's about time.
Oh, well,
it's about time. So it's now off to New Hampshire, a great place. We won it last time, and we won it both times. And we love it. The people are great. But, you know, the truth is the people in our country are great. They're all great. We love Iowa, but they're all great. They only want to see one thing. They want our country to come back. They're embarrassed by what's going on. Our country is laughed at. All over the world, they're laughing at us. And they want our country to come back. They want America, they want us to be great again. It's a very simple. MAGA, make America great again. And America first. America first is a very important part of MAGA. So we're going to put America first. We're going to make America great again. Again, Iowa, we love you. You are going to, you just go out and buy larger tractors and more land. Don't worry about it. And to all of the people standing behind me and all of the people in this room and so many great politicians and great dignitaries and friends, I just want to thank you all. This is a very special night. And this is the first, because the big night is going to be in November when we take back our country, and truly we do make our country great again. Thank you very much, everybody. Great honor. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, you just heard Donald Trump's victory speech after winning the Iowa caucus. And if you are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, we will go really quickly to the live margins. Currently, with 94% of the vote in, Donald Trump has 51% of the vote in the state of Iowa. This race was never close. It was actually called by the New York Times at 8:32 p.m. And Donald Trump, obviously the winner big time of the Iowa caucus. We also have Ron DeSantis coming in second. On that speech itself, I mean, let's talk about it really quickly. He basically said what I kind of thought he should go out there and say, which is, look, the primary is over, okay? Donald Trump dominating the Iowa caucus by that much basically proves it. I thought, and I said this, basically declare it over and put all the focus on Biden. Like, not even go after the other candidates. And that's what he did, right? Most of the speech is about what we're going to do in November, how we're going to, fix the country in terms of and what Biden's done wrong with the country and all that different type of stuff, right? And you noticed even to the other GOP candidates, he didn't aggressively go after them. He actually just basically congratulated them, said, you guys did good, big unifying message there. And then you also have that one comment about how, I love the people in Iowa, New Hampshire, but I also love the people in this country, right? The people in this country are great. In my opinion, that's probably one of the most unifying Donald Trump speeches I think he's actually ever given. Like, big picture, all, through all the years of his presidency, his candidacy. And I think it's good timing. It's the right move. It's kind of disarming in a way. Everyone knows aggressive Trump. I don't think enough of the country knows I'm not even say softer side of Trump, but, the unifying side of Trump. And I think that was actually a very perfect message, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I think it was a great message because, one of the big hits on Trump, especially from people that are siding with Haley and DeSantis on this in this primary, are he's not unifying. He's not going to bring the country together. He can't get all of us on the same page. And that was a great unifying speech. And I think he's playing into that vote a little bit.
Right.
He's wanting people to be like, hey.
Because I think he's also trying to say maybe subtly to the Haley voters, to the DeSantis voters, to the Vivek voters.
I'm more mature than
time to come home, right? Time to come home, right?
Come home. All the shots you have on me that, I'm not mature, I'm a loose cannon, all this stuff. He's showing that he's not. He's showing that he can be the adult in the room. He can be the bigger man and congratulate the other candidates instead of going after him.
Yeah.
And I think it was great. And also, like you mentioned, saying I love the people in Iowa, I love all these people, but I also love the people all across America, the people in California, the people in Oregon, the people in New York, the people in Maine, in liberal blue states that are still going to vote for him or may not vote for him. He's talked about liberals and conservatives.
Yeah.
Great unifying message. I think that's a great step in the right direction for him.
Absolutely. And, you know, like I said, you do want to see some reconciliations after the primary. Probably Trump Vivek for sure. Trump DeSantis maybe. I really hope he doesn't reconcile with Nikki Haley, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's an effective use of resources at this point when you saw what happened tonight for Donald Trump to even waste time campaigning against the other Republicans at this point. It's an irrelevant conversation.
Why?
So you notice he kind of extended the olive branch to them.
Yes.
And that was the right move.
Why waste time? And also, why waste time trying to tear down a candidate?
Why divide the party further?
Yeah, why divide
all
the
you got to
party
do is unite
when
at this point.
In a state like Iowa, that Trump's already very well off in, you get 21% of the people in that state that said they want Ron DeSantis as president. You got 19% that want Nikki Haley. Why further divide that party, that wing of the party, that may go out and still undecided in the general or in future elections? Why trash them? Why trash the 21% for DeSantis, the 7% for Vivek, whoever it may be? Why go out and trash them?
Yep.
You know, unify the party, bring it together, have all the voters come home so we can have a big, big victory in November.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, folks. Well, that's the Donald Trump speech. We will move on now and keep covering. I mean, we're close to 100%. We might as well go there. And I do want to hear the DeSantis speech and Haley speech and Vivek speech if those are happening. So we will start shifting to trying to monitor those. But thank you to everyone who's tuned in so far. Be sure to leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel if you're just randomly finding this in the algorithm. And of course, feel free to super chat with your thoughts on the speech, on the night. And yeah. All right, there's Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen. So that is done. Okay, let's shift here. I'm going to shift over to Fox and stuff and the television networks and see. Okay, Vivek Ramaswamy is now giving his address. So let us try to find that. I'll do my best and tune into that. I'm sure, you know, obviously Vivek's very popular on the channel. I'm sure a lot of you guys want to hear that in its entirety. So we could probably maybe try to like rewind or something. But let me try to pull that up for you guys. I guess Vivek is currently speaking at the moment. All right. Here we go.
Be the next president, absent things that we don't want to see happen in this country. And I think that I am very...
Oh, hold on. Yeah. All right, folks. We got a live feed of Vivek. Let's tune in.
This room has done
in a
our
second
part
here. All right.
to save this country. And I am so proud of every one of you who have lifted us up. But we're a campaign founded on the truth. And so that's why we've made that decision today. And I'm also making the decision that this has to be an America First candidate in that White House. As I've said since the beginning, there are two America First candidates in the...
Hold on, let's rewind as far back as we can.
We are just getting started in leading this movement to our future, okay?
It does sound like he's dropping out, though.
Now, this is a campaign founded on speaking the truth. Not just when it's easy, but when it's hard. Not just to the Democrats, but to our own side. And not just to other campaigns and candidacies, but to ours. And so I will stick to the truth tonight. The first hard truth, and this one's hard for me. I got to admit this. But we've looked at it every which way, and I think it is true that we did not achieve the surprise that we wanted to deliver tonight. And I think that that's just a hard fact that we're going to have to accept as a campaign.
It's pretty quiet.
And the question then is, what do we do that is right for our country? And so Purv and I, we actually didn't make this contingency plan before everybody told us to. We said, no, we're not doing that. But we talked about it tonight. We took a little bit of time in our apartment in Des Moines before coming here to make some hard choices. And I wanted to make a couple of announcements tonight to get the business out of the way. And then I want to tell you where we're going. As of this moment, we are going to suspend this presidential campaign.
Yep, so it's official. He's dropping out.
There is no path for me to be the next president, absent things that we don't want to see happen in this country. And I think that I am very worried for our country. I think we are skating on thin ice as a nation. We have done everything in our part to make, and done, every one of us in this room has done our part to save this country. And I am so proud of every one of you who have lifted us up. But we're a campaign founded on the truth. And so that's why we've made that decision today. And I'm also making the decision that this has to be an America First candidate in that White House. Mm-hmm. As I've said since the beginning, there are 2 America First candidates in this race. And earlier tonight, I called Donald Trump to tell him that I congratulated him on his victory. And now going forward, he will have my full endorsement for the presidency. And I think we're going to do the right thing for this country. And so I'm going to ask you to follow me in taking our America First movement to the next level. It did not begin in 2016. It began in 1776. And for the next journey of this race, we are going to make sure that our movement is actually the one that actually leaves and saves this country in the next step. And as for this movement, founded on truth, America First 2.0, we're just getting started. That doesn't end today. That begins today, actually. So we're just getting warmed up. Apoorva and I, we're not going anywhere. We are in this for the future of our country. We've lived the phase of our life. This country has allowed us to live an American dream that my parents, who were here with us earlier, helping take care of our little boys, they never imagined when they came to this country 40 years ago. Yet now we have lived an American dream that we want to pass on to these kids and their generation. And so the phase of our life where we were getting ahead for ourselves, making a good life for our family, this country's already given us that. This next chapter of our life and the next chapter of our journey and the next few years and even the rest of this year is about giving back to this country to create a country that I am worried for. But if we all do our part, and I've been asking that of you at every step of the way, asking patriots across this state and across this country to do their part, I promised you if you did your part, and you have, that we will do ours. And we're going to do our part now going forward to make sure that America First lives on, to make sure that Donald Trump is successful as the next president of the United States, to make sure that it isn't some other puppet they trot out to make sure that they steal this country out from underneath us. We're not going to let that happen. We're going to take this movement to the next level. And I think after that, it's another 250 years and then some still left ahead of us. And if you all continue to join us in this journey, I'm going to ask you to do that. We're just getting warmed up. If you all do your part, and we're going to do ours, our best days as a nation still will as yet be ahead of us. So thank you guys for coming today. God bless you and your families, and may God bless our United States of America. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. 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 We better be ready to. We better be ready to. It's what needs to be done, Kathleen, in this country. It's what needs to be done. We need to put an end. Everything that I stood for, I said to you this in the beginning of the race. We'd rather speak the truth and lose this election than to win by playing some fake game of political snakes and ladders. And so here's the thing about me. Whatever it is in the next phase that we do, I'm not going to be changing what I say to dance to any tune other than the one that's the best for this country. And so you have my word on that. Everything that we stood for in this campaign, shutting down 75% of the federal bureaucracy, actually standing for 3 branches of government rather than 4, reviving our missing national purpose as Americans, filling that void in the mind of the next generation that is lost. We will continue on that journey and make sure we accomplish that in whatever best way we can. To be honest with you, the best way I could have done it is as your next president. And that's why we made the choice we did for the last year. But that's not our choice. That doesn't belong to us. That belongs to the people of this country. And in some deeper sense, it belongs to God, actually. And so we will make sure that if I have, whatever I do, Kathleen, I cannot be your next president unless the people of this country vote for it. But whatever we do, we will do our part to make sure everything that we have told you we're going to do for this country, we will do everything in our power. We will stop at nothing. We will not hold ourselves back. Everything we can while speaking the truth at every step. I'm going to work hard to make sure that, yes, we protect the borders of this nation. That, yes, we shut down the deep state that is the threat to our future existence of our nation. That we revive national pride in these kids and their generation. So everything we said still stands. We're going to do everything in our power to make it so. I could have done it best as your next president, but the people of this country, the choice belongs to them, and we're going to respect the choice that they make. And I'm going to ask you to respect the choice that we make in actually leading this forward. So we love you back. We love all of you for being part of this movement. Tomorrow night, I expect, we have some, we might actually just get to spend a night sleeping in our bed in Ohio for the first time in a long time. We might just be heading there right from here, and I think that's a decision we just made. But tomorrow, I'm going to appear with Donald Trump at a rally in New Hampshire to lay out what I see and what we see for the future
Trump
of the country.
and Vivek doing a rally
and
tomorrow.
You know what? We're going to do our part to save this country. And I'm going to ask you guys to celebrate not the...
Oh. All right, folks, you basically get the idea. They cut off the stream. But yeah, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is official. We kind of speculated about it tonight, what would happen. Vivek Ramaswamy officially dropping out of the presidential race. He clearly seems to be getting behind Donald Trump. And look, I was rooting for the guy to do well. Okay, I was hoping he'd do better. But, and I like the guy, and I think he has a bright future in politics. I think in an open primary where Trump wasn't such a big fish that he in many ways was trying to sort of take votes from, the same voter base, I think Vivek may have had a much better shot. But yeah, I mean... It's an end of an era, truly. Okay, it's an end. How am I gonna do reaction videos now to the same guy over and over? No, that's a joke though. But in all seriousness, there is serious truth to all of that.
We are just getting started in leading this move.
Okay. Anyways, there it is, though, folks. Vivek Ramaswamy officially dropping out. He's doing a rally with Donald Trump. Clearly going to endorse Donald Trump. And like I said, when you look at the margin that we actually had tonight, you see it though. Right. It does honestly make a high degree of sense. But okay, With that said, we're now moving on. Apparently, every candidate's speaking, so we're probably just going to react to like every single one of their speeches here. I believe, right, Ron DeSantis is speaking, so we will tune in there. But any final thoughts on Vivek there?
Yeah, I mean, ran an impressive campaign for starting near polling at near zero at the beginning. He ran an impressive campaign. Hey, he made it to Iowa probably longer than a lot of people thought he would.
Yeah, there's nothing to be ashamed of.
And he's got a bright political future.
Nothing to be ashamed of.
Seeing what's in store. I also saw Joy Reid at MSNBC saying Nikki Haley lost Iowa Caucus because of racism.
Are you serious about that?
Wow, look at the enthusiasm.
You can actually find it on Twitter right now. Charlie Kirk just posted it.
Vivek Ramaswamy is Indian. Why did he lose the Iowa Caucus?
Exactly.
But yeah, all right. Rest in peace to Vivek's campaign. Everyone put an F in the chat. It's unfortunate. Okay. It's unfortunate. I was hoping Nikki Haley would last shorter than he did, but bright future. He's going to be rallying with Donald Trump. So I expect he's going to have a very vocal presence on the 2024 campaign trail, which is good. Okay. Just good. Unify. I don't know if he's going to be the VP or not, to tell you the truth. I don't know if he's the favorite, but he's a candidate for it. But yeah, folks, again, if you're just joining us, Vivek Ramaswamy officially has dropped out of the race after getting about, 7% in Iowa. So yeah, all right, end of an era, onto a new one. Here is, folks, the Ron DeSantis speech we're seeing tonight. I believe that's Steve Deace from Blaze TV on the stage. I'm trying to cut out any copyrighted music here, but here we go.
The country will say, you know what, I'm tired of losing to these guys. Let's go with the guy who actually knows how to beat them, and that is Ron DeSantis.
Here we go.
So thank you all very much for everything you did. I love that God over government sign. That's my heart right there. What I love also is we are undergoing a generational shift in America. DeSantis did very well, even won the youngest voters here tonight. That's very exciting for the future. And that is because Ron DeSantis is the future, and that future is now. And we're going to move forward after Iowa and keep this fight going. No coronations. You're going to have to actually win this thing, regardless of what Fox News thinks. And with that, I want to bring out my good friend, Bob Vanderplots.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
Whatever. Copyright.
The right thing to do.
Okay, did he end up actually coming out? Okay, here's Ron DeSantis, ladies and gentlemen. There you go.
We love you too. They threw everything but the kitchen sink at us. They spent almost $50 million attacking us. No one's faced that much all the way just through Iowa. The media was against us. They were writing our obituary months ago. They even called the election before people even got a chance to vote. But they were just so excited about the fact that they were predicting that we wouldn't be able to get our ticket punched here out of Iowa. But I can tell you, because of your support, in spite of all of that they threw at us, everyone against us, we've got our ticket punched out of Iowa.
You're still in second place.
And what I learned by going around Iowa is that this country has a basic decency. We've got hardworking people, God-fearing people, patriotic people. You just don't see it every day because of all the nonsense that gets spewed out there by the media, by social media, all this other stuff. People want to have hope for this country's future, and that's what we represent. We represent a chance to reverse the madness that we've seen in this country, to reverse the decline of this country, and to give this country a new birth of freedom and a restoration of sanity. That's what we are going to do. So we have our marching orders. Our marching orders are to do all we can to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. The same fire that burned in Philadelphia in 1776 when our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence. The same sacred fire of liberty that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg when our first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, pledged our nation to a new birth of freedom. The same sacred fire of liberty that was on the beaches of Normandy in 1944 when our band of brothers stormed those shores and helped free the world. The same sacred fire of liberty that was at the Berlin Wall in 1987 when Ronald Reagan stood there and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." This is our responsibility, to carry this torch and to preserve this sacred fire of liberty. Don't run away from this responsibility. We welcome this responsibility. We thank you for your effort. We thank you for your support. You helped us get a ticket punched out of the Hawkeye State. We have a lot of work to do, but I can tell you this, as the next president of the United States, I am going to get the job done for this country. I am not going to make any excuses, and I guarantee you this, I will not let you down. Thank you all. God bless you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let's bring out the First Lady.
Okay. That was weird. Would you agree? Because he's talking as if he just won the caucus or something like that.
Yeah.
It was a good speech. Okay, it's probably one of the best speeches Ron DeSantis has given on this campaign trail. Don't get me wrong. Credit for that. But I guess it kind of reflects what I was sort of predicting about this, which is the recalibration of expectations, right? Because Ron DeSantis entered this race in 2023 to beat Donald Trump. And he's now declaring like total victory over the fact that he narrowly avoided coming in third place at the hands of Nikki Haley, right?
Yeah, I mean, now to be fair, this is, unfortunately for Ron DeSantis, the best moment of his campaign.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
He wildly outperformed the polls tonight. And he had a really good showing. This is
and good for him.
Yeah, good for him.
I'm glad he beat Haley.
I'm glad he beat Haley. I'm glad that he outperformed the polls and beat Haley, because this is the best moment of his campaign. He outperformed the polls by 6-7%, depending on the one you're looking at. Mm-hmm. And it's not a win for him, but it's definitely, it went, I mean, we're talking about best case scenario for him, 22-23%. He got 21 and change right now.
Right.
It went really well for him tonight. So, you know, I don't have a problem with him going up there, and, you know, it was a good night for him. It was a lot better than expected, but
I guess you got to claim victory regardless, right? But
yeah, if coming second to
unless
Trump
you're going to drop out,
unless you're going to drop out, yeah, you got to claim it was a good night, because it was, and all in all, it was a good night for DeSantis. Now, is he 20,000-30,000 votes behind Trump in Iowa? Yeah.
Right.
Does he have a chance? No. But it was a good night for him.
Right. Okay. Well, I suppose that is overall fair enough. So there was the DeSantis speech. It's basically all I have to say about it. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, there wasn't much there, but it was a good speech.
Good speech. Weird messaging. Like I said, I mean, the only thing that rubs me the wrong way about it is, like I said, he got in this race to beat Trump. Now he's celebrating the fact that he, you know, is narrowly. And oddly, the DeSantis influencers, we'll talk about Bill Mitchell in a second, are still coping about this. But, you know, look, I hope DeSantis stays in. We established this. We agreed until South Carolina, because that splits up the vote for Nikki Haley. That makes sure there's no anti-Trump
it takes
threat.
her out.
So good for him. He's actually kind of doing the bidding of Trump in a way at the moment, and that's fine. That's fine. Like, I support that. But yeah, there's the Ron DeSantis speech, ladies and gentlemen. Again, declaring victory, and New Hampshire is next.
Nikki Haley's on right now.
I believe so. Okay, let us, folks, in a second, tune into there. But really quickly, greater than 95% in. It looks like Trump's going to walk away with about 51%.
Yep.
So he did crack the over 50% number.
Cracked the over 50%. Just about 1% under within the margin of error of the average polling. Nikki Haley slightly overperforming within the margin of error, and Ron DeSantis about 6-7% over outside the margin of error. So good night for Ron, and about expected around the rest.
Where's the Asa Hutchinson? I'm really looking for the Asa Hutchinson.
I don't think they have the money to do it.
I doubt it. He's going to give his address on Zoom. Like, hello guys, thank you very much for. Okay. I'm looking on YouTube right now. I'm not seeing anything in terms of Nikki Haley. I don't know if you want to help me look. She's probably crying in the bathroom, if we're being realistic. Okay, she's like, "No, I didn't win. No, girl math." So, I mean, realistically, that's what's going on. Let's have an honest conversation about that. She's so, but yeah, folks. Now, again, 95%. I'm currently uploading the Trump victory speech as a clip on the YouTube channel. So you will be able to go back and watch some of our highlights from tonight. I'm trying to post every candidate's speech. That's part of why I was like turning off the audio and stuff, so that way it's monetizable and all that. So again, if you missed it, you're just joining us. Tonight, I'm going to try to post every single candidate's victory and or concession speech and our initial reaction to it, and I'm kind of editing that right now and putting the Trump speech out at first. So stay tuned for that. Be sure to go support those videos. But if you're watching right now on the live stream, no need to go watch what I'm about to upload, but I'm just posting it for the people who are not with us in the live stream, not following the caucus tonight. But yeah, any thoughts, Ryan? Any news? What's going on?
Look for the Haley speech. Can't find anything on it.
I'm telling you, she's doing a Hillary Clinton, okay? She's gonna not show up. She's gonna go cry in the bathroom. She's gonna tell her supporters to go home. She really is the Republican Hillary. This is so true. She's like, I couldn't beat Ron DeSantis. Crying in the bathroom. Neocon Nikki, okay? I mean, would you agree with that assessment? I honestly, if I were to guess, that's what's really going on.
Yeah, no.
She's pulling a Hillary.
This was a bad night for her.
She's pulling a Hillary.
She came in slightly above where it was expected, but it's a bad night because she got beat by Ron DeSantis, and Ron DeSantis wildly outperformed the polls, and she's probably looking at that and going, how the hell did I not get that unexpected vote grab that shifted towards DeSantis?
Ha ha.
Yeah, exactly. That's what her campaign's sitting around thinking, like, how the hell did Ron DeSantis make up 7 points in the polls and we just stayed stagnant?
Exactly. Donald Trump. Hold on. Carry the stream for a second. I'm going to post this.
Yeah, Nikki Haley carrying Johnson County by 1 vote right now. Nikki Haley has won Johnson County. It's the only county that's not going to go Trump. By
what?
1
So
vote.
University of Iowa flipped on us?
University of Iowa
You
flipped.
traitors!
1 vote.
I was with the Cyclones all along. You traitors. You traitorous Hawkeyes. Your terrible offense. Oh my God.
It is by 1 vote.
Unacceptable. No. On 1 vote, listen. Okay? Would Coach Kirk Ferentz accept losing a game by 1 point? No. So I'm not going to accept losing a vote at the University of Iowa
Story
by 1
County
point
still up for grabs, but probably going to go Trump. And Polk, Trump's going to run away with it. Sioux County, that's promising because Trump got 10% in the 2016 caucus in Sioux County, and now he's got 45%. And DeSantis got 31, Haley only 15. So a great performance for Trump in Sioux County.
Very interesting.
And Scott County, the one that Trump lost narrowly by 3 points in 2020 to Biden, got 49% of the vote, and Nikki Haley with 24.2% of the vote, DeSantis with 18%. So obviously still competitive. There's something against Trump there in that county with 24% going to Haley and 18% to DeSantis. But not a bad performance by any means. You almost cracked 50% in this county. You lost by 3 in the general.
That's good enough in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's good enough. You may win the county. You don't need the county. You're going to win Iowa. You're going to win Iowa in 24.
So are there any votes left in Johnson County?
0. I mean, according to Axios, there's no pool.
No, we need to we need to find 1 vote. We need 2 votes. Okay, call the Secretary of State. No, I'm just kidding. But we need 2 votes. We need 2 votes to be located in this Iowa
If they took
caucus.
a vote away from Chris Christie, they can give 1 to Donald Trump.
Chris Christie, you have come back to strike us. I knew it. The
35,
sabotage.
a whole 35 votes in the state of Iowa.
Here he goes, sabotaging us again, ladies and gentlemen.
Asa Hutchinson, 189 votes.
Ready, go, post. Okay, and I am back on stream in a second here. That is out. Okay, folks, just posted the first clip here from, like I said, I'm posting every candidate's victory speech in our live reaction to it, so that way we get the clips, we get the content. You know how it is. Yeah. All right, Johnson County. Hey, New York Times says it's greater than 95%.
Oh, okay. So there's still a chance. There's still a chance.
Nikki Haley's beating Donald Trump by 1 vote.
It can happen.
All we need is a field goal. Okay? Yep. All we need is, look, Iowa doesn't have an offense, but I think they do have a field goal.
A safety.
A safety is okay. We need a safety.
That's more realistic.
Just need 2. All we need is 2.
All
we need is 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, House GOP Chairwoman Elise Stefanik calling for the rest of the GOP candidates to drop out.
That's basically the conclusion.
Yeah.
But
absolutely.
Let me see. Any news out of Nikki Haley? We need to see. I can't not wait to see her cry. Although she's probably, like I said, I think we should honestly take bets on whether or not she's going to do with Hillary Clinton and not just speak at all. Because that'd be a very Nikki Haley thing to do. She, her political role model, obviously, as everyone knows, is, of course, Hillary Clinton. And she's going to follow Hillary down to the core, right? Scream about sexism, the whole campaign trail, check. Be very corrupt, be bought out by literally the worst forces in our country. Check, check, check. Only thing left for her to do is to end her campaign by sending her supporters home and refusing to address or speak to anyone. But yeah, folks, if you are just joining us, quick recap on all the news tonight. 30-second summary. Donald Trump wins the Iowa caucus by ridiculous margins, folks. My hair is all messed up from taking these headphones up on and off like a million times. But Donald Trump wins the Iowa caucus by 30-plus points. It was not close. It was never close. Vivek Ramaswamy, after getting 4th place and only 7.7% of the vote, dropping out of the race, okay? And he has basically suggested he is endorsing Donald Trump. He will, in fact, be doing a rally with Donald Trump in New Hampshire tomorrow, so that coalition is official. That relationship has already been rectified. I did say, I think after the primary, it's going to be an easy thing to, come back together. They have done that. Ron DeSantis narrowly comes in 2nd place, edging out Nikki Haley, fending off something a lot of people thought was going to happen there. What else am I missing? Donald Trump delivers a unifying kind of victory speech, right? Pushing, He actually praised the other GOP candidates. He showed them nothing but respect. He said it's time for the party to come together. He shifted all his focus away from the primary and attacking Republicans directly to Biden. Most of it was about Biden and the country. And he also said kind of a unifying thing about America itself, saying, he loves all the people of this country. They're great people. Our leaders are just the problem. And like I said, I thought it was probably the most unifying Donald Trump speech I actually have ever heard, maybe since he won in 2016. If you're curious, if you're just joining us and you did not watch that, you can go back after this stream. I just uploaded his speech just now and our reaction and commentary on it right after the fact. So feel free to do so. But we are just awaiting on one more thing here, folks, which is the Nikki Haley
speaking. Okay.
NBC's
reporting she's speaking.
She is speaking. Okay. All right, then let's
find it.
I'll try to find it. Nikki Haley live. Vivek Ramaswamy is also doing a press conference apparently, so we could always tune into that too. How hard is it to find the Nikki Haley concession speech?
There today. I know that you have been reading the vibes.
Where the heck? She's suppressing us being able to find this speech, okay? Nikki Haley doesn't want us to laugh at her crying about getting third place. Oh, they're sexist. They're racist. Just take the Joy Reid arguments, right? Are you sure she's speaking right now?
I mean, NBC's reporting, or ABC's speaking. That was at 11:42.
How come we never found? Okay, no, I do see it. Okay. We're still trying to find the full speech, but this is a snippet of it at least. Let's take a listen here.
I can safely say tonight, Iowa made this Republican primary a two-person race. Tonight, I will be back in the great state of New Hampshire.
So you're dropping out?
And the question before Americans is now very clear. Do you want more of the same? Or do you want a new generation of conservative leadership?
One of the worst women in our politics. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, do you want someone new while praising
talking about the same
things as George
establishment
Bush?
Talking points since 1990.
Explain that comment to me.
I don't understand it. I mean,
you came in. She says it's now a two-person race. This is Nikki Haley, ladies.
And she came in third.
This is as dumb as the high heels comment. Okay, she came in third place. But she's saying it's now a two-person race.
So she must be talking about.
I guess
Trump
she's not a part of it.
She's saying it's
dung,
Trump
dung,
and
dung,
DeSantis.
dung. Hello, McFly. Hello, McFly. That is the most Nikki Haley thing I've ever heard from Nikki Haley. Okay, we're gonna try to find the whole speech because I need to see this now. This is too good. Okay, this is too good. You know how much I love ripping on Nikki. We got to find it somewhere. Okay, if anyone has a link, if anyone has found the full Nikki Haley dropout speech, feel free to send it in the chat because we need to watch this full thing. Okay. Apparently, her campaign staff doesn't know how the internet works because I can't find this thing anyway.
Maybe she's so in bed with the mainstream media that it's only available via them.
They're suppressing her stupidity. They're unironically. Okay, here we go. All right, folks. I'm gonna start. Hold on. All right, folks. I'm doing this for the clip too, but okay. Nikki Haley, folks, came in third place tonight. Massively underperformed considering she wanted second place. Let's listen and tune in to neocon Nikki coping, crying, seething, and I guess pretending she won. Here it is. The Nikki Haley speech following coming in third in the Iowa caucus. Be prepared to want to rip your hair out and ears out because it's her. Okay, here we go, folks. We are loading. We're loading. Sorry, it's a live clip, ladies and gentlemen. Oops. The suppression continues, ladies and gentlemen. They still, to this moment in the show, do not want us to be able to watch this strip.
Unless you have a faith.
All right, hold on. Because I'm doing this for the clip. Let me just say that again. Okay, chat? Give me a second here. All right, folks, Nikki Haley just came in third place in a disappointing performance for her in the Iowa Caucus, considering she wanted to come into second. And of course, we got to finish out the night here by listening to Nikki, Neocon Nikki, Nimrata, won't stop crying about everything. Listen to her cope about coming in third place tonight in the Iowa Caucus. Here is her. I mean, I'm sure she's calling it a victory speech, but truly it is a concession speech because she's an embarrassment to the United States. Here we go. Nikki Haley, ladies and gentlemen.
You can't do it unless you have a faith. And God is so good. And I want to say to my husband, who is deployed, who I know may or may not be watching this right now, Michael, I love you.
I feel bad for her husband.
And what keeps me going is I know
Imagine
we
being
sleep under
married to
the
that.
same stars. So I want to say to Rena and Josh and Nayland, I am so proud of you. The best job I will always have is being your mom. I want to thank my parents who are at home. Every day they reminded us how blessed we were to live in America. I want to thank my sweet brother who came out here and was caucusing for me. A good Desert Storm veteran. And I want to thank my other siblings there. I want to thank Michael's parents, Bill and Carol Haley, who've been fantastic along the way as well. You can't do this without the strength of your family. I want to congratulate President Trump on his win tonight. We have had an amazing 11 months here in the Hawkeye State. I came to Iowa early and often, and I kept coming back, even though the cold weather is brutal. But the kindness of Iowans will never be lost on me. You're faithful, patriotic, and hardworking Americans, and I will forever be grateful for the time that we had. At one point in this campaign, there were 14 of us running. I was at 2% in the polls. But
this actually
tonight,
kind of sounds like a dropout
Iowa
speech.
did
I mean,
what
we'll see
Iowa
she
always
says,
does so well. The pundits will analyze the results from every angle. We get that. But when you look at how we're doing in New Hampshire, in South Carolina, and beyond, I can safely say, tonight, Iowa made this Republican primary a two-person race.
Okay, again, you came in third. So I don't know what angle she's taking here, but if she's taking the angle that she won, Nikki, if it's a two-person race, hey, girl math, and you came in third, that means you're not in the race. Okay? So that's the brilliant brain of Nikki Haley. Anyways.
Tonight, I will be back in the great state of New Hampshire. And the question before Americans is now very clear. Do you want more of the same? Or do you want a new generation of conservative leadership?
Says the woman whose entire campaign platform is George Bush talking points. Unbelievable. She's so annoying, guys. She's so annoying.
spoken a lot of hard truths to America, and here's another one. I voted for Donald Trump twice. I was proud to serve in his administration. But when I say more of the same, you know what I'm talking about. It's both Donald Trump and Joe Biden. They have more in common than you think. 70% of Americans don't want another Trump.
Sorry, I got to... Okay, this is coming from the woman who we read on the poll earlier tonight. 43% of her voters, as compared to 29 who said Trump, 43% of her voters, the plurality in the poll, would vote for Biden over Trump. You are the uniparty, Nikki. You are bought out by every entity connected to that. You're bought out by the defense contractors. You're bought out by the corporations. Even Democrat billionaire donors who are backing the efforts to take Trump off the ballot are behind you, okay? Unbelievable. Oh my, she makes me so mad, right? Yeah. She makes me so mad.
Biden rematch. A majority disapprove of both of them. Trump and Biden are both about 80 years old. Trump and Biden both put our country trillions of dollars deeper in debt, and our kids will never forgive them for it. Trump and Biden both lack a vision for our country's future because both are consumed by the past, by investigations, by vendettas, by grievances. America
says the person stuck in 2003.
A new direction under new conservative leadership. We deserve a president who will focus on the needs of our people, not on themselves. A president who will rebuild our economy, close our border, and stand up to our enemies. Most importantly, we deserve a president who will stop our self-loathing, end division and fear, and make America strong and proud.
She was about to plagiarize Trump.
Our campaign is the last best hope of stopping the Trump-Biden nightmare.
You're a bigger nightmare than both of them.
But it's more than that. Republicans have lost the popular vote in 7 of the last 8 presidential elections. That's nothing to be proud of. We should want to earn the support of a majority of Americans. All the evidence says that if it's a Trump-Biden rematch, it's going to be another toss-up election. It could go either way. We could have more disputes over election interference. And Joe Biden could win again. With Kamala Harris waiting in the wings. Lord help us if that happens. And then look at what happens when I go head-to-head against Nikki. Biden. In a landslide, it's not even close. That means no.
Hold on. You mean by the same corporate media polls that said you were going to come in second place tonight? Good job, Nikki. Good job, Nikki.
No recounts, no lawsuits, and no doubts. It means no more Chuck Schumer leading the Senate. No more endless votes for House Speaker because we'll have a huge House majority. We'll term limit the do-nothing Washington politicians. We'll rebuild our economy and secure our border. No more excuses. And make no mistake, we will restore our national pride. We are blessed to live in America, and it's time that we remember that. And as we head to New Hampshire, I have one more thing to say. We're gonna win! Underestimate me, because that's always fun.
You came in third.
I love you, Iowa, but we're on to New Hampshire.
She's channeling the Hillary voice. Guys, am I the only one? The way she said that sounded just like Hillary Clinton. That was actually striking. I think they're the same person. Like they're like reptilian clones of one another.
I need to thank. Right here in Iowa, we have so many great supporters. And I only have time to mention a few, but it's important. Marlis Popma. Many of you know and love Marlis, who has been a conservative fighter her entire career. State Senator Chris Knoyer,
she was about to
our
say
amazing state chair, who has been hustling all over the state, but she has been a fantastic friend. Thank you, Chris, for all that you've done. Our state rep, Austin Harris, our very first endorsement in Iowa, he believed in us when not a lot of people did. Marianne Hanusa, who helped us organize across the state, but particularly in Southwest Iowa. Dawn Roberts. Dawn has made more calls and recruited more caucus captains than anyone else. Thank you, Dawn. Emily Schmidt and Rachel Gillenfeld are amazing women for Nikki chairs. Bill and Connie Funk. Y'all have been amazing friends. Thank you for everything. I truly do love you both. Thank you. Thank you. The great mayor of Nevada, Brett Barker.
All right. You know what? I know we said we are going to play every speech and stream in its entirety, but I'm turning this woman off, okay? Frankly, it's getting late, and I just can't listen to this crap anymore. Only thing I'm going to say is, again, Nikki, you said it's now a two-person race, and you came in third place. Whatever was the rest of that, I have no idea. Okay? Honestly, nothing more to say. I mean, she made the claim, oh, if you're tired of the same old, vote for me. The person who's running on the campaign of George Bush. The person who's just as corrupt as Hillary Clinton. Yeah, okay. Any thoughts, Ryan?
Yeah, interesting night. Trump had a great night, obviously. Huge victory. DeSantis had a really good night. Nikki Haley kind of just stayed stagnant. And it's a loss because she finished third. And she came out and said it's a two-person race. And she finished third. She's heading to New Hampshire. The only shot she has to win anything in this primary.
And that's only because it's an open primary where Democrats can vote.
Primary,
that's who supports
state,
Nikki Haley, by the way.
State, too. It should be an interesting state because that's actually a really competitive state. Should be kind of fun to watch because it's actually going to be interesting.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, when is that?
New Hampshire?
Yeah.
The chat can let us know. I think it's probably like next week.
I think it's next week. Yeah.
January 20-something.
I'm looking forward to New Hampshire. It's going to be interesting. But I hope Trump beats her because she's she's got to be, it's the only chance she has. And DeSantis, I mean, he picked up a ton of steam, at least from the Haley vote. Got 21%, maybe 22 by now. Way more than expected, so it's got to make the Haley campaign nervous. I think she's going to get smoked in New Hampshire.
She's going to stubbornly stay in, because if you tell her to drop out, if you correct her on her math, you're actually just sexist, ladies and gentlemen. You're actually just sexist. But yeah, that's Nikki Haley again, folks. She came in third place. Donald Trump, the big winner here tonight. Unfortunately, she did do better than Vivek. All right, so that's very sad. But I would argue in many ways, Vivek on this campaign trail deserves huge credit because he is the person who stopped the rise of Nikki Haley in many ways when you think about it. And maybe you can make a case in the reverse that like some of their back and forth made her more popular in other ways. But still, he was the one to go after her. He was the attack dog. Someone had to do it. Props to him. Yeah, this woman... I dislike her more than ever, to tell you the truth. Unbelievably,
I don't think we're going to have her around too much longer. A couple more states.
Sounds just like Hillary Clinton and many such cases. But yeah, there's a Nikki Haley speech. I do want to... should we react to the Joy Reid thing, or should we call it a night? Up to you.
I think it's only like 40 seconds. Why not?
All right, why not? Okay. So let me pull it up on Twitter here, folks, and then I'll explain it. But according to... Joy Reid, MSNBC. I typed that in wrong. Hold on a second. All right, here we go, folks. Okay, so I might clip this too, so screw it, I'll record it. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are familiar, Nikki Haley very embarrassingly came in third place tonight in the Iowa Caucus. She was hoping for second. And really, I mean, in my opinion, she did better than I was hoping she would. I was hoping she'd get absolutely destroyed. But, still regardless, I'm glad to see that neocon, corporate, warmongering scum not beat Ron DeSantis, and certainly not win the Iowa caucus. As I've said for a long time, she is a Trojan horse to the Republican Party and to the conservative movement, okay? Nothing she stands for is conservative. All she stands for is caving to the left on social issues and caving to the corporations on everything else. But apparently, according to Joy Reid, the liberal woke anchor over on MSNBC, the reason that Nikki Haley lost is because of racism. Never mind the fact that Nikki Haley is pretty fair-skinned. I mean, to tell you the truth, if you told me she was Indian, I wouldn't even really think that at first. And of course, ignoring the fact, elephant in the room, that Vivek Ramaswamy, came behind Nikki Haley tonight. But apparently it is because of racism that Nikki Haley did not beat Ron DeSantis, who, by the way, is Italian. Okay? We do not take a discrimination, okay? But no, in all seriousness, it's unbelievable. Okay.
New Hampshire. And I think to the point that you made, Steph, I mean, it's the elephant in the room. She's still a brown lady that's got to try to win in a party that is deeply anti-immigrant and which accepts the notion that you can say immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. She's getting, birthered by Donald Trump. And I don't care how much the donor class likes her, which will ramp up a lot, the better she does in New Hampshire. So it's still a challenge. I don't see how she becomes the nominee of that party with Donald Trump still around. I can't picture it happening. Maybe it could happen. Ron DeSantis' only argument for staying in it is he's the white guy, that he can still make the appeal to white evangelists.
While we have
What do you think about that?
Oh my gosh.
It doesn't even make any sense. Because she's not the darkest lady in the race, or darkest person in the race, I should say.
No, yeah, she's not the...
There's another Indian who's not half Indian, but full Indian.
Was not mentioned once, by the way. I don't even... Unless I heard it.
They didn't.
They didn't mention him.
But see,
you can make the argument.
This does show an important point. The corporate media, the liberal corporate media, not just Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, all these people, they are running repeated cover for Nikki Haley. And why is that? Because to them, everyone talks about replacing Biden, with, Gavin Newsom or Gretchen Whitmer or Michelle Obama. In many ways, they see Nikki Haley as the moderate replacement to Joe Biden. Why? Because they're both part of the Uniparty, right? They're both corrupt. Nikki Haley will take you into even more foreign wars and is more bought out by the defense industry than Joe Biden is. Look at the relationship there. Look at Boeing, right? That's all very real. So she is protected by the establishment for a reason, right? And we brought up the stat, for those of you just joining us live, we brought up a stat tonight where they polled Nikki Haley likely voters in Iowa. And they asked the Nikki Haley voters, if the general election were between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, who would you vote for? 43% said Joe Biden, 29% said Donald Trump. That tells you everything you need to know. The support behind this woman is not conservative. It certainly, at the very least, is not grassroots conservative. She is backed by the donors. She is backed by the uniparty, right? The kind of establishment status quo people on both sides, which is, of course, very ironic that you listen to her speech and she's talking about that. So, status quo, we're going to change the status quo. You are the status quo, woman. Okay, you are. But this is all very true, and this is why, okay, notice it's a very interesting relationship in bed there. Why is liberal media running so much cover in defense of Nikki Haley? It tells you everything you need to know about her.
And also, to make it a race argument, it's just kind of weird when you have Vivek there. It's obviously, if there were any racism here, he's got a last name that would, make that argument make sense.
Yeah, he doesn't have a fake European name that he put on, right?
And he's darker than Nikki Haley. If Joy Reid got up there, if Joy Reid got up there and said, "Oh, she lost because it's sexist," at least that makes sense. At least the argument somewhat would make sense.
Yeah, because it's the only woman.
It would make sense. It's the only woman. She's not she talked about her dark skin in that clip. She's not the darkest person in the race.
Again, I guess Vivek just doesn't exist.
I guess he doesn't exist according to Joy Reid. But I mean,
think about this: if Nikki Haley were a seriously, let's just say all the same characteristics, she's an Indian woman, but if she were seriously conservative on the issues, if she had the ideology of Carrie Lake or Vivek or someone like that, if she was not this soft-core on the issues person who was bought out by the corporations, do you think Joy Reid would be running cover for her?
No.
Absolutely not. Why are they running cover? Use your head. And to the 20% of Iowa who voted for Nikki Haley tonight, who are not just basically Lincoln Project Republicans or outright Democrats, the people who proclaim to be conservative, who proclaim to believe in the same things as us, wake the heck up. At what point is it going to take some of you people to realize the issue with Nikki Haley, okay? Oh, but I'm stuck in the Cold War geopolitically, and I like that she likes giving money to foreign countries. Yeah, well, she's corrupt. Why do you think she's so pro-war and pro-foreign aid to everywhere? Because when she left politics, she was bankrupt, took a job on the board of Boeing, made $8 million off of it. Now she's running as the biggest war hawk. Why do you think it is? Use your common sense. Why is the founder of LinkedIn, who is currently backing efforts to take Donald Trump off the ballot, why is he supporting Nikki Haley? Why is MSNBC running so much cover for Nikki Haley? Why are most Nikki Haley voters even saying they would vote for Biden over Trump? Why is it currently being discussed, the idea of Democrats, because it's an open primary and in New Hampshire, crossing over to vote for Nikki Haley? Because she is not on your side. She's not on our side at all. She needs to be kept 20 feet away from power. I'm willing to say about the other candidates left in this race, right? Trump, Vivek, I guess Vivek dropped out tonight, but Trump and DeSantis, I'm okay with all of them. I have criticisms, but I'm okay. Nikki Haley, that's not the case. She's an enemy of the conservative movement. She's an enemy of everything that's decent in this country. And yes, I'm being that aggressive about it. People always ask, why am I this aggressive? Because I see what's going on. Clearly, 20%, 19.2% of Iowa does not. And it's very disappointing. Wake the heck up, turn off corporate TV news, and start paying attention. Any other thoughts? That sum it up?
Yeah, I mean, she, I don't know. She performed a little better than I thought, slightly over.
Yeah, because, okay, not to do the whole Cenk Uyghur thing of, calling out our own base or whatever, but it's true. There are still a lot of Republican voters in this country who just don't get it. You guys just don't get it. I don't understand, You and there's so many different reasons. You don't get it on foreign policy, fine. I mean, that's probably a big reason. Also, this logic of, I'm against affirmative action, but I also think that I like Nikki Haley because she's a woman. Let's be real. There's voters out there like that.
Sure.
I'm for meritocracy, but wouldn't the left be so... you know what I'm talking about. Wouldn't the left be so angry if Republicans had the first woman president, not the Democrats? Haha, leftist heads would roll. But I'm against affirmative action, by the way. I'm against DEI. Yeah, no, the heck you're not. There's obvious contradictions in your moral philosophy. Just wake up, okay? Just wake up. Seriously, all you 20% of this party supporting Nikki Haley, disgraceful. Honestly, I'm not as surprised as you because I do think that there's a disconnect between the internet and real life. But yeah, I equally agree. Shame on you guys. I said it. Shame. Anyone who voted Nikki Haley, you may be naive, you may be ignorant, or you may just be wrong and deceitful or malicious. It doesn't matter. Shame on you for not being awake. All right? Is that what we got to do at this point? There's no reason she should be getting 19%.
Yeah, I mean,
she should be getting Jeb Bush numbers.
Yeah.
In a perfect world.
I thought she's going to be around 16 and DeSantis to be like 14.
Yeah.
I didn't think they'd both probably do as good as they did. I think DeSantis did way better than I thought he would. Haley did just slightly better, but she was right around where they were at polling. Trump did about 1% worse than polls, but it's all within the margin of error. I mean, thing is, we're going to stop talking about her here soon because after New Hampshire, it's South Carolina, and after South Carolina, it's Nevada, and after Nevada, she'll be done.
It's really going to be a new era for the channel when that comes, when I can't talk about Vivek or Haley or their beef. That's like my favorite content on this channel. I don't know. Maybe when she's out of the race, we're just going to dig up old clips and still make videos making fun of her because I just enjoy it way too much. But anyways, yeah, there's Nikki Haley being sheltered by corporate media as usual. Let me know your thoughts right now in the live chat. And all right, with that said, final thoughts here, Iowa Caucus. Let's do the conclusion. Let's wrap it up. But folks, if you would like to super chat tonight, we did put in a lot of work. Feel free to help us get to a $100 goal. Last call for super chats. But yeah, I mean, I think we summed it up. We said it. But any final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, said it a few times. Trump, great night. He won big.
Yeah.
1% worse in the polls. Doesn't really mean much when you're up 50%.
The primary is over.
The primary, it's over. It's been over. It's just, we're now seeing it come to life. And it's officially going to really be over. Probably Nevada.
Yeah.
I think Nevada is when you're going to see Haley may not drop out, or maybe DeSantis. They may stick around to Super Tuesday to really end it. But it's going to be over on paper. DeSantis had a great night as far as he did way better than I thought he would. He did way better than the polls thought he would. Haley did slightly better. But Haley came in third. It's not a good night for her. And Vivek obviously drops out disappointing night for him, about where the polls had him. But a successful campaign because he started at 0.
Yeah.
And nobody even knew who this guy was a year and a half ago.
Well, look, I think as disappointed as some people are by it, I mean, at least we're getting what a lot of people also wanted to see, which is a Vivek and Trump unity. Like we said, guys, tomorrow, Donald Trump and Vivek Ramaswamy will be doing a campaign rally together. So those of you who have been wanting to see the fusion there, see the collab, it is happening. So at least I think we avoided the scenario where, like I said, if Vivek stayed in the race too long, it might have rubbed Donald Trump the wrong way.
Absolutely.
If he's still at 7%, like what are you doing? What's wrong with you? He dropped out at the perfect time, in my opinion. He let Iowa happen to see how it goes.
Yep.
It didn't go his way. Now he's just going to drop out, get behind Donald Trump. I think if they're doing a rally tomorrow, I'm not saying that means he's going to be the VP, but I think it virtually guarantees a spot somewhere in the Trump White House, which I think a lot of people wanted to see, right?
I think he's definitely got a spot in future Republican politics and probably somewhere in Trump's White House. I guarantee it because he dropped out we were talking earlier in the stream, Vivek, you're at 7%. You're at 7% in New Hampshire. You're at 4% in South Carolina. Just drop out. Drop out. Make it easy.
Exactly. Again, guys, last call for super chats. I'm going to end the stream very soon, but Lure Lab for $5 says, vote Republican. Yeah. Thank you very much, Lure Lab. Vote Republican unless it is Nikki Haley. Okay, do not vote for Nikki Haley in the primary. Just don't ever do it. Anyways, we're going to close the poll here. Final margin. Who do you support tonight in the Iowa Caucus, which is now concluded, obviously. We got 52% for Donald Trump, 42% for Vivek Ramaswamy, DeSantis at 3%. Nikki Haley finished with 0%.
They took away votes.
No, so I think it rounded down to 0.
Okay.
It rounded down to 0. That's how little, but still waiting for that one person who voted for Nikki Haley. Show yourself in the chat. Admit to your admit to your behaviors. Okay. But yeah, big Trump victory tonight, folks. I'll stick around for like 1 more minute for super chats. But yeah, then we will call it a night. Carlos said he voted for Haley. Oh, it's you. A2 Brute. We found him. We found the one guy who voted for Nikki Haley. Wow. Nimrod doesn't stand a chance. It's nothing but Trump 2024 American flag. So true. Cheese Man voted for Nikki Haley. How could you betray the great man of cheese by voting for someone who... Don't you know, Cheese Man, that he wants to send Man of Cheese. He wants to send... what's that burger guy? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, Mayor McCheese.
Mayor McCheese, the Cheez-It mascot. Nikki Haley wants to send all forms of Cheese Man to die in the Middle East
and
to die in Ukraine. Okay? And how can you support your own destruction? That's disgraceful. Okay? Cheese Man says it's a joke. I'm sorry. No, Cheese Man. You can't. There's no takebacks in Cheese World. Okay? All right? Nikki Haley is bought out. What's the opposite of cheese? Nikki Haley is bought out by the
vegan cheese.
The vegan cheese industry. And she's going to go to war. What's a country that grows cheese? Besides the US. I don't know. She's going to invade the whole world and take their cheese. She's an imperialist warmonger like this. Yes. Yes. Okay. She's going to go up to Lizzo and literally take the cheese out of her udders and destroy it and destroy it and destroy this country. This is so true. All right, with that said, folks, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to everyone who tuned in tonight. Be sure to get the stream to 500 likes before you go. I don't know when we'll next be live. Maybe the rally tomorrow. I'll see. Definitely, we will be covering New Hampshire, and if there's any other town halls, although at this point, primary's basically over. But yeah, thank you to everyone who tuned in. Great numbers tonight. Great support. And until the next time I see you, Alpha Moves only. God bless. Have a very good night. And peace. Play the outro.